Now, today, we're going to see what if Harry Potter was in the clan of evil assassins. This FIC is AU means alternate universe. Try it and don't forget to comment. Please subscribe this channel because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. Name: Hermione LL assassin name. Thorns LL nickname. Try can be pronounced as 3. LL weapon, double short katana, Sa and U, meaning left and right in Japanese. LL second weapon. Riffle with scope. LL personality. A chilled and laid-back person who might seem blur at first. Carries her double katana in a flute case. When in battle, her smart switch clicks and gives her team the best strategies to victory. Besides coming up with strategies, she uses her double short katana in close combat. Although she has a personalized custom-made riffle with scope, her enemies would run off out of target range before she could even pull the trigger, which is why they would put her on the front lines instead. LL dress code. Often in a t-shirt, shorts combo with slippers/black hoodie with a matching left neck glove. Skirts and black Converse with several reflective mirrors hanging around to blind her opponents, giving her the advantage when fighting. LL combat skill. Great in close combat, poor in long range. LL IQ. Excellent on the battlefield, not so much in daily life. LL attitude. Gets mad when enemies run off instead of fighting it out. Competitive in others. LL speed. Great on the legs, poor in triggering. LL favorite phrase. When plan A fails, there are 25 other plans. Author 2 name: Ginny LL assassin name. 009 pronounced as 009. LL nickname. Jin/99 LL weapon. Sniper LL second weapon. Dual guns. Kuro and Shiro, meaning black and white in Japanese. LL personality. A fun person at first sight, get on her nerves and you're dead. With a shoulder flip. Loud in person and very outgoing. She gets along with everyone even if she hates them. Her pride is as important as her sniper gun, which she keeps close even at school, hidden in a guitar case. Despite being a loud, outgoing girl, she turns quiet and gives an aura of intense concentration when on the battlefield. As a sniper, she conceals her presence in the shadows, but sometimes unconsciously does it outside the assassin world. She waits for her target like an eagle determined on a prey. She keeps it cool with lightheartedness like any sniper and shoots without hesitation. If found by another sniper, she changes her spot, but if found on a rooftop not too far, she uses her dual guns, which are at either legs. LL dress code. Loves mini skirts with Converse/leather hoodie with a skirt, tights, and boots. Straps of bullets hang around her upper body. 2 belts on her right thigh with Kuro on the upper belt, and 1 belt on her left thigh at the level between the other two with Shiro. LL combat skill. Excellent in both close combat and long range. LL IQ. Average level. LL attitude. Great to people outside the assassin world. Gives the evil eye to her opponents, which scares them to the fact they tremble, and she uses it sometimes when needed to obtain information for their missions. LL speed. Has good power in her knees to give herself a boost when running. LL favorite phrase. No such thing. Author 3 name: Harry LL assassin name. 2 bullet. LL nickname. Kai/bullet. LL weapon. Electric arrows. LL second weapon. Gun taser. LL personality. He can be called the opposite of Jin/99. He is very quiet and shy in person, but once on the battlefield, he is loud and gives it his all. However, get on his bad side and you'll find yourself gun tossed by the back. He is one of the smartest in his classes, preferably science and design and technology (D&T). He uses those skills to modify his electrical weapons. He is also interested in IT. Thus, he is a high-tech professor's assistant. He carries his weapons around wherever he is, for he's very protective of them. He hides them in a file bag, which he keeps close. His specialty is his right eagle eye, which always hits. He also prefers to attack from high ground and above. LL dress code. He is often in a white tee with a checkered jacket and jeans with matching Converse/black leather jacket with a white inner shirt, matching gloves and pants with belt boots. He carries hair gel in one of his pockets for his quiff hair. Carries his bow by the shoulder and a bag of arrows by the waist. Gun taser by the belt. LL combat skill. Good in close combat. Excellent for long range. LL IQ. Excellent. LL attitude. Shy in school and daily life / stern in battles to ensure the safety of his team. LL speed. He has an extra boost when jumping from high ground to higher ground. Fast enough to escape when needed. LL favorite phrase. Ugh, just do it. Author 4. Name. Luna LL assassin name. 50K LL nickname. Kathy LL weapon. Riffle with scope LL second weapon. Axe LL personality. A chill person at first sight, but she's a real lazy bum, especially at home. She is hungry 24/7 and is always snacking on a mission. She has skills on her axe, but needs more control sometimes. She works fast on missions, not to complete it swiftly, but to go home faster. She is happy-go-lucky, so nothing much bothers her, unless you take her food, even though she is known as the freeloader at school during recess. She may look like a nerd with her glasses on, but she's a great runner, and she's also a hardcore gamer. Her grades are average. She worries too much over little details, especially on tests, but overall, she's a fun person to be around. She carries her axe and riffle in a shoe bag big enough for 3 pairs at school. LL dress code. Likes to wear dark clothes accompanied by silver accessories. Recently dyed her hair with a lightish purple and has a half-shave style / gray sport hoodie with inner black sports tee and jogging pants to sum it up with her running shoes. Has her riffle slinged over her left shoulder, guitar style, and her axe hanging on her right, creating an X at her back. LL combat skill. Great for close combat, good for long-range. LL IQ. Average level. LL attitude. She can be quite crazy, jumping around. She likes to be thought of as an awesome bad girl. Forgives and forgets unless you take her food without permission. She'll get mad and you might not be able to talk to her for an entire week, especially boys. Overall, she's chilled unless something major happens. LL speed. Runs fast quietly, especially when jumping and landing. LL favorite phrase. I don't know. Author 5. Name. Tonks LL assassin name. Phantom LL nickname. Fan LL. Weapon. Sharp thrower. LL second weapon. Sharp sword. LL personality. She is often mistaken of her age due to her height, but she defies this limit by using it to her advantage. She is very shy and quiet around new people. You may find her loud and outgoing with people she's more comfortable with. At school, she likes to do her best, but sometimes it doesn't work out. Just like the rest of her teammates, she brings her weapons to school. On the battlefield, she is omni, meaning she can play any position as long as her throwing knives can do the distance. She is very detailed that she labels her knives and their purposes. She gives out an aura of bloodlust on every mission. Sometimes she even says things that are so not her, it's like another person is within her. Her specialty is her custom-made sword and knives. She also does poison, but not very often. She is a master of disguise. Her disguises help her in both daily life and in the assassin world. LL dress code. She likes to wear according to the event and to her mood, but she loves mini skirts and heels. Her closet is full, and so is her accessories box / her hair would be weaved with colored extensions. She wears a dark short dress accompanied tights and a black and white edged half hoodie, heel boots to give an edge. Her upper arms, thighs, and ankles each have a belt strap that is designed to hold knives. She wields her sword at the waist with a sash. LL combat skill. Excellent in both close combat and long range. LL IQ. Average level. LL attitude. Shy but outgoing, gets along with everyone, treats everyone as a friend. Never holds a grudge unless offended, and it gets way personal if you mess with the people she cares about, especially herself. She has stress problems given by her parents from time to time, hence her friends always invite her out to hang and relax. LL speed. Her stamina is limited, but she likes to push it to an incredible extent that she has to undergo muscle training to prevent strains. LL favorite phrase. Whatever. Team name. Night reappears. These took some time to complete, but please leave any comments if you have any remark. Not bad ones, hopefully. Carrot dash carrot, please excuse any mistakes you spot and leave me a message about it. I am human after all. Carrot dash carrot LL. Collaborating authors. Do leave me a message if you think there's something wrong with your character's personality. Smiley face. Chapter 1. Night reappears. We, the shadows of the night and yet almost ordinary people by day, are a group of assassins. The wind was blowing hard that night. It was so silent, almost like a ghost town. All the residents were asleep. 5 shadows were jumping from a rooftop to another at an incredible speed. They stopped abruptly at one of the tallest buildings. They looked at each other before giving a nod. They could understand each other with silence. Each of them took out a grappling hook gun and hooked onto the edge of the rooftop they were on. One by one, each of them dropped from the 30th-floor building and stopped at the 23rd floor windows. The wind blew and their hoods came off, leaving their hair playing with the night breeze. One of them took out a small double-edged diamond-shaped piece and aimed it near the latch. It broke through the window and pushed the latch open. Another reached through the hole, unlocked the other latch, slid open the window, and jumped in. The others followed after. Once they were all in the building, they retracted their hooks and made their way to the staircase. Halfway down, one of them stopped the others and pointed upwards. There was a security camera scanning around. A silent bullet was shot straight into the lens. Suddenly, voices could be heard. They peered into a half-open door at the 22nd level. All cleared. Of course, no one in the city is even awake. This deal is as good as sold. There were two men standing on either side of a table. After that statement, the five shadows heard laughter coming from them. They all put their hoods back on and was about to move out when suddenly a door on the other side opened. One of the shadows clicked their tongue in irritation. A man in a suit with bodyguards approached the two laughing men. "I assume you have the goods if you can laugh that happily," he said as he loaded his golden pistol and pointed it towards them. "Of course, it's right here," says the younger one as he hands over a metal suitcase. The man, still pointing the pistol, clicked his fingers as one of the bodyguards walked over and took the suitcase. He went down on one knee and raised the luggage above his head. "Cliché much," whispers one of the shadows to the others. The man opened the luggage and his brows raised. "That must be the heroin drug in the luggage. And what luck, we got 3 criminals," whispers another annoyed shadow. "But remember, code blue, gray, and black guys," whispers the third. "Very well, you shall get your reward," says the man as he snaps his fingers again. One of the bodyguard walks forward and opens a suitcase he was carrying. "There are 3,000 pounds and 250 packs of heroin in that room," exclaimed a fourth shadow. "On my count, guys," says the final shadow as the money suitcase was passed to the two men. "It was a pleasure doing business with you. 1. But I must be going, and so should you. 2. Before trouble arrives. 3. Too late, Mr. Evil and Rich," says the shadows as they jump out of their hiding spot. The two men looked shocked and quickly decided to make a run for it. "What are you all doing?" "Get them. They're just brats," says the man as he took out another pistol and started firing them. All 5 shadows dodged in different directions. "Bullet! 999! Take care of those two while the 3 of us handles these ruffians," shouts one of the shadows. The 2 nodded and chased after them. "Hey, try 50K. The 2 shadows turned at their names. "Up for some fun?" Thorns gave a thumbs up, and 50K said sure thing. The 3 of them got into a line, side by side. "Let's do this." Meanwhile, the chase was still ongoing by the stairs. "Hurry up, old man, you're slow," says one of the men, breathing heavily as he overtook the older man in front of him. "Must be hard running, right? Why don't you stop?" says 2 Bullet as he used his eagle eye to predict where to land and jump down the stairs, and he did land in front of the 2 surprised men. They turned around but to find 00909 pointing her dual guns at them. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. 2 Bullet took out his gun taser. They turned to face him. "Hey, wait a minute. You guys are just brats. Why should we even listen to you?" "Up with your hands," says 00909 in a dark voice. "Huh," they exclaimed. "You're just a..." She points her guns at their backs, stopping their sentence. They turned their heads and saw her giving the evil eye. They raised their hands immediately in fright as the suitcase dropped to the floor. 2 Bullet shot his gun taser at them, and they dropped to the ground unconscious. "It's going to be such a bother bringing these 2 fatties all the way down," says 00909 as she picked up the suitcase while 2 Bullet tied the 2 up. "I wonder how the others are doing." "Arg," says the final guard as he got stabbed in the side and dropped to his knees. Thorns pulled out her katana. She bent down and hit the nerve on his neck. He passed out instantly, joining his other comrades in the party of the unconscious. "That's all of them, and I got the suitcase," exclaims Thorns as she waves the suitcase and her red-stained double katana around. "Great! How about giving us a hand? Whoa, says 50K as she barely dodged a bullet. 50K and the last shadow had been dodging the rapid fire since the very beginning. Sure thing. As soon as I bandage and tie these guys up. Crap, says the man as he realized his men were down. Mr. Hong Li Chin, one of the richest of the rich, got his debut in marketing 6 years ago. We would have left you alone, says the final shadow as she slowly approached him and pulled her hood lower. You could practically see a dark aura spilling out of her. She slowly lifted her head and made eye contact with Mr. Hong, who was starting to shake before looking down again. That's personal information. How did you get that? He says as the hand holding the pistol started to shake. Oh, you've made her mad, says 50K as she took out her rifle and carefully aimed at his legs. Arg, he cries in pain. Nobody gets through it alive with her in that state. But you should be more aware with your own surroundings, says Thorns as she stabbed her katana into the middle of his body and pulling out as fast. Arg, says Mr. Hong as he leaned onto the table for support. The final shadow was still slowly approaching with a dark aura towards the now frightened Mr. Hong Li Chin. If you hadn't started making money with drugs and getting away with it, do you know how many people have died because of you? Oh, wait, you don't. She continues as she stops, now directly in front of him. Cause, you're just a money-making lowlife, using the money that was obtained from driving people to insanity to bring a table of joy to your family. He widened his eyes at the sound of his family. The final shadow looked him straight into the eye. Don't worry, your family will know of your crime. Soon will the police and the news. The entire country, exclaims the shadow as she pulled out her sword swiftly. Any last words? Who are you? Who are all of you? He stutters. Us? No one in particular, she says as the other two gathered around him. Just a bunch of high school kids, says 50K, with a mission, continued Thorns. But since these are your very final words, we'll answer them. I am Phantom, and the 5 of us, said Phantom as she suddenly stops, are the Night Reapers, the 3 of them said together. Phantom pierced her sword into his heart. Area, his face now pale as a sheet, dropped along with his body. And with that, everything came to an end. That night, 5 shadows drew back into the dark as dawn came. The police were shocked about their discovery. 2 men whom were long-termed criminals were found at the bottom of the stairs. 5 guards were found wounded and unconscious. And a man in a suit in a serious pit, and beside him were the initials, and a piece of paper written in red with peace has been brought, evil has been taken out. All of them were arrested and treated at a nearby hospital. A mansion on the very north side of the country had received a black letter. Far away on another building were 5 figures, standing with the dusk of dawn. You didn't hit any vital points, did you? Questioned 2 Bullet. The 3 shook their heads. You got the suitcases? Thorns and 009 both raised their right hand, which were holding the suitcases. Good then, let us return to base. However, Fan, don't you feel like you forgot something? I mean, the job ended a little fast today, said 2 Bullet. All 4 of them looked at her. Phantom just shrugged her shoulders and said, whatever, it can't matter that much, as long as our job is done. And with that, 5 figures jumped from building to building and came to a stop at a helicopter. They climbed up, and it took off into the east dawn. Disclaimer. Any name/character/feature has nothing to do with real life. It's just purely coincidence. Hey, how was the first chap? Too aggressive? Too many English errors? I feel great because I was able to do this chap in just one night with some writer's block here and there, 3 to 5 hours to be exact. But I was able to get it done today, and that's what's important. Laughing face. Got any comments? Leave it down below. Smiley face. Chapter 2. Night Reapers' Daily Lives. Asterisk ring. Asterisk when the school bell. It was that time of a school day. Recess. Students came flooding out onto the hallway and stairs to the canteen. In that crowd were 5 peculiar students whom were unusually casual on the period where most rushed. All carried an item that looked weird on the outside, but the insides are a mystery. One carried a guitar case while another a flute. The third had a shoe bag, and the fourth a file one. The final one carried a rolled-up case. Finally, I wasn't sure how long I was going to last in math class, It was bad enough that the day started with English lessons. Luna exclaims as she stretches out her tired arms. Says the girl whom was hardly paying any attention to the verbs, tenses, and equations, added in Ginny. The whole group cracked up. What's after recess? Science? Hermione questioned. No, it's geography. Get the difference already, answered Harry. Guys, shouldn't we get a move on? We all know we can make it to class in less than 2 minutes, but we need time to eat, right? Especially someone. Tonks said as she eyed Luna. Everyone laughed out loud again. Ha, Kathy does eat slow, doesn't she? Ginny laughed. Hey guys, 15 minutes have already passed. We only got 20 minutes left. Can we pick up the pace? Hermione says as she started to walk faster than the rest of her friends. The four looked at each other and grinned. They all started to run towards the canteen. Race you there, they shout as they ran past Hermione. Hey, no fair. 5 ordinary students at an ordinary school living very ordinary lives. That's what others see, but there's more to them that meets the eye. Inside that guitar case wasn't a guitar, but a snipping riffle and a pair of dual guns. The flute case, not a flute, but a double katana and a riffle with scope. The shoe bag, too, had a riffle with scope, but with an axe. The file bag had a few tools in it along with a foldable bow with arrows and a gun taser. And last but not least, the rolled-up case was contained with nothing but throwing knives of different shapes and sizes. These 5 13-year-olds were not that ordinary on the inside. They were night reapers. No matter what time of the day it is, they head out to accomplish the goal given to them, whenever. No one knows a thing, not even the people close to them. Clones are activated if needed to ensure suspicions do not rise. Connections are also used. However, everyone thinks that they are the bad guys as they kill the good guys. These good people actually do dirty business behind the scenes, and it's the night reapers' job to take care of it, especially not leaving any evidence behind. You could say they are mystery heroes, but they weren't together at the beginning. Each of them came from a different background. They were all found by the boss himself, and were all taken in by some sort of company known as Featherwind. A magazine company on the outside, an assassin base on the inside. Everyone calls the boss Ed. Ed was a good man that could be a little cuckoo sometimes. Most assassins whom worked longer than the night reapers in the field found him a little mad to bring 5 young kids in for recruitment. But no one knows how he got them, except him and his assistant, Susan. However, these 5 young kids, whom were younger than the other assassins in at least 6 years no less, ranks went flying out of the roof as their capabilities zoned off the charts. They may have been young, but they've got agility, speed, stamina, power in the brains. In every different training session, they would show their best in their own ways. Soon, Ed had found their specialty and had them train in that mostly whilst training for other basic moves. One was agile in close combat and puts both her hands to good use. Another had an ability to lurk in the shadows and attack in silence. The third had an amazing eyesight and worked best with far shots. The fourth aims with skill and puts up a fight. The last had steady arms and flexible wrists. These 5 were special in their own way, but they worked together best. Beep, 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 everyone's phone started to buzz. Everyone took a sneak peek at their phones, being careful that there were no teachers looking. Oh my God, are you kidding me? Exclaims Ginny when she saw the message. Really? At a time like this? Does he have any idea where we are and what time it is? Says Tonks. Looks like we gotta go, Harry said as he started to pack his things. Wait, what are we going to tell to our teacher? All 5 of us can't just disappear at the same time, exclaims the nervous Hermione. She'll try. He got us into this. He'll get us out of this. Now, let's go. Luna drags Hermione along as the 5 of them exited the school in secret. A car was waiting for them near the front gates. They got in without hesitation. Along the trip, they got changed, and as the car came to a stop in an empty field, there was another transport waiting for them, a helicopter. Well, this is a daily hassle, says Tonks as the 5 of them got into the helicopter. And a bad addition to our report cards, added Ginny. And so, their daily lives were intrigued with danger almost every single day. Leaving their lives eventful. 10 Uhr 5 morgens, message from Ed. To Thorns 09, 2 bullet 50K Phantom, blue alert. A black market deal is going on in the dark alley streets of New York. If the deal is done, many will pay the price with their lives. Stop the deal, and have a lot of them arrested by the police. I repeat, blue alert. So no killing, just injured is fine. A car is waiting near the front gates. It'll take you to a field. You guys know what to do after. Winky face. Peter, don't worry about anything else, I'll take care of it. Hey peeps, how's this chapter? I know it took very long to publish, but here it is. This is like there's someone explaining their lives and showing how typical it is. Yeah, so basically, that's their daily lives. The next few chapters will be their daily lives being conflicted with missions, and I'll soon be writing their individual paths for a deeper understanding and feel of the story. The next chapter would probably take a long while. _LL, but till then, stay tuned. Peace, Author Angel. Chapter 3, A New Friend, Part 1. Tonks/Phantom POV. All of us were in the same house, like always after school. Except this time, Ed was here. Behind him was a boy about 2 years older than us. Everyone shot daggers at him, not willing to let their guard down despite him being older than us. He looked a little taken aback at where Ed has brought him, but was clearly trying to keep calm. 009 was sitting with her legs crossed, up on a table and leaning against the chair that was balancing on its 2 back legs, polishing her sniper rifle. Thorns was sitting on the sofa, sharpening her katanas on a coffee table. 50K was using the computer, but immediately shut it off after Ed came in. Some things can't be shared even if it's the boss. 2 Bullet was seated at a rounded table that was covered in tools with his bow and arrows and gun taser in the center. I was sitting cross-legged by the window, playing with a knife in my right hand and holding up my phone in my left. All eyes were on the man and teenage boy that had just entered the room. A few more seconds of starring daggers later, Ed finally broke the silence. Not quite the welcoming community that I was expecting. He said as he walked towards the center of the room, with the boy following him like a lost puppy. But truth be told, who wouldn't be in this situation? Who's that? Thorns questioned. A member of the company. Ed simply replied. Everyone's eyes loosened up, but now instead of killer daggers, they're curious blades. This here, he gestured to the boy that was now standing next to him, is Draco. He then slowly pointed at the gear he was wearing. His specialty is fire attacks. These bottles are filled with flammable liquid and gas. He has a blowtorch, a lighter, and matches. Any flammable item that you can think of, he has it. Basically, he attacks with fire. And 09 said clearly, impatient of why. We all were, but she took the first approach. And Ed said, emphasizing the word, he's here on suspension. Silence broke through the room. What does that have to do with us? I said, breaking the silence. Yeah, why am I here, and what do I have to do with them? Draco finally spoke up after the past minutes. Wait, who are them? He asked dumbfounded. We're the Knight reappears Draco. You've never heard of us? 2 Bullet questioned him with a hint of sarcasm. Ed sighed. Draco here is on suspension for breaking Rule 23 from the book, Fire Attacks. And what is Rule 23? 50K asked. When fire blowing, be aware of your surroundings and make sure you've got the space and air. Answered Draco, guilt clear in his voice. Draco here added a little too much heat and had put Big Ben through a meltdown. Ed said, trying to hide his laughter. Big Ben? The Big Ben of London? Thorns asked. Turns out the cogs in Ben aren't very heat-resistant despite working 24/7. Ed said as he put a London newspaper on the dining table. Everyone crowded around. The front cover page's title was in bold red. Big Ben stopped moving on Tuesday morning at 0012. Police discovered melted cogs inside. Construction is being undergone for repair. Culprit is unknown. Like I said, what does it have to do with us? I repeated, slightly annoyed. You reapers are going to take care of him for a while till he's too weak. Suspension is off. That includes on missions. Ed said in his boss tone. What? Everyone, including Draco, exclaimed. Why do we reapers need to care of him? I insisted. In this country, I am the boss. In London, there's a different boss, his name's Gred. However, the data shared in the head computers of anywhere are the same. He was looking through the data and found you guys, the Knight reapers, in the list of best teams. He then contacted me to let you guys take him in for his suspension. It's also dangerous for him to be out and about there in London. Basically, he assumed that since you guys are the best, You would be able to take him under your wings for these 2 weeks, starting tomorrow, explained Ed. I'm really sorry about this. Draco apologized. Silence filled the room. Well, let's just see how it goes. This could work out for either of you, Ed suggested. Everyone gave it a thought and nodded. By the way, Draco, you will go to their school as an exchange student. You are still undergoing education after all. Draco gave a nod to Ed's words. Sometimes I wonder how a powerful man in control of a large scale can be this unserious. Ed has just left us with a boy 2 years older than us to take care of. See you, Ed waved before exiting out the front door. Wait, Ed. You're leaving me with these key dash, Draco started to question, but came to a stop. At the sound of the word kids, everyone pointed their weapons at him. He jumped. Guys, you're leaving me with these guys? Draco stuttered, his voice weak, trying to correct his earlier mistake. Ed's head suddenly popped through the front door. By the way, Draco, they don't like being called. His voice trailed off as his eyes took in the scene before him. Never mind, I see that you know that now, Ed said before disappearing behind the door again. Rule 1, I said, getting his attention. Do not, and I repeat, do not call us kids. Voice cold before putting on a warm smile. Let's get you settled and then, bullet if you will, I said as I signaled them to put down their weapon. Draco looked a little pale, but I had to give him a warning. It was for his own good that he doesn't get onto any of our nerves. After 2 Bullet had settled Draco in, everyone gathered in the living room. Each of us settled into a seat of choice. Let's go through the data we have for tomorrow's mission for now, I instructed as I distributed files to each of them. Target is Lucius, a writer on the outside, a hacker on the inside. His ability to write good stories is due to his hacking abilities to limited websites. His big kill is tomorrow at 1,700 hours. His target, the government's files. These files are only limited to the minister himself. Things can go terribly upside down if in the wrong possession. I read out loud to the group. In the corner of the house, Draco was standing by the top of the stairs, watching the group of his caretakers. Author's note. Hey guys, sorry that this took so long to post, but this is just part 1 as I realized that the whole thing is too long. Thus CHP for will be a new friend, part 2. Till then stay tuned, smiley face. Peace. Author Angel. All rights reserved. Any similarities are just pure coincidence. Chapter 4. A new friend, part 2. / Draco POV. Oh my god. I'm supposed to live here with these kids? This is so not happening. I laid on the bed, trying to clear my thoughts. I had already put away my weapons, so it was more comfortable to lie. I stopped midway. Wait, how good are they anyway? They didn't even introduce themselves properly. I got up and exited the guest room, hoping to talk to them. When I reached the stairway, I felt a powerful aura. I looked down below into the living room. They were seated around the coffee table. Each of them were holding a file. One of the girls was reading out something to them, but I was too far to hear. I took this chance to observe them. They were all serious in their own ways. I could sense bloodlust in their eyes. After a few more minutes, they got up and went back to doing their own business. I quickly went back to my room, hoping that none of them realized that I was there. I opened the door and walked in, closing the door after. I jumped in surprise when I turned around. There sitting on my bed was the boy that showed me up. Whoa! Harry / 2 Bullet POV. Whoa! He jumped back in surprise at the sight of me. How did you get here so fast? Draco questioned me. By so fast, I assume you were watching our meeting, I asked, tapping my knee. To be honest, I was trying to hide my heavy breathing, as I actually had to get up here at almost light speed. Let me introduce myself. Name's 2 Bullet. My real name is Harry. I introduced myself as I motioned him to sit on the armchair opposite me. I'm pretty sure you must have noticed already that I'm the only guy in the group, but I don't really mind. My specialty attack is bow, an arrow, but not just normal arrows, arrows that shock. I own tools that I use to modify whatever I can. My skills and knowledge for modifying comes from 2 of my favorite subjects at school, science and design and technology, or known as D&T. I'm also interested in IT, so I'm actually a professor's assistant. I continued as Draco listened attentively. Let me just say this first, I'm not this outgoing at school. I prefer to be quiet there. I say, struggling with one of the words, and unless you like to annoy me, I won't tase you with my taser. I smiled. What about you? Suddenly the door slammed open. and at the entrance stood 009. Ever heard of knocking? I say. Ever had the time to check your watch? She replied. It's lunchtime, and you two are late. Everyone is half done with their food. I looked up at the clock. 1:30 p.m. Lunch started at 1:15 p.m. Oh wow. Time sure flies by when you chat. Come on, Draco. I heard we're having pasta. I got up and walked towards the door, with Draco following behind. Luna/50K POV. I watched as the three of them walked down the stairs. He looked so out of place behind 009 and 2 Bullet. Late for lunch, I see. I say, as I ate a mouthful of pasta. 2 Bullet shrugged and sat down opposite me, with Draco beside him. Phantom came up and set down plates of pasta for them. Glad I made extra, she says as she walked back to the kitchen before coming back with drinks for everyone. She sat back at her seat beside 009. 2 Bullet immediately tucked in, but Draco just stared at the food. What's wrong? I ask as I take another mouthful. You don't like it? Draco shook his head. No, it's just that it's been a long time since I had home-cooked food. Back in London HQ, everyone just buys. No one really had the time to cook, unless you count cup noodles, he explains. Well, here we cook, it's healthier too. So you better enjoy these 2 weeks. I winked before going back to my meal. Oh, by the way, come to the living room an hour after lunch. We're going to the mall? Draco nodded before finally digging in. Too bad he can't stay longer. Draco. I looked at myself in the mirror. Was that really me? I was dressed in a white t-shirt and jeans. I had on some Converse and a jacket. I also had some black punk bracelets around my right wrist and a chain around my neck. On my right earlobe, I had a clip-on pierce. I found the accessories unnecessary, but they insisted that it'll complete the look. It suits you. I turned to see 2 Bullet leaning by the doorway. 2 Bull Dash, she cut me off. We're friends now, no need for those names. Use my real one. Okay. Thanks for the clothes and accessories, Harry. My clothes would only be arriving tomorrow afternoon. But compared to me, you look amazing. I say. What? Amazing? Nah, this is my normal dressing. And your clothes are just something I found online, and they were too big for me. You can keep them if you'd like. He brushed off. He was dressed in a gray t-shirt with a red checkered shirt as outerwear. He also had on beige pants and black, sporty shoes. Silver bracelets were on his wrist, and chains were hanging around his neck and waist. So you ready? You were looking in the mirror for pretty long, he laughed. I picked up my bag. Yeah, I'm ready. Just wasn't used to the dress code. Damn, these kids have style. I followed him downstairs where the rest were waiting. Shit, why do they dress so nice here? I feel so out. But Lily could learn. Something's here. They're down. I heard one of them say, and I realized she was the one whom talked to me during lunch. I realized that only 2 people were there. She had on a black crop top with long sleeves that said nerd across and a black miniskirt. Her glasses were rimmed with blue sparkles which matched her blue Converse that had a blue sparkling star at the side. She also had a choker with the charm yin yang around her neck. You guys are slow, the other said, and it was the one whom called us down for lunch. She was wearing a white sleeveless crop top that had an alien face on it. Around it were words that said, I don't believe in humans in caps. She also had on jean shorts that were accompanied with black short boots. A cross necklace around her neck matched the cross teal strap bracelets on her left wrist. Let's go. Tonks and Hermione are waiting outside. We exited the mansion and walked out to the porch. Harry, locking the door behind him. It was a great weather, perfect for the day. I then remembered that one of them said that the other 2 were outside. I looked around but saw no one. If you're looking for them, they're on the roof. Harry pointed upwards, and I followed his gaze. Sure enough, up on the roof were the 2 girls chatting. Tonks, Hermione, let's go, the girl with the nerd shirt shouted. The 2 of them jumped off the roof and landed with ease. Let's go. And so everyone walked to the mall with me following behind. Hey, I looked up to see one of the girls that were on the roof. Tonks/Phantom POV. Hey, I greeted him, matching his pace of walk. I don't think we haven't introduced ourselves yet. Well, except the time I warned you, and I'm pretty sure Kahi has already warmed up to you. He looked at me with blank eyes, looking slightly confused. For now, call me Tonks. That's Luna, Ginny, Hermione, and of course Harry. I pointed to them one by one, introducing our real names. He nodded as a reply. So, what's your name? All heads turned to look at Draco. Are you Vinci? Well, nice to meet you, Vince. Let's have a nice 2 weeks together. I held out my hand to welcome him. He hesitated first, but slowly he shook my hand. How about some Starbucks? Sure, he replied. We walked down the streets and got to the mall. We were chatting casually till I saw a sight that had just ruined our day. I put up my hand, which signaled them to stop walking. Icky emergency, people. It's the Icky Three. All eyes followed my gaze, which rested upon 3 figures walking towards us. They were the Icky girls, at least that's what we call them. They think they're always better than others without sparing a thought for their feelings. Just because of their try-too-hard figures and overdone makeup with clothes 2 sizes too small. All they even eat is salad and water. Otherwise, they work themselves to the bone for any other extra fat in foods other than salad. I don't even know why people socialize with them. Who are they? Vince asked. People you shouldn't get involved with. Make sure you stay with us at all times. Harry sneered. Let's walk the other way around. Luna say as we all turn around. Hermione/Thorne's POV. I looked around our table. Everyone was enjoying their Starbucks as we talked and laughed. If only time could stand still like this. Try TRI. I felt my eardrums scream. Ow! What? I jump on my chair. We're heading to the sports store. You gonna get up or what? Ginny was directly in front of me. Everyone had already got up. Sorry, I spaced out. I say as I got up, and we started walking towards the sports section. I look upon the shelves of running shoes. That is way too many to try in one day. I was sitting with Luna by the chair. I had paid for mine long ago, but Luna insists on trying on as many as she can to find the perfect one for jumping off roofs and landing smoothly. Her words, not mine. I sighed. Cat, are you done yet? It's 3:45, and we're supposed to meet at 4:15. Even the others are done with their own shopping. You just give me a sec. Suddenly she gasped. I found it. This is perfect. Come on, let's go. She was holding up a pair of purple running shoes with neon straps. But that looks like your other pair. I state. No, the other pair is blue, and this is purple. With 65% more friction, she protests. And I'll just get Kai to add in the other 35% and jumping boost with rubber soles for more friction when landing, but the front will have a smooth sole instead for less friction when I run and land. Luna excitedly explains as the both of us headed to the cafe that we promised to meet everyone at. Hi, my name is Emily. May I be of service? A cheery girl wearing her waitress uniform greeted us at the doorway. Yes, our friends are already at a table, and we'd like to join them. Luna replied. Ah, you must be the ones this way, please. She led us to the back of the cafe and stopped at a booth. There we saw the others. We thanked her before proceeding. Oh, look, the other losers arrived. Looks like the gang's all here. The 2 of us turned around and saw the Icky Three. Ew, why are you here? I whined. Try. Ignore them. But Jen, I started to protest. Ignore them, Ginny said slowly this time, emphasizing the ignore and giving me the eye. Yes. I sighed in annoyance before replying. Emily, Tonks called out, raising her hand to signal her to take our order. We'll have 1 green tea, 1 orange juice, 2 Coke, 2 chocolate drinks. We'll order our food later. Emily jotted down our orders before heading to the kitchen. Coming right up. After a few minutes, she returned with our drinks. Here you go, she said before tending to another table. Ugh, that cheery girl is so yuck, said Emma, one of the 3. I bet on the inside, she wants to be a real model, like us. Keelia commented while flipping her hair. Totally. If she's jealous, then green is sewer color. Laughed Betty. I clicked my tongue in annoyance. They kept exchanging insults with 2 high-pitched laughs. I couldn't take it anymore. I stood up, but suddenly I felt something cold brush against my cheek. Ah! I turned and saw a butter knife stuck on the wall beside the Icky Three, and a little bit of their hair was on the table. Their faces were utter shock. I turned the other way and noticed that Tonks had just thrown the butter knife at them and is sipping her drink as if nothing happened. I awkwardly sat back down. Suddenly my phone buzzed, or should I say the booth did. I jumped a little before reaching into my back pocket to take out my phone. It was about that mission. Ginny/009 POV. My phone buzzed in my hand. It was a message of that mission. Guys, we all shared a look. We don't even need a guess. Harry states, "It's been broken through." Hermione's words were alarmed. Ding. You know what that means. Luna says as everyone stood up. Tonks raised up her hand. "Bill, please." We ran out of the cafe, after paying, but I noticed in the corner of my eye that Hermione looked proud and relieved at the same time. I chose to pretend I didn't saw it and ran a little faster. "So, what's this?" Vince asked. "Plan B." I answered. What happened to Plan A? Sank like the Titanic. We ran all the way home, not losing breaths as we were very trained in fitness. All of us quickly changed into our assassination clothes and grabbed our weapons before heading up to the roof. I'll go through the details as we get to the helicopter. Tonks say as she jumped roof after roof with us following behind. The city was slowly covered in an orange-blue hue as the sun set. Author's note. Hi readers, I am so sorry for late update. Writer's block has been a bigger pest than usual, and my manager keeps pushing me to finish it. And I promised a friend I would release it by Friday night. Ding. Success. It's 11:50 p.m. Just made it. Smiley face. Now for homework. Wink with a frown. Chapter 5. Enemies. In the basement of a tall tower, sounds of running footsteps echoed throughout the metal halls. The night reapers were running at top speed towards the main office. If they didn't hurry, a new chemical would be exposed to the world. They soon reached an iron door with a lock. Voices could be heard. Going through the front wouldn't be smart nor safe. Bullet looked around and noticed the air vent. He pointed upwards for the rest to see. Everyone nodded as Bullet started unscrewing the screws off the air vent and carefully pushing the cover through. Suddenly, a voice could be heard. "Quick, this way. If they didn't hurry, they'll get caught." Everyone jumped into the air vent before closing it back. All 5 froze as they saw the guards directly under them. They had barely made it. Quickly, they crawled north to the main office. Once above the office, they watched from above. There were 5 men standing in a row, each holding a test tube of different colored liquid in them. There were 3 other men on the opposite side, facing the 5. The reapers immediately recognized their targets, the same one that had tricked them. In the center was Lucius, flipping through some documents. By his right was his assistant, an accomplice to the crime, and by the left was a man in a lab coat taking down notes, probably works there and not hired personally, but still an accomplice. "Down the hatch, boys." Lucius snickered. All 5 put the test tube to their lips. After drinking them to the very last drop, the effect started to kick in. One guy fell to the floor screaming in pain. Another had foam forming out of his throat. The third was hitting his chest repeatedly, as if he was choking on something. The fourth had an instant scream of pain and immediately stopped moving. The fifth was rubbing his eyes so hard, tears were falling out and blood was spilling out of his mouth. The very sight was nasty, and yet Lucius didn't even flinch. He passed the document file to his assistant as he observed them. Then he calmly told the guy taking notes, "It's the 4th one." Then he turned to his assistant. "With this, it'll be a huge success." They high-fived. 009 clicked her tongue in annoyance. That gave Phantom the signal that she can't take it anymore. Phantom took out a tiny ball from her belt, removed the pin before dropping it in the slits of the air vent. As it dropped to the floor, smoke started to fill the room. "What?" Lucius quickly covered his mouth and started to cough. The reapers took this confused moment to jump in. They didn't bother with the other 5 as they were already dying from what they drank. "How nice of you to drop in," Lucius said sarcastically, but he trailed off. Not knowing who they were, his face was soon covered in confusement. 009 face-bombed. "Reapers night. Reapers. We are in the news every single week, and you're telling me you don't know us? I'm pretty sure we're quite famous," she exclaimed. "Literally, we did drop in, but technically, you should have invited us." 50K spitefully said. Suddenly, the door bust open. Guards came in, surrounding them. 12 guards, 5 assassins, 3 targets, 1 goal. 99, and I will take care of the guards. Fan and 50K will take on the targets while Bullet goes through the data. And have pizza afterwards? Thorns murmured to herself about the calculations part, then telling the others of the next part, and exclaimed the last part. "Sure, we could go after school," Phantom suggested. 3 seconds later, the fight broke out. 3 guards tried to run over and protect the targets, but were stopped short by 009. Sorry, not sorry, but you're with us, she simply said before elbowing one in the ribs. He bent over in pain, and she used this opportunity to kick him towards the other two, whom fell flat at the sudden heavy weight on top of them. The shock crushed their bones. The guy on top immediately got up and charged towards her with a knife. He strikes, she dodges. In that same second, she grabbed him by the shoulder and flipped him over onto his back hard. Nice, Thorne said as she looked at the now group of 6 weight. She turned to. C3 had passed them and were now fighting with Phantom and 50K. Damn, it's she thought. Hey little girl, are you lost? Put your hands up and we won't hurt you. 2 guards approached, gun in hand. Try me, Thorns said, standing casually and crossing her arms with a smirk playing on her lips. The guards were taken a little aback, but quickly regained their footing before taking aim. 2 shots echoed in the large office. Thorns easily dodged their bullets. More were shot. She took a step forward under the bullet's path. In one swift moment, she was directly in front of them. She stabbed them in the heart with her katanas before jumping back as the bodies fell to the floor. Suddenly, she was surrounded by the remaining guards with Ginny. For left. She turned to look at Ginny. She nodded. They stood back to back. Ginny took out her dual guns while Thorns took out her rifle. Let's play. They swiftly shot the 4 remaining guards. They noticed in the corner of their eye, Lucius and his assistant was getting away with the files. The man in the lab coat was lying on the floor, the coat stained. Right next to the man was an unconscious guard. Phantom and 50K were still fighting the 2 guards. The one whom 50K was fighting off kept trying to get to 2 Bullet, whom was still at the computer. They jumped into their fight. He's getting away. You 2 get him while we handle this, Thorne said as she and Ginny pushed them out of their fight and fought in their place. They nodded and ran off to the exit. Phantom clicked on her earpiece. Draco, you're on. You know how they look like? Guards are probably with them. They're heading west. Be careful. We're on our way. Roger, Draco replied. At the West Tower, Lucius, his assistant, and the guards came to a stop in the hallway. Their path blocked by a 15-year-old with a mask that only covered the lower part of his face, his orange fringe covering his eyes. He slowly looked up with yellow gold eyes, so hard that it was like stone. Get him, Lucius muttered under his breath. The 5 guards charged towards him. Draco ran towards them, dodged their attacks, and sprayed them with one of the cans he had on his belt. They were soaked head to toe with gasoline. Clink! The can drops to the floor. Draco clinked his teeth and blew. A little fire appeared out of his mouth as if he was a dragon. Night! He grinned. He inhaled a deep breath before clinking hard and exhaled a breath of fire at them. They instantly caught on fire. They tried to roll on the ground to put it out, but to no avail. What he had attached to his teeth were a pair of lighting tonsils in cube form. They stuck on like braces. Lucius immediately fled at the sight. His assistant stumbled and fell, but received no help from Lucius. Draco held the assistant down as he called back. Target is out of my range. I've got the accomplice held. Target headed east this time. To the roof. He hanged up before a reply could be made. Now, tell me what you know, and maybe I'll spare you, Draco said to the assistant, holding him up by his collar. East roof. Lucius repeatedly clicked the up button of the lift. The lift was slowly coming, as if taking its own sweet time. Lucius heard running footsteps around the corner. He clicked the button even more. Eventually he gave up. He turned to use the stairs. The reapers got a glance of him, just as he turned the corner. There! 09 pointed. They quickly dispersed themselves. 50K and 2 Bullet would take the stairs behind Lucius, Phantom, and Thorns. Will use their grappling hooks to climb and reel themselves from the window to the roof. 009 will take the lift that had just arrived. This way he won't be able to go back down and he'll be surrounded. All at once, broken pieces of glass lay on the floor. Rapid footsteps echo and the doors of the lift closed. Lucius hurried up, not caring about his rapid heart beating. He locked the door after slamming it open. He gasped as he turns. There by the edge of the roof was Phantom and Thorns. He ran for the lift, but the minute the doors opened, there standing was 009. He tried to unlock the staircase, but it was already broken into by 2 Bullet and 50K. They backed him into the center of the roof. He held onto the files closely as they surrounded him. Hand it over. Phantom approached. Never. He took out a 9mm pistol, but none of them flinched. With this, I'll succeed. I'll be the best writer in the world. No one will not buy my books. I'll be rich. His eyes glinted with arrogance. Last chance, JL. Give us the file. 2 Bullet stepped forward. No. He shot his pistol at 2 Bullet, but of course he'd miss in that rush. Everyone took out their weapons. Phantom went in and slashed his arms, causing him to drop the file. 50K swooped down to pick up the file, but Lucius raised a leg, blocking her path. Thorn shot his legs with her rifle, causing him to fall backwards by the impact. 50K quickly grabbed the file before jumping away from the fight, keeping the file far from him. 009 and Phantom approached the living body that was slowly bleeding. I'm afraid we'll need these. Phantom was holding up 2 rings in her right hand. His eyes widened as he struggled to get up. 1 ring bore his name. Another was given to him by the company he worked for as a token. 50K held up the file. And this is good night from us to you. Remember us in your next life. And with that, 009 had shot Lucius. Everyone did a group high five. 2 Bullet called Draco. Mission success. Meet us on the roof. Everyone pulled down their hoods that had been covering their heads the whole time. They let the breeze cool their sweat. Draco jumped up from the edge of the roof. Wow, are all your missions like that? He asked whilst removing his mask and hood, revealing his sweaty hair. Usually they don't backfire and they're more intense. Sometimes. 009 answered. 009, we're leaving soon, so would you please? Thorns gestured to the body. Oh, right. She smeared her 4 fingers in the target's blood. She drew their mark beside Lucius's body before placing an envelope beside. Draco's face looked a little pale. Do you have to do that? He asked, disgusted. It's a thing now, and the one who does the final blow gets the honors. 009 say as she got up. Let's go, I got the data. Phantom has the rings, 50K has the file, and 009 has done the honors. 2 Bullets say as he turned around, ready to go. Wait, Thorns called out. She bent beside the body as she picked up his 9mm pistol. Can't leave. Evidence. She waved it around. Everyone pulled back their hoods as they started making their way back to the house. Who knew a mission would be within 150 kilometers range from home? 50K mused. Jumping roof to roof, they jumped through the silent night. When they were within a few more jumps from their own roof, dawn broke through the night sky. The sky turned from purple to crimson as the 6 admired the view. When the sun was about half rised, 2 Bullets suddenly exclaimed, "Shoot! School starts in 45 minutes. Everyone quickly hurried back into the house to change and refresh. After getting ready and helping Draco for his first day, they ran all the way to school, exhausted but relieved as the last bell rang when they entered the building. So close, so close. Hermione said as she tried to catch back her breath. Yeah, but we still have these on us. Harry say as he showed his thumb drive, Tonks the rings and Luna the file. Hermione gasped. The 9mm pistol was in her bag. Oh no. What are we going to do? Vince asked. For now, nothing. Luna say as she tucked her hair behind her ear. Let's get you settled in first. They brought Vince to the 3rd level where there were 2 people holding up signs with Vince's name. These are our seniors whom will be taking care of you in their class while we're in ours. You're older than us. After all, we'll meet here at the same spot when break comes. We'll accompany you, otherwise don't move. Harry says, let's go, we're late. Ginny pushed everyone towards the stairway. By Vince, they say in unison. Hi Vince, I'm John, and this is my twin sister, Jenna. John introduced him and his sister. They held out their hands for him to shake. He took them. We hope you enjoy these 2 weeks with us. Jenna say with a smile. Meanwhile, the other 5 were sliding down the handles of the stairway towards the 1st level. They slid into their classroom, just as their math teacher, Miss Lee, greeted the class. Late again? Miss Lee questioned with a raised eyebrow. All for one. One for all? Hermione say, awkwardly. Get to your seats. I'm handing back your math quiz today. Miss Lee said before turning to the whiteboard to write down the answers. They sat at their seats, which were, of course, near each other. They picked up the quiz that were on their desk. Same score. All right, let's begin. Okay, class, settle down. Mr. Sim clapped his hands together. We have a new student with us, starting from today for 2 weeks. An exchange. Student, someone raised their hand. Yes, now Vince, please introduce yourself. Vince stepped forward, clearing his throat. Hi, I'm Vince, and I'm from London. I'll be joining this class for the next 2 weeks as an exchange student. I hope to get along with all of you. Very nice, Vince. Your seat shall be beside John. Vince walked along to the back of the class. He noticed in the corner of his eye, a foot stuck out, its purpose clear. He continued walking. When he reached the foot, not only did he step on it, he whispered to its owner sarcastically, "Oops, my bad," with a small smirk. He sat down in his seat as Mr. Sim started talking about core values. Dude, why'd you do that? That's Dudley, also known as Bull for his tremendous bullying. Even teachers turn a blind eye. He is so after you now, and don't you dare get me involved. John said before going back to his notes. Relax, I got this. Vince simply replied. The only big bull I know is Leo. The bell finally rang to mark break. Everyone rushed forward, but 5 went upwards. Vince leaned on the wall by the staircase as he waits for his friends, eyes glued to the screen of his phone. HM? The light around him darkened slightly. Someone was approaching him, 3 someones. He watched as 2 of the shadows raised their hands. So cliché, but might as well have fun whilst I wait. He walked towards the staircase, faking not knowing about the people behind him, and stopped at the very edge, pretending to check his phone again. Then he felt it, the slight movement in the air. He swiftly moved aside as 2 people went tumbling down the stairs in shock. He raised his arm and then 2 fingers behind him to stop the bucket of dirty water from spilling on him. Oops, I seem to make enemies easily, he said as he turned around to face Dudley, whose face was full of frustration. Ugh, how did you know I was behind you? Dudley asked in anger. Skills. Vince shrugged. Vince, he turned around to see the 5 friends standing behind him. Well, gotta go? Let's play again next time. Vince turned on his heel and let go of the bucket he was still holding up. The water spilled slightly onto Dudley's shoes. Dudley gritted his teeth as he watched Vince join the 5. Better watch out, new kid, he muttered under his breath before walking away. His 2 companions behind him. Author's note. Hi peeps. Late again, but I've had the time recently, so this one finished faster than I intended. I actually rewrote the whole plot when one of my friends pointed out a mistake I made. The next one would latest come by late February, hopefully. Till then, stay tuned. Have you spotted the new unwritten characters I added in? Keep track of them, winky face. New characters in this chap. John, Jenna, Dudley, Mr. Sim, Miss Lee. Chapter 6. Not all surprises are nice. Part 1. Vinci Draco Piovu. Busy. The alarm on my phone kept buzzing. Bzz. I clicked it off. I groaned as I sat up in bed. I looked at the clock on the wall. 3:20 p.m. My nap lasted longer than supposed. Guess I was that tired. I got up and headed out the guest room door towards the stairs. I looked down but saw no one. I walked down the stairs towards the kitchen to find something to eat. I then noticed a note and 2 envelopes on the dining table. I picked up the note. Hey, Vinci, we're out to run some errands and won't be back till 5 p.m. Make yourself comfy, and there's some microwave food in the fridge. We'll bring back some dinner too. By the way, the black envelope came for you from London HQ. The red envelope is from us to you. Sign. N.R. I picked up the black envelope first. I opened it to find a letter and a picture. Dobinthe. You doing good? It's been a little less fun without you here at London HQ. You're always the one whom brings smiles to seriousness. We have a surprise for you, but of course we can't tell you what. But the picture might let you know a little something. Leo is cranky as ever. Lily still needs some help with her work, and we all miss you so much. Oops, that's another clue. Anyway, hope to see you soon. Love. Team Danger. I put down the letter with a smile and pick up the picture. It showed them all holding a piece of request form that was issued out to Gred. I wonder what they requested. I put the letter and picture back into the black envelope. I picked up the red envelope next. Inside was an amount of $1,000 and another note from the NR. My eyes widened at the amount. I immediately picked up the note. Hi Vince, hope your eyes aren't popping out of their sockets right now. This is your share of the mission of Lucius. Just because you're on suspension, it doesn't mean you can't have your share of the reward for a mission. We've split the money equally, so no worries. Feel free to use it to your liking. Sign. N.R. What? My share? But I only did so little. And most I could get is $300, but I get $700 more? I sealed up the red envelope. I took both the envelopes into my room before coming back down for lunch. After microwaving some food and watching a short movie, I realized it was 4:30. They should be coming back soon. Ding dong, my heart skipped a beat. Was I allowed to answer the door? What if it's the police? I hesitantly peeked through the window. It was Ed. I opened the door. If you're looking for the reapers, they're not in at the moment. I say to him, well, lucky me. I was looking for you. I invited him in as I go prepare some tea. Why did you ring the doorbell? Last time you just burst in. I ask as I settled the cups on the coffee table. You would probably jump a gun at me if I did that, he replies with a laugh. I got a surprise for you, though I know you just received the black envelope. The letter was delayed as it was hard to find it within all the fan mails here. This is a present for you. He gave me a box I didn't notice he was holding. I raised an eyebrow when he said fan mails, but I was more interested in the gift he'd brought me. I opened it and found some new clothes at the top. In the middle were my clothes that were supposedly supposed to come tomorrow. I dug through the clothes and found 2 pairs of Converse, and at the very bottom was another box wrapped in bubble wrap. I look at Ed, he gestures me to go on. I took it out of the box and unwrapped the 3 layers of bubble wrap. I opened it and my eyes widened. There was a jet black steel Draco thrower gun, but what caught my eye was my initial that was engraved in gold on the body of the gun. Wow! I gasped as I ran my fingers down my new baby. I'm glad you like it, Ed said as he took a sip of tea. Oh, there's something I need to tell the others though. Well, I'm just going to sit here relaxing while I wait. And just as he was about to put his legs on a coffee table, the door burst open and a knife came through. It flew past Ed, and I felt it brush against me slightly. They're standing by the doorway, where the NR Tonk's arm was straight out, meaning she was the one that had through the knife. Ginny suddenly appears by Ed. I jump back in surprise. Put your legs up there, and you won't just see $2,500 coming out of your bank, Ginny said in a low voice. Great timing, Rhea purrs. I need to talk to you in private, Ed said as he took another sip of tea. Harry sighed. Meeting room, please. They dropped their bags onto the table nearest to the door. Hey, Vince. They greeted me in unison again. Sometimes I wonder if they're mind readers. Tonks approached me and pulled out the knife that was on the wall behind me. She smiled at me before following the others. Might I add that it's just plain scary when a girl who almost threw a knife in your face smiles innocently at you? They disappeared into a room, and I returned to my own room with the present. I changed from the current clothes Harry loaned me to my own normal clothes. I slipped on a blue tee and a pair of white jeans with my own black Converse. After folding up Harry's clothes neatly, I left it on the bed for later. I turned around and was about to exit when I remembered something. I picked up the cross chain and clip-on piercings that they had given to me. I looked at the mirror. This might actually match. Whoa, look at that! Luna exclaimed as she watched me go down the stairs. I'm glad you got used to the accessories, Harry say as we did the fist thingy that all guys do. So, what was the meeting about? I asked, trying to see if they would reveal the mystery. We have a meeting with a gang, apparently. But this is the good kind, not the bad, Harry says. I formed my mount into an O. Dinner's ready, Ginny called out. We all took a seat as she started serving it out. Harry slashed 2 bullet POV. I quickly ate my food and put the dishes in the sink. I jumped onto the sofa from behind and clicked onto YouTube on the flat screen, getting my mind off reality. Time flew by. Before I knew it, it was almost 8. I turned off the TV and headed upstairs to my room. I found a neatly folded pile of clothes in front of the door. Here are your clothes back, Vince. I sighed. I turned the note around and wrote on the other side, you can keep them. They're too big for me anyway, Harry. I put the pile in front of his door before disappearing into mine. I picked up my laptop, and it immediately greeted me with a screen full of numbers. The password login was a design I made myself. I clicked a few buttons here and there. Welcome, Harry, the screen shone after I logged in. I started recording the Lucius files into a document for Ed and for our own keeping. I suddenly heard a loud crash from downstairs. I cringed at the ruin of my peace and quiet. When it finally quietened down, I continued typing out the file. A few minutes later, I received a call from Luna. Ginny/009 POV. Crash. I cringed as the punching bag rolled over the other equipment in the gym. Whoa, looks like it finally gave way. Tonks says as she walked over to hand me my water. The chain must have finally broke. It was rusty the last time we checked. I say as I gulp down half of my cold water. Looks like we'll have to spend more money on our gym for new equipment. Luna say as she picked up one side of the bag, but suddenly let's go of it. Wait, why do we have to carry this out? There's 2 guys now, right? She immediately dialed Harry and Vince's number on her phone and called them down whilst me and Tonks were laughing at her use of the boys, even though the 3 of us could manage it. What happened? Hermione appeared from the other room that was connected to the gym. It finally gave way. Tonks told her, "Hey, didn't we get this bag when we were 9? It's been 4 years." Hermione exclaimed. "It brings back memories, doesn't it?" I say, "But guess it's time for a new one." Tonks say as she walked out the room, greeting Vince and Harry as they came in. "So, we have to carry that?" Harry asked, pointing to the punching bag that was still on the other equipment. "Yep," Luna say, popping the P. Tonks walked back in, holding her laptop. "Which one should we get? The black with white or the white with black?" Tonks showed the screen to everyone. Both the designs were the same, but their colors were alternated. Why don't we add a little sparkle to it?" I walk over and typed on the keys. The screen then showed metallic-looking punching bags. "It's nice and all, but I feel like that's not our style." Harry say, "Maybe we'll decide another time. It's almost 9:30. Let's pack up." Hermione says as she disappears back into the other room. Tonks closed her laptop screen and walked out of the room with me and Luna behind her. Vince and Harry carried the punching bag to a corner of the gym before exiting as well. I stretched as I made my way back upstairs to my room for a shower. I glanced outside one of the windows. It was a crescent moon tonight. The full moon was coming soon. The 6 of them jumped from building to building, doing parkour as they make their way to school. It was 6:30 in the morning. Instead of walking their usual route to school, they're taking a longer way by parkour. It's their daily exercise, you could say. They had on their hoodies to blend into the still dark sky. Waking up wasn't an easy task as they only slept at 12, but of course they won't show it. But what they do is show the fun on their faces as they do one daring jump after another. They cheer and laugh as they continue to make their way. They stopped at a roof, looking at the familiar view. They dropped down into an alley and landed with ease. They quickly took off their hoodies and stuffed them into their bags. Ring the first bell of the school rings, signaling the gates were opened. Not many students came that early in the morning, which made it a perfect chance to properly change and equip for their daily lives. They went into their respective changing locker rooms and changed their sports outfit into a more casual style, with a quick bath, of course. They emerged out just as half of the student body had already arrived. They walked along to the school canteen for a small snack after their early exercise. Everyone was caught up in their conversations when suddenly, Vince hit a wall and stumbled backwards, but as fast as he had hit the wall, he had quickly regained his footing. He looked up to apologize, but as soon as he saw whom it was, his face dropped to a smug smile and did a humph as he brushed past. The wall was no other than Dudley and his goons. Dudley wasn't just as ignorant as Vince, however. He turned around and shouted, "Hey!" Vince turned around, his face no longer smug but a death glare. "Yes," Vince challenged, as if saying, "You trying me?" Dudley slightly flinched but returned his question with a sneer. Suddenly a wall was between them. It was the NR. They looked at Dudley with threatening eyes and raised brows. "Here's a little story for you, Bill." Tonks started, looking at her nails. "There was once," Ginny continued, looking down at her phone, scrolling through her social media. "Hey, boy whom we found," Harry continued after Ginny, looking at Dudley in the eye. "In an alley fighting." Hermione continued the chain, whilst observing one of his goon in a predatory way. "Against," Luna threatened to finish, but Dudley had already turned pale in defeat. "I'll see you in class, Vince." He sneered and spluttered on Vince's name as if it was poison. "Fine by me." Vince replied, before continuing to walk down the hallway. Things had not started well for Vince on his first day. This was just the third, and he was already making enemies, much less friends. Vince knew the end, our had dirt on Dudley. Otherwise, why would the gangster of the school, that is feared by almost everyone, go pale at 5 kids whom are 2 years younger than him? In that story, Vince decided he needed to know about it too. The bell rang, signaling first period. Everyone let out an annoyed sigh for having missed their snacks. Tonks rummaged through her bag and chucked everyone a chocolate energy bar as they went their separate ways, eating it on the go. Tonks/Phantom POV. I look out the window from my seat, which was at the back of the class, thinking about our past few missions. Miss Tonks, would you so kindly repeat what Max has just said and answer the question on the board? Miss Lee asks. The factors listed are in ascending order, and X is in the middle, which means we are finding medium and not mean. The answer for practice 2B question 13 is 86.43. I say effortlessly as I continue to look out the window. All of us reapers have to study whenever we could, as at least more than half of our 24 hours is taken up with missions. We studied ahead to not lag behind. I was able to repeat whatever his name was said by multitasking with years-trained skills. All of us could. Miss Lee looked dumbfounded as she quickly moved on to the next student that wasn't looking at the board and spacing out. 3, 2, 1, asterisk rhying. Asterisk, the bell sounded as third period finally ended, and it was break. I picked up the laptop bag by my seat and started to make my way towards the others as we went up to get Vince. Once we were at the bleachers by the field, which was next to the canteen, I opened up my bag and handed out some files to the rest of the reapers before taking out my laptop. Okay, let's see. We have... OMG. I say, shocked at the sight before me. What? What? Hermione says, leaning closer to get a better look at the screen. Our missions are piling up again. I scrolled down the list of names we need to assassinate. Looks like we can say bye to our free week. Luna Sais. And just when we were this close. Ginny says as she stretches out her tired arms. We should have enjoyed the last one more. Harry says, what's this free week? Vince asks as he chewed his sandwich. Every time we manage to finish all our missions a week before the month is over, we get a mission-free week. We get to do whatever we want. Luna explains. How many missions are there in a month? Vince asks again. It depends. It can go over 30, below 15. Whatever the amount, we finish it every time before the month ends. Harry explains. I remember that one time we had about 3 missions left on the last day of the month. About 2 months ago. Ginny laughs as she remembered that stressful night. Ugh, don't remind me. I had split ends in my hair for a week because of that. Luna exclaims as she combed her hair with her fingers. And we didn't get our free week. Hermione complained as she huffed. One more question. You don't get your free week even if there's 6 days left of the month. Vince asks. Unfortunately, no. In cases like that, we may get sent back to HQ to spend our remaining 6 days in training. I explain. Oh wow, lucky. Back at London HQ, the only free time is the breaks between missions. Vince says before going back to his sandwich. After break ended, the rest of the lessons went by with breeze with homeworks here and there. But considering us, we probably just stuffed it into our sling bags. We walked out of the school gate before turning into the alley. We started to take out our hoodies, but we immediately stuffed it back in when we heard footsteps behind us. What is this? An illegal gathering? It was Dudley again, this time with about 10 others behind him. Why? You want to join our fun? Sorry, registrations are closed. I stepped forward till I was about an arm's length away from him. Ah, was little Dudley lonely? How greedy. Having 10 with you, and yet you're not satisfied. You want to join the big kids? I look at him with eyes of pity. He growled before swinging his hand to try and hit me. I say try, as he totally missed. The minute he swung it, I took a step back. I'm here to settle a score. He points an accusing finger at us. Sorry, not sorry, but we're not free right now. We GTG. Oh yeah? Where to? It's a dead end. He crossed his arms. Where do you ask? How about up? In a second we jumped, and we started to make our way out by hopping shoulder to shoulder of Dudley's. Goons! Later, Gator. I say as we started sprinting down the pathway. Why? After them. Dudley yelled as a thunder of footsteps followed behind us. So persistent. Fine then, we'll run till we shake them. Harry smirked, loving the challenge. We all sped up even faster. We could be in the Olympics, but we wouldn't even have the time. Let's make a detour at the skating park. Hermione says. There was a skating park near the school where many go to after school ends. We took a turn to the skate park. We ran to the big dip, the hole in the ground like a big bowl. We jumped in, sliding down the surface. Dudley's goons followed, but some did not keep their footing and ended up rolling down to the bottom. We jumped over them before climbing back up with ease. We managed to lose about 3 of them. We continued running. I have to admit they have great stamina to be able to keep up so far. We ran off to the obstacle course where many different obstacles are stationed. We ran separate ways to split them up. I ran towards the high metal bars. I stepped up on them. They were quite high to the fact my knee came up to my chest when I stepped up. I did a backward flip just as the 2 guys chasing me slammed into the metal bar. I kicked them from behind before landing on my feet. I watched as they lost balance and fall forward onto the ground with a loud thud. Just so you know, these grounds aren't smooth. Ginny/009 POV. Apparently me and Harry ended up meeting halfway of our runs. We were outnumbered 2-3, but we've done worse. We faced back to back. I was tempted to fire my dual guns that were strapped on my belt, under my shirt. Suddenly, a blue gun flew to me from above. Here, use this instead. They're tasers. We don't need any dead bodies lying around because certain someone lost their cool. Harry says with a smirk. I roll my eyes. Oh, police. I loaded it and aimed it at the first guy running up to me. He didn't falter. You can't do anything with a toy gun. He laughs. Or so he thinks. True that it's made of plastic and looks like a toy, but this is a deadly weapon. I said nothing. I smirked as he approached closer and closer. He reached out his hand, and that's when I strike. I aimed the gun in the palm of his hand and shot. I watched as the currents shocked him before he fell down flat with a curse. Harry instead chose to be dramatic by turning his back to the guy running toward him and shooting from over his shoulder. Show off. I scoffed but smiled anyway. We then saw Tonks running towards us. Hey, looks like you wrapped up. She looks around for Hermione and Luna. Move them to the entrance where I already left the ones chasing me. Leave them there for Lil Dudley to find. We nod as she jogs away to Hermione. Hermione/Thorns POV. After I ended with a high kick and the guy fell to the floor, I saw Tonks running towards me. Move him to the entrance with the others. She says as she runs past me after checking that I was done. I dragged him to the entrance and left him by his buddies. I was about to turn around and walk back to the others when the icky girls appeared before me. Could you move away? Kelia sneered at me. Nice to see you too. I replied, sarcastically. I moved aside for them, but just as Kelia passed me, I tripped her. Emma and Betty grabbed her just before she fell flat on her face. Careful. This is designer. It's delicate. Kelia exclaimed. I rolled my eyes. She was actually more concerned over her designer shirt than her face, almost being ruined. And you? How dare you trip me? I haven't forgotten about what happened at that cafe. Kelia said, angry. I shrugged my shoulders. Oops. I swear you'll be sorry next time. Lucky for you, I'm preoccupied today. She flipped her hair before walking off. I swear you'll be sorry next time. Mimicked Luna as she appeared beside me with the guy she had beaten up. She dumped him with the rest before walking back to me. Ignore them, try. We have better lives than them. She encourages me just as everyone else came. Vincent put down the last of the goons with the rest. Let's go home. Tonks sighed. Tonks/Phantom POV. I unlocked the door and let everyone in before closing it. I walked into the kitchen to get everyone some cold drinks. The rest of the gang was chilling in the living room with the air conditioner and television on. Just as I set the tray of drinks down on the coffee table, there was a knock on the door. Vincent got up, but I motioned him to sit back down. The whole room was silent as I approached the door. It had a weird aura coming from the other side. Just as I opened it, a girl with bright pink hair jumped in. With my reflexes, I had knocked her out by hitting the pressure point on her neck in a second. She dropped to the floor before she could take any more steps in. I immediately took out the knives I had hidden on me and looked at the group standing by our door. Suddenly, Time seemed to have slowed down as I saw two bullets flying towards me. I deflected one with my knife as the other went into the living room, and Ginny, with her bulletproof gloves, caught it. "What do you want?" I asked with a low voice. By now, the entire inn daughter was pointing their weapons at them. "Draco." One smirked. I raised a brow. Author's note: I update slow, I know, but writer's block is not easy to defeat. This chapter was done in a bit of rush and may require some more editing at a later date. Hope you enjoyed this one. Author Angel. Chapter 7. Not All Surprises Are Nice, Part 2. Tonks/Phantom POV. I glared at the group before our front door. "What do you want?" I snarled. The biggest of them smirked. "Draco." I raised a brow. "What business do you have with him?" I flicked my wrists, and now I had daggers in between my fingers. "Little lady, we mean no harm." He shrugs. "Little?" I ask. I judge his stance. He was trying to mock me, but sarcasm doesn't get you anywhere unless you're the NR. I straightened up and clicked my fingers. Ginny appeared beside me with Draco. I pointed at him, knife tip near his throat. He gulps. "You looking for this one?" I asked, now my amusement mixed with a smirk. To be honestly truthful, I was part sadist. They looked alarmed at me. "We can talk about it. Just put the knife D down." He stutters. I smirked. This game was my win. "Dokumein," I said with sincerity, hiding my dark side. As we walked to the meeting room, Vince whispered to me, "You know who they are, don't you?" "You're just messing with them," I simply replied with a smirk. POV. I sighed as we finally made it. I couldn't stand another ride in the back seat with Leo. "Oh my gosh, I can't wait to see him." Suddenly, Lily sprinted to the front door and knocked. We hurriedly rush over to her. I smacked her on the head, and she laughs in embarrassment. Just then the door opened. We were about to introduce ourselves when Lily suddenly jumped in. I was about to grab her when she suddenly fell to the floor, paralyzed. "Oh!" There standing by the door was a girl with brown hair and blue ends. She flicked her wrists as daggers appeared in her hands. Drake stepped in front of us and started to talk to her. We couldn't hear them from this distance. She clicked her fingers. Draco appeared with another girl holding on to him. The first girl pointed her knife at him, her eyes dark. "It seems that she has spooked Drake. She invites us in," with a smile. It sent chills down my spine. Draco was not speaking. He seemed afraid. "No, he can't be. But what's this feeling? Were these kids really that bad? They're freaking younger than us." I shuffled in my seat. "Do have some tea," she says as a boy with quiff hair comes in with a tray of cups. "Let's start with names. You shoot." She pointed to Drake. "I'm Drake, aka Rock, leader of Team Danger. 20 years old. I'm Lily, aka Mask, 19 this year. Leo, aka Beast, 16. Mari, aka Red, I'm 17. One by one, the names go around the table. The girl propped her legs up on the table. That's when I realized they weren't seating formally. One was balancing on the chair's hind legs, another cross-legged on the chair. The third was leaning against the chair, arms crossed, and the fourth had flipped the chair around such that the chair's back was in front. The other four were seated either side of her 2-2 at the end of the long rectangle table. Specialty. My body is as hard as rock, hence the name, but I prefer to use this. Rock took out his slingshot gun. I'm known as Mask. Disguises are my specialty. I designed them myself. But they're not just normal clothing, they are also suited for battles, says Mask. Beast, as apparently, I tend to act like one when I fight. Beast doesn't talk much. Or so Gred says. He mutters under his breath. The name Red you see is because I kind of get reddish with everything. I explained. Yep, I was red. Now tell us yours, Drake said to them, leaning forward in his seat. The right side started. Ginny aka 009, my specialty is sniping. Hermione aka Thorns, my specialty is double sword attack. Then the left. Luna aka 50k, my specialty is rifle attack. Harry aka 2 bullet, my specialty is bow and arrow. She then put her legs down. Tonks aka Phantom, my specialty is knife throwing. I'm the leader of the Night Reapers. Tell us your purpose of coming here for Draco, or should I say, Vince? Drake cleared his throat. I trust the black letter arrived. He looks at Vince. Arrived yesterday? Drake's jaw dropped. What? What kind of service is this? You're supposed to give letters out the minute they arrive, he exclaimed. Tonks held her hand up, signaling him to stop. Suddenly, Hermione walked towards the door, hand gripping the knob. Blame that on Ed, who just so happened to be behind that door. On cue, Hermione opened the door and a man stumbled in. Oops, found again, he shrugs. Blah, blah, blah. Long story short, you knew they were coming, but didn't tell us. If looks could kill, then I think these 5 glares would put Ed more than 20 feet under. I'm starting to understand why Vince is acting these way. They're scary. What's worse is that innocent smile they all have to cover their emotions. See. Ginny gestured to the chair all the way at the other end of the table. I was just checking up on ya. I'll be going dash, Eddie. We were speechless. Was that how they treat the boss around here? And her. I shudder. Ed cleared his throat before sitting at the end of the table. Ed suddenly lost the gleam in his eyes. He was being serious now. Yes, it is true that I've been informed, but I saw no need to tell you in advance, as they are here for a different purpose from YEA I. They will be staying at the nearby dorms and may come over whenever they want. However, these 2 missions cannot mix. Both of you have to work your missions out without involving the other team. However, if push comes to shove, then I'd see to it that preparations are made. Ed sips his tea. Wait, what? I looked down, my cup was gone. Suddenly, a new cup was served to me. I apologize for his behavior, but he has been quite stressed lately. Please have this new cup. A lady stood by Ed. She had straight brown hair and was carrying a clipboard. Sweet. Haven't seen you since the time we went camping. Luna greets the lady. Sue here is Ed's manager and our agent. Harry introduced. Only the best of the best gets the best. Ed says, satisfied with his tea. So it's true that you guys are one of the best teams in history? I inquire. What do you think? Tonks questions me. I look at them. They're all special, and they all have a looming aura. It seems like they all understand death very well. And they have the boss and boss manager, must be then. Status don't make you the top, skill and intelligence does. Tonks says, as if she could read my mind. Drake clears his throat. If you don't mind, we would like a private moment with Vince. Of course. Harry, show them the way. Harry got up and led us out of the room to another room in the long hallway. Can't believe 5 kids are sharing this huge place. Take as long as you need. The reapers will be having a talk with Ed. Wait in the living room. I trust Vince knows where all the rooms are now. He walks away. Vince Draco Piovu. Buddy, how you been doing? Drake crushes me with his hug. I'm asterisco cof asterisco fine. I wheezed out. Doesn't look that way to me when we were in that meeting room. Leo commented. No, really. It's cool. I reply. Are those kids really the best thing? Lily asks. More than you think. So, do you like the surprise? Mari asks me excitedly. Surprise? Oh yeah. I can't believe you guys requested to come halfway across the world. I exclaim. We are still on duty though, just collaborating with Featherwind. Why that name though, I wonder? Drake asks. This assassin company is disguised as a magazine company. The reporters go out and not only find scoops, but secret intel for missions. But they do have to publish monthly. It's a trending magazine. And your letter came to me late because it was mixed up with the fan mail. I explained. Smart idea to hide an assassin company, though. Drake comments. We've already packed our things into the dorm. Mind if we stay here till night? Leo asks. Of course you can. Luna suddenly comes into the room. Were you there the whole time? Mari asks her. Nope, I was just coming up to tell Vince dinner was ready, but I guess you guys can come too. We head to the stairs and started going down. But Luna had a totally different idea. She slid down the handle on her feet and jumped off the end. The others stared at her. What? Shortcut. Most of us don't even use the stairs to go down. We continue to go down the stairs, and I brought the others to the dining room. It seems Ed already left. As we sat down at the dining table, Hermione suddenly hand signaled me. Discussion. Etia. Dîner. She held a finger to her lips. I simply nodded at her before going back to dinner. That was great. Haven't had home-cooked food for a few years now. You're lucky, Vince. Drake comments after dinner. Vince. I turned around to see Harry behind me. He jerked his head towards the meeting room. Sorry guys, I gotta go. Catch up with you in a few. Stay in the living room, okay? I told them before following Harry. I gave them one last look before closing the door behind me. Leo/Beast POV. Vince closed the door behind him after giving us a look. So, what should we do? Marie asked. Let's just use the TV, I guess. Lily picked up the remote. I'm gonna take a nap. I say, closing my eyes, sprawling myself onto one of the sofas. We only have a while to rest, guys. We must discuss the rest of the details for Mission 1037. We're moving out tomorrow. Drake says, we're still using codenames? That's so lame. Lily commented. Drake held his hands up, asked Red. Wasn't my decision. I started to tune out the conversations as sleep took over me. I could hear constant talking, as if in the distance. As I started to wake, it got louder. It wasn't my fault. How was I supposed to know? Lily was arguing with Drake again. It's common sense, girl. Do you lack your 5 senses too? Drake argues back. I couldn't care less that they're arguing, but they were interrupting my sleep. As I rubbed the sleep grit from my eyes, I noticed a door half ajar with light coming out from behind me. I swung over the sofa and slowly pushed the door open. It was a training room, and all of them were there, even Vince. Join us if you'd like, says Ginny as she noticed me by the door. I look at the clock on the wall. 8:45 p.m. It's this late and they're training? I watched as Ginny did back flips over the fire. Shooters. Suddenly, a screen descended from the ceiling. It appeared on the screen. Reappears your attention. They stopped what they were doing as they faced the screen. Suddenly, the rest of my team joined me at the door. It seems the police needs help again. The city is being robbed at every bank and ATM by a huge group of immigrants. Although some culprits are captured, they refuse to reveal the hideout, and the money they stole cannot be found. Areas in the southwest and east are being attacked as we speak. The police are currently at east. It seems that the government has yet again done something to anger a neighboring country and its people. He sighs. Tonks steps forward and throws a dagger in the air. So we do this our way, she raised an eyebrow. He sighs again. I suppose so. He hung up the video just as Tonks caught the flying dagger, blade side down with the jagged edge faced away from her. It was either the air conditioning suddenly went down on degrees or the room suddenly got chilly on its own. All 5 of them had a small bloodlust smirk. I felt the others freeze up behind me. They turned to us, now back to their smiles of so-called innocence. Since we'll be going out, we can't just randomly leave our home to people we've just met. And Vince will be coming with us since he still is on suspension and temporarily part of this team. So, what will it be? They geared up, all 10 of them. Phantom puts on her usual half hoodie, tights, heel boots, and sash, accompanied by the several straps to hold her knives. She had weaved her hair with colored extensions. She puts on her customized gloves to finish up and tied her sword to her sash. 009 had on her leather hoodie over her shirt, a wavy skirt, and tights with her boots. She swings a strap of bullets over herself. She has on the usual belts at her thighs, 2 on her right, 1 on her left, carrying Kuro and Shiro. She carried her sniper rifle by the handle. Thorns puts on her black hoodie and wears a pair of skirts with her Converse. She has several mirrors on her, as usual, to blind opponents. She strapped her katanas to her back and carried her rifle by hanging the strap on her shoulder. She puts on her usual net glove on her left hand. 50K has her gray sport hoodie with a black sports tee beneath. She wears her jogging pants and tied up her running shoes. Her rifle is slinged behind her on the left, and her axe is slinged to the right. It creates an X on her back. 2Bullet wore his usual black leather jacket with a white inner shirt. He slipped on his matching gloves and jeans, along with his belt strap boots. He slips a tube of hair gel into one of his pockets. He swung his bow over himself and slinged his bag of arrows around himself at the waist. He equips his gun taser on his belt. Draco slipped on his black shirt and pants, covering himself with his jacket. He strapped on his belts of equipment, refilled his gas and chemical cans along with the Dracothrower Ed gave him. He slips a mask into his jacket, and finally some fire-breathing cans in his inner jacket where there were secret pockets. As they stepped out their rooms, they gave eye contact before heading to the stairs jumping straight down and heading to the door. They opened to find Team Danger waiting outside for them. All of them jumped to the roof, through the window ledges, and started heading southwest. Upon arriving at the scene, there was a small explosion. The immigrants had used bombs to deactivate the security systems. They stood side by side on the roof. Drake/Rock POV. How long till the police arrives? Tonks asks Harry. At most we have 3 to 4 hours, he replies. Let's move. Tonks jumps off, giving the signal that the fight begins. Draco turned towards us. Help out if you want to. But let me just say this from experience, it's amazing to watch them too. He smiles before jumping off. I look at the others. Maybe we should be back up, just in case? They may be younger than us, but they can take care of themselves. Mari suggests. We sat in the shadows and watched. Our eyes widened. It was a bloodbath down there. Thorn slid her katanas out and started to move towards the immigrants, currently shooting at her. She deflected each bullet as she walked towards them. Wow, that one's got confidence. The 3 immigrants started to grow weak in the knees, and soon, just as she stopped in front of them, they ran out of ammo. Freak as shit. I'm bored. And just like that, Thorn swung her sword against their chests, creating a huge, deep wound. They fall to the ground. It was instant death. She jumped over them and started running towards a bigger group of armed immigrants. They started firing at her, but she dodged the bullets with ease. She jumps up and kicks the guy in front of her in the face. It became a series of shots and swings. 2-Bullet was looking bored too. But when I looked closer, he was surrounded by some flat discs. He whistles, catching the attention of the nearest immigrants. He threw some discs at their wrists, making them lose grip on their guns. They charged at him, angry. Suddenly, there were explosions. The flat discs on the ground started exploding the minute the immigrants started to trample on them. He walks away with a smirk, loving the act that they were blown to bits. I couldn't help but shudder at their merciless attitudes. I suddenly felt something brush against my right cheek. An immigrant in front of me was shot in the heart. A sniper. I turned around to see 009 on a higher roof at a nearby building. She shoots again, with perfect aim, to the heart. Her smile did not just convey satisfaction, but amusement. Were these kids always like this? Or was this their way? We heard several gunshots by the southwest port. We ran over to check it out. 50K was firing off her rifle at whichever immigrant that dared to get close to her. They all dropped to the ground, upper body covered in bullet wounds. She clicked the earpiece on her left ear. Guys, I've found the mothership. They've been stuffing stolen cash into carts and shipping it back to their country. So that's why the money was never found. They stole it, ship it, then change its currency. That's why the police couldn't find any of the stolen money. Thorns exclaimed. Regroup in 5 on Warehouse 10. It's nearest to the fight scene. We'll come up with a plan there. Phantom orders. Okay, I'm not a good timekeeper, so if you don't mind, we'll have to end this little game. Phantom grapple hooked onto one of the nearby roofs. See ya. She threw explosive stars at them, with perfect aim, as she makes her way to the meeting point. 2-Bullet scan the area for data. Scanning complete? Phantom queries. Yep, the boats they use are speedboats. There are currently 4 readying for departure, and there are at least 5 crates or so in each boat containing $10,000 each. So 4 boats with 5 crates equal 20 crates, and $10,000 times 20 is $200,000. Thorns mumbles out the math. But that's not all. 2-Bullet continues, there's a load of immigrants. Each boat has 8 guards, 4 on the boat and the other 4 guarding its port. For boats equal 32 guards itself. They're using Warehouse 2 and 3 for their packing, and Warehouse 7 is their hideout. 15 for Warehouse 2 and 3. For guards the outside, 3 watches on the roof, the other 8 packs and counts the money. Each. 15 doubled is 30. Add that to guards on port, and it's 62. Wait, what about the hideout? Thorns asks. Do you really need to know? 2-Bullet raises an eyebrow at her. Never mind. For now, we'll take out Warehouse 2 and 3 to stop the amount of cargo shipping, right? Thorns faced Phantom. I suppose so, but we also need to block them from getting back up. There are 4 boats, 8 men each. If all 10 of us attack, we can tackle it 2 to 4 against 8, but Phantom pondered for a moment. 2 bullet. Oh, 9, I have specific tasks for you too. Which leaves each of the 4 teams to have 2 people tackling each boat. Alright, this will be phase 1. Now phase 2. Everyone gathered around Phantom as she talked through the plan. In the darkness of that night, on a warehouse roof, 10 assassins sat, discussing a plan to save the country's money and to do it within 2.5 hours. Author's note: sorry for not updating. Much of my time was taken up by school and homework, but now I'll try to update again since it's the holidays. Thank you to those who read my book. Love. Author Angel. Chapter 8. You're one of us. It was once again one of those nights, working past 10 and having to need to attend school the next morning. After the plan was talked out and discussed, everyone was in their positions. They targeted Warehouse 3 first. They were outnumbered by 5, but it didn't matter. Phase 1 was that Draco and Beast were to take care of the 4 at the front and Rock, the 3 on the roof. Once they're knocked out, everyone will rush into the top of the roof. That's how they'll infiltrate. Vince Draco Piovu. Sigh. I never had to work overtime back in London unless I get paid extra. I thought as I creep up with Beast from behind. We were taking either side of the warehouse. By Phantom's signal, we'll tackle them down and get them unconscious. I get my spray cans out and popped off their caps. And I don't mean ordinary paint spray cans. These are gas spray cans. Trust me when I say you don't want to smell them. Phantom gave us the signal, and we charged forward. Our steps were silent, but I wasn't careful. I kicked one of the covers that I popped a moment ago. The 4 guards turned and started shooting at the intruder me, but this gave Beast the advantage. He struck from the back. As I dodged the bullets to get nearer, Beast was having a punch fight with 2 of the guards. It seems he's broke their guns as I stare at the 2 guns lying on the floor that were in half. This is why nobody offends him. He's crazy strong. As soon as I was an arm's length away, I pointed my can at the 2 targeting me. I held my finger down. Gas started to spritz out like rapidly from the nozzle. It blinded them and had them choking for air. I took this chance. I punched the guy in the stomach and kicked him to the floor. Final blow before unconsciousness, I elbowed him down hard. I was about to turn to check on Beast when I got hit from behind. I totally forgot about the other guard. As I endured the pain in my head, I side-kicked the guard down and punched him continuously, but in the midst he suddenly punched me back hard. I spat out the blood and glared at him. He trembles under me, and with a final blow, I punched down heavily. He most probably would end up with bruises and a broken cheekbone. I could still taste my blood on my tongue. I turned towards Beast and noticed he was trapped in an arm lock. I was about to rush forward to help, but Beast shook his head at me. He flipped the guy over from the back. He now lay back down on the stone ground. Beast must have used a lot of strength as the guard didn't get up. He just laid there, most probably had his head hit. I signaled to Phantom that we were done and that we're going to clean up the trash. Phantom signaled to Rock, who was awaiting his turn. He was stationed at the top of Warehouse 17's roof, which was just behind Warehouse 2. Once Phantom had signaled Rock and he had made his move, I started clearing up with Beast. I picked up the 2 covers. I need to be more careful with these. Beast tied up the 4 guards together and had them sat by the side of the warehouse. I started picking the lock on the door. This has been quite an eventful night. Drake/Rock POV. I peek out of my hiding spot. The 3 of them are just standing right there. I could pounce on them, but I chose to had to wait a little bit longer for Phantom's signal. Did I mention I'm not a patient person? As I toyed with my slingshot, Phantom suddenly gave me the signal. I immediately sprang. Finally some action. I'll be honest, my leg was cramping. I think I gotta lose some weight because the minute I landed on the metal roof, it created a huge noise. Hey, keep it down up there. We're trying to count here. Someone shouted from below. Well, excuse you. Unlike you sitting pretty counting them cash, we got some intra-dash. I immediately punched the one that was about to leak us. He fell on his back, which again created the loud noise. Hey, someone shouted from below again. TSK. I clicked my tongue. I got to bring the other 2 down without any more noise. Come with me, we're going for a ride. I immediately grabbed the other 2 by their collars, and I grappled hook to another roof. Surprisingly, they clung to me for dear life. What's wrong? Scared of heights? I laugh with amusement. I kicked their guns away, which resulted for them to drop down to the ground. Both guards were literally begging me to let them down. You sure? It's a highway up, I say as I grappled hooked to another roof. Whilst I was swinging these two away, I already knew that the rest have moved in. Mari/red POV. As I watched Rock swinging away with the two guards, I couldn't help but notice that Phantom was rubbing her nose bridge and looking stressed. You know, like when something disapproving happens? She suddenly sprang back to normal. Okay, no matter. She clears her throat. Begin phrase 2, infiltrating the base and taking out the guards inside. They're most likely armed, and there's 8 of them, with Draco, Beast, and Rock heading to the next warehouse to repeat what they just did, including Draco replacing the locks. We'll only have a power of 7. Because once we're done here, we'll head on to the next warehouse, and whilst we do that, the 3 of them would have already started getting rid of the guards at the dock. We're limited on time, so let's make it work. Wow, this girl is really detailed, planning everything out in just a few minutes. I undid the straps I had around me. Each pocket holds a different weapon. I stuck some in my pockets to make it easier for me to use them later. Mask, and I followed the Reapers' lead to the roof. They started to climb up the walls like spiders. We watched in awe. How are you doing that? Mask asked in a hushed whisper. 09 looked at us. Oh yes, sorry. Tricks? Thorns took out some spare gloves and handed them to us. One was a pair of red netted gloves, and the other was purple with the same design. Both did not cover the fingers, just the palm. I put on the red one, and Mask put on the purple one. Those will help you climb. Their material sticks to almost everything. What's amazing right now aren't the gloves, but the fact that the 5 of them were stuck mid-wall, as 009 explained to us. Honestly, I was a tad nervous. By right, your upper arm muscles and leg muscles should be trained for this. It's somewhat like rock climbing, but harder. 009 smiles at us before the 5 of them continued their climb. Oh, and tap your shoe tips against the ground twice. We did as we're told, and spikes emerged from the tip of the shoe toe. We made a few adjustments, sorry. Mask and I look at each other. When did they? I put my hand on the surface. It felt slightly magnetic, as if there was a slight pull between the glove and wall. I stuck both hands up on the wall and pressed the spikes into the wall, and there I was on the wall. I started climbing to the top with Mask trailing behind me, to the top where the Reapers were waiting. I hauled myself up, and a few seconds later, the spikes shrank back on their own. I look at 009. You're welcome, she says, smiling before turning away and helping the others find a weak spot on the roof. 2 Bullet scans the roof for a weak point with his scanner, whilst the rest of us are either physically finding the weak spot or briefed again on the plan. Here, 50K calls us over to the area along the right side. Phantom bends down and touches the spot before knocking on it twice. Tricks. A loud, clean screech was heard as Thorns drew out one of her katanas. We all get ready our weapons, as they're sure to notice the sword in the ceiling. Before Thorns plunged it into the roof, she took out a moist cloth and rubbed it down. She then took out a lighter and lit her katana on fire. No doubt she must have stolen that chemical from Draco and poured it in her cloth. As the last of the fire blew out from the wind, she started to slowly push her katana down through the roof. The sword slowly sank in. I was impressed. She started to cut out a circle, and midway 50K stuck a handle on the top to prevent it from falling when Thorns was done. Get ready, we're jumping, and once 50K lifts it up. I took a peek in. We were right above their table. This was going to be a fun night, all right. One of the immigrant POV, 2050, 3050, for 1000 in dash. My counting was interrupted when a clean screech was heard. I look up to see a hole being cut into the roof. In jump 5 kids and 2 young ladies. They were all dressed in black from head to toe. I immediately know who they were due to their outfit, and based on a certain past year incident, I did not need it to happen again. I immediately started to stuff the bags with our stolen money, but of course the new recruits just stare at me. What are you doing? We're not finished. One of them tried to snatch the bag away from me. Well, this would be the end of your lives if we don't get out of here now. They're assassins. They were immediately alarmed. But they're just kids. We can take them. One of them pulls on his gloves. No, they're dangerous and deadly. You'll die in 5 seconds flat. They're also the ones that stopped our previous boss and put him behind bars. I promise my superior you 3 will be with me till I die, so before that happens, I can't have you guys dead. The three of them took a few seconds to think before helping me stuff the other bags without counting. The other smugglers were being a distraction for us right now, though they may not know that. Once we packed as many as we can carry, I grabbed the key off the table and we ran to the doors. I couldn't turn the key. It went in, but it couldn't turn. Shit, they must have replaced it. I tried kicking it, but to no avail. The number of alive smugglers was slowly decreasing. Only way out is the way they came from. I tell my recruits as I picked up a rope and a huge steel fishing hook. I tie them together. Old man, we are dead fish. No use. One of them tell me, well, I'm not letting you die here. We ran past the fight along the walls. I swung the hook into the rope and threw it up the hole. It hooked onto the roof. Quickly. If they died, their young lives would be over. They just joined a month ago, too. I helped each of them up the rope. As the last of them finally got up to safety, the fight ended. There was only the strong stench of blood and heavy panting. They turned to me, blood on their clothes and weapons. Old man. I look up with a sad smile. Guess my days are over, kids. I tug at the rope with all my strength. It came off. A large clatter was heard as the steel hook dropped to the ground. Go to the dock. They were hesitant. Go. They ran off with one last look. Johnny Vans. I turn at the sound of my name. You're one of us. Not an immigrant. Why were you helping them? A sharp blade was lifted to my neck. I had nowhere to run. My back was already to the wall. I had no choice. I say in a gruff voice, afraid that my neck was a millimeter too close to the blade. The owner of the blade was a young girl, about the age of my boys who just ran away to safety. But that's when I noticed it. The two ladies were gone. Shit. Why didn't you have a choice? My throat ran dry. They offered to help pay for my family. My family is poor. She leans closer, her brown eyes glinting. How did it all start? I realized there was only one of them by her side. The rest were looking around for clues. Suddenly, one of them came up to her, carrying a chair and a rope around his shoulder. Typical, probably wants to have the upper hand on me. Stand up. I was pulled up by my shirt and roughly thrown onto the chair. The rope was quickly tied around me. I was speechless. The girl now sat in front of me on the floor, legs crossed with a taser gun in her hand. How did it start? She asked me again, giving me a quick shot. I winced in pain. I was a money mull at first. They knew of my problem. What was your problem? It's complicated. I have all night. I sigh. Like I said, my family is poor. We're lucky enough to have a roof over our heads, but we had barely enough for food and bills. Especially bills. It was a big family squeezed into a tiny apartment. There was me, my wife, my eldest twins, and my mother. So much to feed. Not enough money. What happened to your younger children? What? I meet her hard gaze. You said eldest twins. What happened to your younger children? There was no use lying. I was going to die anyway, as a bad man. It was hard. They were fraternal triplets. We gave them up to a nearby orphanage. But as the years went by of me working for the immigrants, we had enough money to feed. My wife wanted our triplets back, so I went and got them back. I lied to the sisters saying my children were stolen from me, and I finally found them. The children were happy, though, to finally find a family, blood and flesh related even. We raised them. But when they were 12, I stopped there. She shoots me with the taser again. Talk. Her hard glare burns a hole in my head. I couldn't feel my leg. It was numb with the shock. I groaned a little. When they were 12, the rent went up, way up. Bills started to pile again. I didn't want our old, poor life back. The immigrants granted me more work. As the rent went up, I worked more. Soon, this money mull became a smuggler. Worked for them about a year now. You may kill me, but at least spare my family. I look down at my shoes. Look, a live soldier. That voice. That voice. I look up immediately. There he was. My old mate, my old partner. Come on, John, you know I don't like to repeat orders, he laughs. He felt different. But he was alive. How? How? You were in that fire. No one made it out. He chuckles. I did. I wanted to grab the tablet the girl was holding, but my hands were tied tight behind the chair. Well, what happened to you? He rubs his neck. I was saved, mate. Saved. By that girl behind this tablet. I gaze up. Her eyes were softer now. Very important. Their boss, quite a fellow. He forgave me for my sins, even though I worked with them for 3 years. He understood my problem, gave me a new start. Mate, you're saved. He smiles before the screen switches with another program. A man, dressed in a suit, sat at an office desk. Hello, Johnny. I've been looking for you for quite a while now. What? Your family reported you missing. You were a missing person case for 5 months. But they knew you were out there somewhere because you kept sending back money with no return address. We got you now. And now we're going to get your triplets. Don't worry. You four won't die. The screen turns to black. She passes the tablet to a teammate. You were part of our side mission. We were tasked to find you. We linked up everything to find you here. She turns to another teammate. Get him to the car. She then faces the rest of the team. The rest of us is going to end this. Red and Mask are on the triplets' tails, and Draco, Beast, and Rock have joined them. Once we end this mission, it's hello Cash and goodbye sleep. As they head to the entrance, I see the girl pulling a key out of her pocket. She inserts it and twists. The door opens. Sorry. I was distracted by them that I forgot about the girl taking me to the car. A bag was placed on my head, and everything faded. Triplets POV. Take a left. Jacob shouts to his younger brothers, James and Jack. Jacob was not about to abandon anybody behind. Their father would want them to stay together. Jacob held back tears. Their father gave them time to escape. They cannot look back. They ran and ran, mile after mile. Soon they came to a stop at a dead end. Shit. James curses under his breath. Nowhere to run, little pups. The trio turned to see there was a crowd of 5 blocking their way out. As they approached, the triplets fall back. But all too soon their backs were against the wall. I think youngsters have way too much energy nowadays. One of the 5 pants. Another chuckles. You saying you old? She shoots him an annoyed look. Cut it out, you two. The 3 of you are coming with us. Jack takes out his dagger. Hold your fire, little bro. Jacob shields Jack and James. We're not dying today, and we ain't dying anytime soon. Let us go. Jacob commands. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Who said you were dying? The one with the orange hair exclaims. Wait, we're not killing them? Orange Head shakes his head. Phantom's orders. They live, and we bring them back to her. Phantom? Who was this wise guy? No way was Jacob and his brothers meeting him. We ain't going to see your old man. James Spitz. Who you calling old man, you jerk? A voice light as air cuts through the night. Suddenly 3 nets came flying out of nowhere. They captured the triplets successfully. A young girl jumps from a nearby roof. She lands in front of Jacob. Line them up. Orange headlines James and Jack on either side of Jacob. The girl takes out a tablet. She holds it up for the trio to see. A man in a suit appeared. Jacob, Jack, and James Vance. You are now under our custody. We have your father and the rest of your family under our wing. You are coming with us, and you don't have a choice about it. Plus, you have a new job status now. He smiles before disappearing. Another program came up. It was their father. Old man, James exclaims. Listen to these people. They are good. They can help us. I'll see you soon, my sons. It turns black. She keeps away the tablet. Disarm them and bring them to the car. She commands before grappling, hooking away. Whoever that girl was, the trio knew that wouldn't be the last of her they'll see. Chapter 9. Good luck. Tonks/Phantom POV. I watch as Thorns pull Johnny out the car and Team Danger secure the triplets. Set them in the family guest room on the last level. I shout to them as they made their way into the company's living quarters whilst we made our way into the main building. I tell the others to head to the meeting room first before I barge into Ed's office without knocking. He was talking to a private investigator. Ed paid no attention to me, but the investigator who looked like he was in his mid-40s. How dare you barge into a private meeting? Get out this instant, he yelled. Someone didn't get their late-night coffee. I replied in a bored, monotone voice. Relax, officer. I'm just here to get what I came for. Ed throws me the envelope. I ripped the opening and counted the stacks of cash inside. $2 million, not bad. I knew the investigator was looking above my shoulder, as when I turned around his jaw was dropped. He immediately faced Ed. Edward, that was the money I paid you to help me find the missing Vans. How dare you casually pass the money on to this spoiled brat? I shoved the envelope into my jacket's inner pocket, and as I walked out backwards towards the door, I gave a wave to the investigator. I found them by the way. A fake smile plastered on as I exited the office. As the door closed and I make my way back to the others, I couldn't help but click my tongue in annoyance. TSK. Investigators coming one by one but not appreciating the help they get. Johnny POV. I was suddenly thrown onto something soft and a huge force dropped on my body. The bag on my head was removed and I immediately get up, ready to defend myself, but it turned out to be just a duffel bag. Here, your family packed it for you. It contains your clothes and other necessities you may need. You're not allowed to meet them yet, as you are still under victim custody. I opened the bag to find some of my old shirts and a picture of my family. That's when I remembered. My boys, where are they? I ask in an alarmed tone. Old man, you're getting blinder as the days go by. We're right here. I turn to see James lying on the couch, switching channels. Go easy on him, little bro. He's still in a rough state. I turn to see Jacob coming out from a different room with a plate of food. Here, Dad. He places the dish on the bedside table before walking away whilst giving me a smile. Where's Jack? I ask. He's in the shower. Jacob briefly replies me as he disappears back into the room he came from. I breathe a sigh of relief. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. The man with a huge build walked towards the door, leaving me alone for a while with the boys. What happened? I ask, hoping for an answer. Like you said, old man, they can help us. We were captured by this girl and brought here. I bet she was the same girl that questioned you and gave you all those shots. James replies me, eyes glued to a football game on the screen. How do you know about the shots? He gives me a quick glance. She showed us the footage. You know, I've always wondered why the three of us were so misfortunate to be stolen. But hey, surprise. Turns out we were dropped off the orphanage and picked up again by the very same man. He says in a tone of anger. A hand placed itself on my shoulder. It wasn't Dad's fault. Our family was poor. Have you forgotten the reason why we decided to join Dad in this immigrant business in the first place? It was to help our poor family. Jack was standing behind me. I wonder for how long had he listened in. In fact, I wonder where we are and what's going to happen to us from now on. Tonks/Phantom POV. I pressed in a series of codes and scanned my fingerprint. The door of the private meeting room opened. Everyone was seated around the long glass table. I take the envelope out of my jacket and slide it on the table towards 2 Bullet. Divide it. He quickly had 5 stacks divided from the rest. I slide the 4 $5,000 stack towards Rock, Beast, Mask, and Red. The $6,000 one went to Draco. Will they get paid way better than us? Rock exclaims, counting the cash stack he had in his hand and eyeing the rest of the money by 2 Bullets' side. Didn't you just give me $1,000 last time? On that Rider mission? Draco asks, his eyes widening at the $6,000 stack in his hand. Wadash! Wait, how come he has a $1,000 more than us? And now he's got $2,000 more? Mask exclaims. Draco couldn't help but smirk and give her a mocking smile. You jealous? Mask rages. Let me at him. Let me at him. Beast held on to her as she struggles to get to Draco. I throw myself into the head chair and slouch a little. I really want to rest, but school is in a few hours anyway. I take out my phone and started sending some texts around. Suddenly, one caught my attention. Sorry, guys. I gotta go. I'll come back later. I rush out of the room. Everyone watched as Phantom suddenly rushed out of the room. What's up with her? Red asks. Not sure, but it happens. She's always going somewhere. 2 Bullets says as he counts the rest of the cash and hands the envelope to 09 to keep. Always. Red raises an eyebrow. Always. 50K confirms. Where'd the tablet go? 2 Bullet asks, looking around. Phantom took it. Thorns replied. Sneaky too, it seems. 2 Bullets sigh. I didn't even notice. 3 million. 1 million. 2.5 million. 1.5 million. Look, kid, my services ain't that cheap. I beg to differ. I know what you're going through. Why you have the money? I toss a file towards him. His men crowds around him as he opens in. As he reads, his eyes widen and his brows rise. 1.5 million. Final offer. I say, voice sharp as a knife. No room for negotiation. All right, kid. He leans against the wall in the alley we were standing in as he tugs the file under his jacket. What do you need? Few minutes later. Kid, we ain't talking cheap. Soldiers and guns are two different things. I know, but what I want, I get. You'd understand. Fair. He enters in his details before signing the contract. Once he was done, I snatched the tablet over and tuck it away. Great doing business with you. I started to turn and walk away. Kid. I turn back and face him. He starts to take out a cigarette, and one of his henchmen take out a lighter. Be careful, will you? You may be rich, but you're only 14. In a flash, I grabbed his box of cigarettes. What about you? I take out my gun. They froze for a second, waiting to see if I'll attack and make our contract void despite the long negotiation we just had a moment ago. I took out a cigarette and swiped it across the handle of the gun, and it lights. I shoved my gun and the box into my pockets. You may have great services, but in the end, you're still you. I take a whiff and blow out through my mouth. I don't have that carefree life. I took in another whiff and blew some rings. Kid, you smoke. He stutters. I glance at his unused, but the burning end was growing longer, and I watch as it burns some more before falling to the ground. It's a trick of the eye. You can't always believe what you see. I drop my butt and rub it out with my heel before turning to walk away again. Or here. Tonks/phantom POV. As I make my way back into the meeting room, I notice some oddities in the air. I open the door of the room. Ed was in the room, sitting in the head chair. Everyone was sitting around the table, formal style. Actually, only Vince's team was, since my team never sits like that. Hands and legs together? No thanks. I make my way to a seat. I then noticed everyone's eyes on me. They wanted something, that's for sure. As I sat down and made myself comfortable, Sue gave me a cup of tea. I take a sip before saying, "Hinno." Ginny laughs. You haven't even heard the news yet. I put the cup down. It's never good when it comes from Ed. Hermione shrugs. Maybe, but there are a few times it's good. Like, she drags out the last part. Okay, never mind. Ed clears his throat. It's good and bad. This time, I glance at him. Go on. This time, Vince speaks up. I'll be going back with my team. I'll be under their care this time, and I'll be joining their mission. Right after that, I will return with them to London. My hand, which was halfway, rising to my lips with the cup, dropped back down onto the table, putting the cup back on the table. I sigh. I guess now's a good time for that. I took out an envelope from my jacket and slide it across the table towards him. He picks it up and opens it. It's a letter from your family. His eyes waters as everyone stares at me in shock, except Ed and my team. How? Lily questions. His family died when he was 13, in a kidnap murder case. The police searched everywhere, everything. So how come you have this? Her voice filled with disbelief. The police? Did they hack into his mother and father's work? Lily made a face. They had experts. I crossed my arms. Did they have assassin hackers that can trace all the way back to deleted and lost files? Lily didn't reply. Thought so. Good job, Kahi. We high-fived. It's nothing. Simple processing. He shrugs with a smirk. Isn't it about time we visit our guests? Ed says as he looks down at his watch. I'm sorry. There is no we, just us. Luna says, standing up. Fine. I'll have a nice chat with these lads, and I'll email you the details. Ed laughs, taking out his phone. We leave the room silently. Where'd you go? Ginny asks, walking by my side. Preparations. I answer simply. I don't think prep work has the need for cigarettes. She waves the box in my face. She must have taken it without me knowing. I got that from someone. I say, taking it back. You took one, didn't you? She glances at me. Just 2 whiffs. She used her evil eye to see if I was lying. After confirming, we continued to walk in silence to the family guest room. Hermione knocks on the door. The man we hired to watch the 4 opens the door and steps out. How are they? Luna asks. They've made themselves comfortable. He replies. Thank you, now stand guard outside while we talk with them. As we walk past him into the room, Luna shoves some money in his pocket. No one does things for free nowadays in the assassin world. Johnny POV. I step out of the showers, feeling refreshed. They don't give many shower breaks in the immigration business. As I exit the bathroom into the foyer, the front door opens. But it wasn't the man with the big build, it was the 5 kids. I tensed up. Johnny, we need to talk. The girl who had shot me many times say, of course we'll need to talk to your sons too. She walks past me into the living room. The boys. I hurriedly turn and rush in, forgetting about the other 4. As I approached, I heard James shout, "You!" She stands casually as James whipped out his dagger. Jacob and Jack hurried to see what was the commotion, but as soon as their eyes landed on her, their eyes darkened a little. Well, ain't that rude? She makes her way to the large dining table that could seat 10. She pulls a chair out. How about we talk it out? She smiles. James didn't put his dagger down. Her teammate approached and hit his inner elbow, resulting for his arm to bend and momentarily lose focus on his grip. She grabs it and throws it to the girl. She catches the dagger by the blade and flips it over before jamming it into the wooden table. Please, she asks with a smile. I quickly hurried over. Boys, they are our savior, and we've already caused them a lot of trouble. So let's just listen to them. I nudge James, Jack, and Jacob towards the table. The 4 of us sits on one side of the table, and they sat opposite us, leaving an empty chair. First of all, I'm Phantom, and you will address me as such. She points to each member as she introduces them. This is 009, 50K, Thorns, and 2 Bullet. She turns back to us. And of course we already know who you are. James growled. What do you want? She smiles darkly. Oh, it's not what we want. It's what you need. We got confused at that. Of course I still have basic questions that you must answer. She suddenly leans back and kicks her legs up. She takes out a tablet and started firing questions at us. How good are you at combat? I couldn't really answer. I'm an inside worker. I say, we're pretty much on the same level, but Jack is good at close range, James is far range, and I'm just a little of both. Jacob answers for him and his brothers. She takes it down, her hands flying over the digital keyboard. Kills? We went silent. Sure, we're in dangerous business, but we haven't killed anyone yet. That was the superior's job back in the business. 3. The boys answered at the same time. I stare at them, bewildered. It was a long time ago. But it was an accident. One of them hit his head on the concrete too hard. The second had his neck broken against a tree, and the third rolled down a rocky hill. Jacob says nervously. She clicks her tongue. Skay. This is going to be a little tough. Her hands fly over the keyboard again. We answered as many as we could. Okay, let's take a break. She puts the tablet down and stretches. I have plenty more questions, but breaks are important. She leans back in her chair further, balancing on its hind legs. 2 Bullet. She calls him over, and they review the answers we've given. They were talking in whispers. He was obviously remarking them. I need a whiff. 50K stands and grabs a cigarette from a box in Phantom's pocket and heads to the balcony. She swings forward, the rifle strapped to her back, and swipes in a swift motion on the barrel. It lights. How old are you guys? Jacob asks, bluntly. Phantom smiles, 14. She answers before walking away and taking one out for herself. Dad, their lives are so wrong. So much more than the one we had. Sure, we stole and bluffed, but we didn't smoke. Jacob tells me, concern in his eyes. He was always one to pity others. Jacob, we mustn't interfere with their choices. I whisper to him, Art, I want to sleep. We jump in shock at the sudden exclaim. Phantom walks over and knocks Thorns on the head lightly. Don't, if you sleep now, you won't be awake for school. Keep your eyes open. Phantom passes her some gum. Try and get a sugar rush. She takes it, but not before stating, I haven't slept for the past 38 hours. Phantom hits her again. So have the rest of us, and you don't see us complaining. She removes the cigarette from her lips and puts it out in the tray on the table. Okay, back to business. She sits in front of us again and fires questions all over again. Harry/2 Bullet POV. Okay, now for the main purpose of our visit. I push Phantom out of her chair once she was done with her part and sit on it. She shoots me an annoyed look, but says nothing before proceeding to sit on my original seat. We're going to make a deal, I say, looking at them in the eye one by one. First of all, have you ever wanted a normal job? Say, $10 per hour? I ask. They look at each other before Johnny answers me. Of course we do, but it wouldn't pay enough. I stare into their eyes. All right, how about $50 per hour? Johnny answers me with the same reply. Not enough. $80. Still, $100. Nearly there. Tell you what, $300. I offer my final decision. That would definitely cover our expenses better, but where would there be a job like that? Johnny looks at me. I couldn't help but smirk. This deal is 2 steps away. Here, of course. They look at me bewildered. But you're illegal. Jacob points out. Not exactly. 009 answers him. We're quite legal, in a way. Thorns adds in. We've noticed your talents, and they would be useful for our cause. Phantom says. Your cause? James asks, suspiciously. That we of course won't tell. 50K says, and winks at him. Why should we join you? Jack finally speaks up. Well, you have to. First of all, we get what we want. Second of all, we'll let you go once the deal's off, which brings us to the third point. You have to pay back your family. They give me looks. I sigh. I'm saying you're going to earn back what your family lost to pay us to find you. James suddenly stands, toppling his chair over. What? He exclaims. How about I break it down since you still can't process it? Your family paid a private investigator $1 million to find the 4 of you who have not been keeping contact with them for the past 5 months. Their eyes widened at that, but I wasn't done. The investigator gave up, however, after 2 months and came to our company for help. He paid our boss $2 million to help him, but of course that money goes to us. Our boss sent us out, and we're usually paid a few $1,000s for a job, and the money usually goes straight into our account. Did I mention that when hiring private investigators, you have to pay them extra every month, and it's been 5? I think their jaws were already touching the floor. First of all, we'll cut you some slack since you're not the one paying us. Our boss is. 009 pats Johnny's shoulder. Shall we add up the math? I smile, taking out my phone calculator. They look terrified. I can't tell if it's us or the money. I held my laughter in. 1 million plus 2 million gives us 3 million so far. They gulp. Your family pays an extra of $500 every month. Times that by 5. Oh, look at that, $2,500. I act enthusiastic. Let me just say this. You're only paying back $3,002,500. If we added our share, that would be, I punch more numbers in, 3,100,000 and 5,000. I show them the screen, without interest. I smile at the last part. They were shocked now, truly shocked. SOWEOYUT that much. Johnny stammers. Yep. Thorns answers with a smile. We've already cut you slack. Phantom states. We stand up and get ready to leave. I place our name card on the table. Contact us whenever you're ready. The sooner the better, of course. We'll give details then. We make our way to door, and I open it for the others. As they exit, I turn back and wave before leaving. Good luck. Author's note. I almost died writing this haze. Took me longer than expected. To my readers, I apologize, but I rushed already okay. I know I took very long, but here it is. If you're reading this note, that means you need wait another eternity before I publish again. Okay, bye, smiley face. Chapter 10. Mischievous glint. Are you sure about this? 50K asks Phantom. Yeah, I've never regretted the decisions I made. She answers. Can we go home now? Thorns asks out loud. I don't see why not. A cold shower would be nice too. 009 comments. Let's go then. There's only a few hours before school. 2 bullets started picking up the pace. Tonks unlocks the door, and as soon as everyone came in, they sprawled out to their own rooms. Everyone had their own bathroom, so nobody took turns using the one in the hall. The entire house was quiet. Only light footsteps could be heard. Tonks had turned on the air conditioner for the entire house before entering her room. Everyone changed out of their working clothes to more suitable casual clothing for school later on. Tonks changed into a white sideless tank top with a heart made of flowers on the front. Its length covered about 1/3 of her black shorts. She put on some gray ruby flats to accompany. She proceeded to lock bracelets on her right wrist and put on some rings on her left fingers. She then picks up the straightener to straighten her hair before attaching color extensions. Jenny was wearing a white crop top with the bold words disaster on the front and some blue ombre skinny jeans. Silver bracelets hung on her left wrist. She chose some black low-cut Converse to complete her look. She dries her hair with a hair dryer before brushing it out. She snaps a hair tie on her right wrist to tie her hair up later. Ginny thought it might be a good time to change her earrings and proceeds from her ear sticks to small peace signs. Catherine went with a more sporting look. A navy DRI fit shirt with a calligraphy quote on the front saying "Food before boys." Instead of jeans, she decided on some tights. She picks out a pair of sports shoes to wear. This time she decided on the blue one with the pink sole. She ties up the purple lace before moving to her mirror. Luna picks up her engraved metal bracelet and slips it on her left wrist. She quickly ties her hair up into a high ponytail and proceeds on some light makeup. Hermione, being lazy as usual, threw on a shirt and short combo. This time she was wearing a white sleeveless hooded shirt and black shorts. The front of her hoodie states "Sleepy" in capital. Her shoes were white high-cut Converse with black lace. Hermione picks up her teal watch and secures it on her left wrist. Her shoulder-length hair untouched besides combing. Just for fun, she decided to wear a choker with a yin-yang charm. Harry's fringe would hang above his eyes when not gelled, so that was his first step in getting ready. For today, he decided on a side fringe look, such that only one eye was half covered. A black shirt was his top with a red flannel, along with shredded jeans and black high-cut Converse. He puts his leather bracelets on his right wrist, a chain attached to his belt hoops, and a few plain metal rings on his left hand. Once he was done, he grabbed his devices and proceeded downstairs. Once downstairs, he crashed onto the sofa and opens up his laptop. Knowing Tonks would be in the kitchen, he asks out loud for a Coke. A few moments later, a can hovered above him. He grabs it, thanking Tonks before she returns. He was going to need a sugar rush to finish writing down today's assassinate report. Recalling every detail and typing away was how he was going to spend the next hour. After passing Harry his drink, Tonks returned to making everyone a quick sandwich meal to eat before school. She toasts the bread and decides to cut them in half. Feeling bored, she takes out 3 knives and juggles them as she cuts each slice. She throws 2 of them towards the knife holder by the sink. When she was done, they slid in perfectly. She used the last knife to crack the eggs and scrambles them one by one. To her, it was more of a hassle dividing equally than frying individually. She takes some frozen chicken out of the freezer and bake them before tearing them into shreds. As she looks at her ingredients, she realized an important ingredient was missing: a vegetable. She settled for some cold cucumber and sliced them up thinly. She puts everything together with barbecue sauce in between and sets the sandwiches on disposable plates, knowing how everybody was not in the same area and that she would be too lazy to wash the dishes later. First, she went to Harry in the living room, then Luna, who was listening to music in her room. After that was Ginny reading in hers, and Tricka, who was in the theater room watching comedy. Attempting not to fall asleep, she said. After delivering the meals, Tonks went on to the tech room, where all their high-tech devices were located for work purposes. She settled in her seat, which was the center of the crescent moon-shaped table. She turns on everything, and the giant flat screen flashes. She connects her keyboards and proceeds to work whilst eating her sandwich. In the middle of her work, the rest entered, and everyone got into their seats. On her right was Ginny, then Hermione. Her left was Luna, then Harry. They used their own computer screens. As Tonks typed away her work, the email notification came up. She moves her mouse towards it and opens up the email page. She calls the others, and they divert their attention to it. Friend 2. Night Rhea Pez subject. Details, smiley face. Hello there, Rhea Pers. Hope you're still hanging in there. Oh, what am I saying? You could stay up a week straight. Anyway, back to the main topic. I mentioned some bad news. It's not all bad for me, but anyway, this is just a short mission for you. Our Britain branch has reached out to us. A team of theirs will be needing a place to stay with suitable people for just a few days. Of course, I thought of you, winky face. Man, was their reaction great when I said you were youngsters after the signing of the contract. Anyways, there you have it. Here's a link for their information, smiley face. Not that I hacked for it, winky face. Everyone couldn't help but shake their heads. Tonks clicked the link and a document page came up. She hooked it up to the printer and printed copies for keepers. File 253, confidential, authorized property. The Reeds, family of 3 Terry Reed, husband Sarah Wood/Reed, wife Lorraine Reed, daughter. All are certified assassins. The document had a total of 6 pages worth of information. Every detail of the Reeds was right there. Ginny and Luna took down the important points of the information. Harry searched them up further, and Hermione made some fake documents to use. Time flew by, and Tonks' phone went off. It was the alarm she set to remind everyone to get ready for school. Hermione passed Tonks the completed fake-filled and transfer student form for Lorraine. Luckily, she was their age. This was what they did for Vince too when he was around. The woman at the front office is sure to key it into the school system, but they can access into it easily to delete it after this mission was done. Which reminds Tonks, have you deleted Vince's form? She asked Luna. Yeah, she answered. Let's go, guys. We'll go by parkour. Everybody grabbed their necessities before heading outside. As they climbed onto the roof, the moon went down and up came the sun. Hermione's watch started going off, stating 6 a.m. Okay, who wants to lead today? Luna asks round as she stretches. I will. Ginny steps forward. She then ties her hair up into a ponytail and proceeds to run off the edge to jump onto the next building. I refuse. But honey, they're nice people. What's more, they're being generous and letting us stay for the next couple days. But Mom, they're different. You know how I can't get along with people like that. Sweetie, can't you make do for just these couple days? We'll be in and out. I can try, but no promises. I can't trust my own mouth. If you want, you can treat them the silent treatment when we get there. That way you don't have to interact, all right? All right, but I do hope I can be friends with them, even if it's just for a while. That's my girl. Someone explain why I'm feeling chills. Ginny suddenly says during lunch. Hermione looks up at the scorching sun in the sky before turning back to her. You're cold-blooded? Ginny gives her a look. Are you stating, or is that a metaphor? Hermione looks away. Never mind. Luna couldn't help but laugh at their conversation. Excuse me? The 5 turned to see Dudley and some of his gang behind him. What? Harry asked sharply. Is Vince not here with you today? He looks down continuously. What's it to you? Tonks swirls the metal spork on her fingers. I, wanted to apologize for the way I acted towards him. The spork drops, clanging on the wooden table. He flinches at the sound. Why now? Hermione stares at him through her fringe. Well, you see that's Dudley stammers, unable to find his words. Luna stands and the rest follows suit. Forget it, guys. We'll forgive you. Oh, and Vince has left the school. He was just a transfer student, remember? Dudley called out to them as they continued to walk towards the cafeteria exit. So, I won't see him again? Ever? Luna looks back. I guess so. The doors close. School's out, but the day isn't over for them. The effects of sleep deprivation had started to kick in. They've used more energy than needed on the last mission. They couldn't help but let a few yawns escape. Tonks' phone suddenly started beeping. She takes it out and sees it's another mission. She looks at her tired team, debating. Oh, whatever. She opens up the message. From Ed to unknown forward to Phantom. There was a huge load of drugs coming in last week at the old airport by the lake. Our team from the 2nd Department managed to stop the loading, but only disposed half of the items. A new shipment is coming in. The pills are going to be sent to the mansion of Pete Harrison, a rich businessman. Possible uses of this drug are almost endless. We've got word he's going to experiment with them. Send a team from the 1st Department to stop the loading and the experiment that he is going to perform. We've already tipped word to the police to be at the scene at 1 a.m., but you know how police are. They'll probably be there at 12 a.m. instead. This does not look entertaining. Ginny says over Tonks' shoulder. Kinda boring, I have to agree. Luna says over Tonks' other shoulder. What choice do we have? Plus the amount's not bad. Tonks shoves her phone into her pocket. So, what are we going to do before 10? Hermione asks. Everyone thought about it for a while before realizing with dread that they left there. Work uncompleted in the high-tech room. Back to work? Really? Harry complains. We could stop by McDonald's? Hermione suggests. I have to go somewhere else first, actually. Everybody turns to see Tonks looking on her phone. Where are you going? Tonks puts away her phone. Somewhere. From unknown to Phantom. The usual place. Looks like it's ready. I'll meet you guys back home. Tonks walks away into the opposite direction. I trust you have them. He passes me an A4 envelope. I take it, uncoiling the string and flipping the top open. I pull out the documents, scanning over them before putting them back, coiling the string and tucking it under my arm. I take it you were satisfied? He asks smugly. I played along. With a smirk, I stare into his eyes. I will be soon enough. His smile falters. I'll come back. I disappear into the shadows, our eyes never leaving. Database 03, 71, and 94 has yet to be secured. 2 bullet, if you please. A file was thrown across the room from Ginny to Harry. The team was currently having Sue on the line, carrying out protocols. Phantom, 50K. I need you to research more on test subject 254. Tonks and Luna started typing away. 009 and Thorns. Camera files have been squeaky lately. Fix them. I bet you're wondering why they have to do these things. It's just part of the job. They don't like to express details on that. Tonks was getting ahead of her work, so she moved on to something else she's been meaning to do for a while now. She swings her chair towards the other table at a side of the room. She clicks a button on a board and several security camera footage came up along with black screens scrolling with green encrypted numbers. She puts on her headset and connects with the base. This is Phantom from the first apartment. Is anyone there? She holds a mic closer to her lips. This is HQ base speaking. I'm the second commander in charge. What's happening? Tonks started typing away, hacking into the base. Getting a signal on the west side of the building. Could be hackers. Tonks was actually hacking the east side. But getting HQ workers distracted in the other areas made the work more fun, in their opinion. Tonks signaled Luna to come help her. She puts on her headset. This is 50K from the first apartment, getting a hacked signal from the west. The reply came a little flustered. Why, yes, it's been reported. Getting workers too. Cool mean. Tonks and Luna high-fived as the data download completed, and they managed to divert attention. Leave the rest to me. Luna tells Tonks, making sure the mic was far. Tonks unplugs the thumb drive and heads back to the head computers. She throws the drive towards Harry, who caught it with ease. Suddenly, Ed appears on the screen, and Harry quickly dropped it in his drawer before closing it shut. Reappraise your attention, please. Everyone stop what they were doing and look up. The Reeds will be arriving today. It seems their journey was faster than expected. They will be reporting to me soon before getting to your place. Estimated 8 p.m. That is all. The screen turns back to their original work. He planned this, didn't he? Ginny started, voice getting deeper with threat. He loves playing around with us way too much. Hermione didn't hesitate to say, let's welcome them, shall we? Tonks said with a smirk playing on her lips. Your list of fun is never ending, is it? Ginny asked Tonks. She simply smiled. On second thought, maybe I left my coffee at a... Mum pulls me by the collar as I try to walk away. Lorraine, sweetie, we talked about this, and you already threw your leftover coffee away. I started to act dramatic to convince her. But Mum, I'll die. Ow! She hits me on the head. Lorraine, you only die when you're on a battlefield. We are staying with them, and that's that. She uses her mum voice. I look down, disappointed that I couldn't do a last-minute escape. Dad comes back with a lady in a suit. This is Miss Susan, and she will be guiding us to the company from here. By here, he means the airport that we've been waiting at for the past hour since our arrival. Hello, Miss Susan. I'm Mrs. Reed, and this is my daughter, Lorraine. Mum shakes her hand. Oh, please, call me Sue, and no need to be so formal, Sarah. Come, I will drive you to our company. We follow her out to the parking lot. She opens the trunk for our luggages before sitting behind the wheel. As she started to drive, my parents, being them, tried to make a conversation. So, Sue, what's your position? Mum asks lightly. Me? Oh, I'm just the boss manager. She makes a sharp right, resulting for me to crash into Dad. Are you okay back there? She asks. Her eyes glanced at us for a moment before returning to the road ahead. You'll have to excuse the bumpy ride. We don't usually have guests, so we drive quite recklessly. She apologizes before another sharp left turn. But luckily Dad held me this time. I then noticed how blurry the outside looks. As my brain processed it, I realized we were driving way past the speed limit. I held the arm rest a little tighter, knowing my knuckles were turning white. Soon we arrived at the company. We quickly got out as that drive had us a bit traumatized. Sue steps out and throws the keys towards a guy standing by the door. He gets in and speeds away. Our luggages. I call out. Don't worry about those. They're being delivered to the place you're staying in. Sue says to me. We enter into the building, and she led us to the elevator. She scans her card and clicks the button for the top level. When we arrived, we went through many twists and turns before arriving at a door. Sue knocks on it lightly. Sir? It's me, and I've brought the reeds. There was no reply, but Sue turned the knob anyway. A dart came flying out of nowhere at lightning speed. I flinched and covered my eyes with my arm. Sir, no playing darts when we have guests, Sue says in a scolding manner. I look up to see her holding the dart that was hovering a few inches away from her face. Lighten up, Suzy. You're too serious. A man holding several darts between his fingers says to her. Sue sighs. We'll talk later, sir. For now, could you please get back to work? The man sits down on a chair in front of a desk. All right. Serve the Earl Grey, if you please. The man opens a drawer and drops the darts before pulling out a laptop and a stack of papers. He notices us and motions for us to come in. There were 3 chairs in front of his desk. I took the one to my right so that I was seated right behind his laptop screen. I didn't want to know any of this business stuff. Mom sits in the center and Dad on the right chair. Okay, let's get started. I apologize for my behavior earlier. Let's see, Mr. and Mrs. Reed or Terry and Sarah. You'll be staying with my best students from the first apartment. They don't have any guards at all, as they prefer self-defense. Is that okay with you? He asks. Oh no, that's fine. Youngsters nowadays are up and at it. Dad comments. It's good to see we won't be living with lazy lads. The man chuckles. I personally find them quite the lazy ones. I forgot to introduce myself. Ivid. He stands up and holds out his hand. Mom and Dad quickly stood up and shook it. It's a pleasure to need you, Mr. Ed. He shakes his head. Oh, that makes me sound so old. Ed is fine. He waves it off. Anyway, picking up where we left off, he picks up some papers. You'll practically live in a resort cause these lads have their own home, which means own kitchen, own toiletries, own property. Mum thanks him profusely. That's very nice of you. We don't need such services. We can live on takeout and such. Ed shakes his head. No, please, anything I can do, I'll do it. It's been a while since our British branch have reached out to us anyway. Thank you so much, Ed. Don't mention it. Now here's the rules. I internally groan at that. No killing of each other. Always have each other's backs. Leave no one behind. No matter what, do not disregard each other at all. Now I just need you to sign some things, and you can be off. He slides papers towards us after his rapid talk. Mom and Dad took some time to process. Oh, yes, of course. They quickly signed each piece and were about to stand when Ed gestured to me. You two, young lady, everybody has to sign. Here in Featherwind, everyone is an individual. I quickly picked up the pen and signed on the line beside my mom's signature on every page, ready to leave anytime. After forever and a sore wrist, we were finally on our way out. Off you go then. He waves as we got into the car that was driving us to our destination. As we drove off, I couldn't help but notice a mischievous glint in his eyes. Author's note. Okay, I don't know why, but this chapter came out faster than expected. Maybe I was motivated or something. And chapter 11 coming on quite fast, even though school started. So I guess lucky you? Let's see how long you have to wait for chapter 12, haha. Smiley face, peace. Chapter 11, spirits. Lorraine slash? POV. Now that's a house. My dad says in awe as he surveyed a house. Well, mansion really, it was huge and looked nothing like a house. I wonder who lives here? I got my answer when the car stopped right in front of it. Us and the ones letting us stay. Goodness me, we get to live in such a lovely house for our stay. Isn't that wonderful, Lorraine? Mum beams at me, and I couldn't help but return a small smile. We climbed out the back seat and proceeded towards the door. The man gives a wave before driving off, probably back to the company. Here we go, darling. Our temporary stay. Mum says as she rings the doorbell. Usually you would hear some chimes, but there was nothing. Dad decides to knock the door. Still nothing. He was about to knock again when the door opened. The entrance stood a girl my age. Her hair was a brown-blue ombre, and she had brown eyes. She smiles and ushers us in. Hi, I'm Tonks. You must be the Reeds. Mum smiles at her politeness. Oh, you're such a dear. Could we talk to the in-charge? I'm not sure, but I thought I saw her smirking for a split second. Please wait in there. She points to a room in one of the hallways, and when we turned back, she was gone. I felt a shiver go down my spine. Well, at least she's not sloppy. Dad comments as we enter the room. I hit his arm knowing what he's hinting at. I'm not sloppy. I just prefer to think before I act. Mum, of course, had to join in. Of course, dear, but you take too long. When you think sometimes. The room was dark. The lights were off and the curtains drawn. The only source of light was the projector on the glass table shining on the screen. The screen read, "Welcome." There was no one in the room. I'm creeped out. I blurted, "Sweetie, that's not the kind of behavior you should have in a guest house." Mum scolds. A breeze suddenly comes in from one of the windows and temporarily lit up the room with moonlight. There was nothing in the room except a glass table with office chairs all around, and there were boards of both whiteboards and pegboards along the wall on the right. The breeze stops, and the curtains slowly floated down. There was a boy next to the window. We jumped in surprise. Hello there. Who are you? Mum asks hesitantly. He was tall and had a strong build. He was leaning against the wall, hands tucked in his pockets. When my eyes adjusted, he looked my age too. Harry was his brief reply as he glanced at us through his fringe, which I noticed was a bit long. He gets up from the wall and pulls up the second seat to the right of the head. The wheels squeaked as he does so. Sit, he says as he settles down and started switching the slides. We take a seat on our end of the table, our eyes glued to the screen. After the welcome came a to then an hour followed by home. Welcome to our home. I mumbled. Sorry we didn't put any effort into that. The voice was feminine. We turned back, and the guy was no longer there, his seat in its original position as if never touched. In the first seat to the head beside, where the guy had sat earlier, was a girl who was dressed in casual sportswear. Nice to meet you. She smiles. We couldn't see her eyes as she was wearing a cap. The door opens and we turn, another girl. Her mouth drops in shock at us. Oh, are you the Reeds? What are you doing in here alone? Who let you in? I was supposed to do those slides for you, but it seems I've been beat to it. Why don't you come on out of the living room? Alone, she said, but there was... I turned back to see the previous girl in sportswear was gone. This was getting freaky. Tonks had let us in and told us to wait in here. Dad says. She shakes her head. What are you talking about? Tonks hasn't been home since yesterday. I froze. What the hell was going on? Was it Luna? I'm Ginny, by the way. I heard her mutter before introducing herself. She opens the door for us, and as we exit, I glanced one last time into the room. As the door closed, I thought I saw Tonks sitting in the head chair, leaning back with her legs on the table, a smile on her lips. Then my vision was blocked by the door. Knowing I did just saw her, my hand flew out, pushing the door open. No one was in the room. What's wrong, Lorraine? Dad calls after me. And nothing. Must be my imagination. I exit the room. Hermione, what are you doing? When we entered the living room, there was a girl rummaging the bookshelf, and books were strewn all over the floor. Finding my key. Ginny sighs. And why did you think keeping your key in the books was a good idea? The girl, Hermione, shrugged. It seemed like a good idea at the time, but now I just feel plain stupid. She continues flipping books before dumping them onto the floor. Ginny ushers us onto the long sofa. I'll get you some refreshments. As I watched her walk away into the kitchen, I noticed her again. Tonks, this time she was sitting on my suitcase, the smile still on her lips. I blink, she's gone. Mom, I tug her sleeve. Are there such things as spirits? She puts her arm around me. Only when you're hallucinating, dear. That didn't help in the slightest. Then I realized the sound of books dropping on the floor had stopped. I turned, and the books were back on the shelf, neat as if never thrown in the first place. I tugged my mom's sleeve again and pointed. She turned a shade lighter. We weren't seeing or hearing things, were we? There was a girl throwing books, right? We continue staring at the tidy shelf. Yes, Lorraine, there was. My mom answers, almost robotic. A clang of glasses rang. We turn to see Harry putting chilled glasses of water in front of us along with fruits. Where's Ginny? He gives us a weird look. Ginny went out in the afternoon and has yet to return. Wait, why do you know her name? Mum points towards the glasses, She said she'd get the refreshments, so how come it's you? He flexes his back as he stands. I still don't get what you're saying. These glasses were chilled overnight by me because I was the one who put them in last night. He walks away. Dad sniffed the drink. It's not spiked. Dad has a habit of doing things safely. He downs it and started to cough profusely right after. Assuming he choked, Mum pat his back. He tried to say something, but the more he tried, the harder he coughed. A laugh. Very slight. Very soft. Behind me. I turned to see Tonks was laughing softly with a hand over her mouth. She turns into the kitchen. I couldn't take it anymore. I swung over the sofa and peered in. No one again. Since I was here, I got a cup of water for Dad, but when I returned, they were gone. Mum? Dad? No answer. What are you doing? I jump at the voice and look up at the balcony on the second floor that overlooks the first floor. It was the sportswear girl. Gee, getting some water. She sits on the handle of the stairs and slides down. Luna, you. I grip the glass tighter, as if it was a source of comfort. Lorraine. She hums, Lorraine, huh? She starts walking away, and this time I stuck close to her, trying to keep a conversation going. So, Luna, who do you live with? She waves it off. Oh, you know, others. I gulp. Like how many? She suddenly waves a finger at me. Hold that thought. Her phone in her hand. I watched as she placed it next to her ear. Hello? Oh, hey. Can't. I have a guest. She started walking away. I stood for a while before realizing I needed to follow. But again, I was too late, and this time it was way too weird. She had jumped over the sofa, and I presumed she was lying down, but when I looked, she was gone. How does someone disappear after 2 seconds of jumping over a sofa? Suddenly the lights went off, and I jumped in surprise, almost dropping the glass of water in my hand. Feeling uneasy, I put the glass on a coffee table I could make out in the dark just in case I drop it for real. Lorraine? Lorraine, where are you? An echo. It was my mom. She continues to shout out, but it comes as an echo. Mom? Mom, where are you? I started to panic. Ghosts, spirits, lost souls, those weren't real, were they? Mom! Dad! I shout out over and over. I started backing away to find something to rest upon when I felt a warmth on my back. I jump in, surprise, and turn in a haste. Lorraine! It was my mom's voice. I felt 2 pairs of arms around me. I recognized them as my parents' hands. Feeling relieved, we found each other. We let out a sigh. But it was all too soon for our relief when we heard laughter. We look around. Nobody was in our sight. And that's rare seeing as we're assassins and can sense presences. The laughter continues. The most I can say is that there was more than 2 persons laughing. In the mix, I could hear a boy, and then one I remember very clearly. Tonk's laughter. But this one wasn't light like a while ago. It was dark but amused. It surrounds us. We look around, still nothing. A breeze comes in, and the curtains float. 5 shadows, all along the wall of the windows. There were 3 large windows. A girl was sitting on the left window, slouching on its left side with one leg up, same on the right window, except this girl was slouching on the right side. Either side of the middle window was a boy and a girl leaning. The middle window, a girl sat in the center, legs crossed by the ankles. That's when I saw her. Her blue hair glowed in the moonlight. The lights turned back on, and we shielded our eyes as they adjust to the sudden brightness. Once we could see, the 5 figures along the wall we noticed are kids my age or older. And we recognized all of them. Tonks, who opened the door. Harry, who appeared in the room. Catherine, who switched the slides. Ginny, who aided us to the living room. Hermione, who was throwing books everywhere. They were still laughing, and slowly it died down. God, you people are so fun to mess around with. Tonks chuckles. Did you see their faces? Ginny adds in. This is the most fun I've had this week. Luna exclaims. Of course, there are no such things as ghosts, spirits, and lost souls. But you are always free to believe. They're out there, you know. Hermione eyes me. God damn it, was I mumbling out loud again? Yes. Harry answers me. I sigh, feeling defeated. My parents, on the other hand, Tonks/Phantom POV. How dare you play this trick on us? Sarah exclaims, pointing a finger and glaring at us. She thinks she can scare us? Puffed. I laugh a little bit more, making me look psycho for laughing in this situation. But then again, maybe I was. Her face contorted from anger to surprised to confusion. I let my laughter die down once I was done. Look here, Sarah. As you can see, we're kids. We need our playtime. I quoted the word. I want to speak to one in charge of this house, right now. She demands. I lazily raise my hand with a smirk on my face. Present. Her line of shocked expressions continue. I don't believe you. I'm going to contact Mr. Ed and my boss. She whips out her phone, and I immediately throw out a dagger. It swiped the phone from her hand, and it hung on the wall by the strap. Wadash, she stares at me in shock as I flex my wrist. When was the last time I threw a heavy-duty dagger so fast? I let Catherine take over. Let's see here. She whips out a piece of paper from out of nowhere. Terry Reed, age 39, fist fighter, aka Punch. Oh, looky here. You used to be teased by your colleagues as Fruit Punch. We watch amused as Terry gritted his teeth. I bet he still can't talk after what I had Harry put inside his drink. Catherine continues, enjoying this herself. Sarah Wood, or should I say Reed, age 38, computer hacker. So I take it you're an inside worker. Cracked over 300 different softwares, not bad. She pauses, but could be better. She winks at Sarah before moving on to Lorraine and puts an arm around her shoulders. Lorraine Reed, age 14, archer. First ever, succeeded bullseye when age 6. Oh, that's adorable. She pinches her cheek a little before stalking back to us. She passes me the paper, and I take out a lighter, burning it and watching as it turned to ash in my hand. I blow it towards the family, and it disappears into the atmosphere. Why put on such a big show? It's a message, and it's clearly telling them that we have no evidence of knowing everything about them. They were fuming with anger, which made this all the more entertaining. But of course, all fun times must come to a pause. Ginny, Hermione take their bags upstairs to the guest rooms we prepared. They walk out the room, casually slouching and eyes never leaving the Reeds with their playful smiles. Luna get their dinner done by 9 p.m. Me and Harry are taking over for a little while. She hops off the window and walks out of the room, tipping her cap towards them as she did so. Please take a seat. Standing must be so uncomfortable. I gesture to the sofa as Harry started to flip through the stack of papers in his hand. They cautiously moved to the sofa, eyes never leaving us. I dragged 2 chairs for me and Harry whilst he pushed the coffee table to the side to make space. Okay, first things first, a thorough explanation since you look like you really want it. I say with fake pity eyes. Harry passes me the tablet, and I start scrolling through documents as I talk. First of all, we're not sorry for what we did, and second of all, this is our house, so you have no authority. And don't start saying things like you're an adult or whatever. Despite my eyes on the screen, I knew their jaws were on the floor. Second of all, we have taken it upon ourselves to drag your daughter to school with us. Third of all, what we say goes. I finally look up to see 2 pairs of glaring eyes and a jaw on the floor. School? Lorraine asks desperately. Yes, school. I bet you were overjoyed for being able to skip school in Britain. I roll my eyes. We have documents here you need to sign. Harry tosses them the stack. Sarah looks at them before shooting her head up. We just signed this at the company. Harry tilts his head, his fringe covering an eye. So? Sign it again, then. She snatched up the pen impatiently and signed, followed by Terry and Lorraine. Oh yeah, I take a small glass bottle out of my pocket and toss it to Terry, who almost didn't caught it. Drink that. I had Harry put something in your drink earlier. He pulls the cork and downs the liquid. He coughs profusely again. Thinking we fooled him, his anger rises. How dare I? Oh. Realizing he now had his voice back, he shrinks back in the sofa in embarrassment. Harry gathers the papers back before proceeding back to his room. I look at the clock. I had Luna prepare your dinner. Feel free to have it whenever. Lorraine looks at me. What about you? I look back at her. We've eaten and we're taking a trip out. Don't wait up. I wink at her as I too exit the living room. After I walk out, I stand behind the wall, eavesdropping on what they have to say. Outra chose. Those children were so rude. I'm going to have a talk with Ed. I can practically hear his reply to her complaints already. And you were saying how sweet they were. Lorraine says in a sarcastic tone. Lorraine, promise us you won't be like that. Terry asks. There was a pause. I am making no such promises. I like this girl. Contented with what I've heard, I walk away with a smirk. I decided to have Luna pass on my message to the others as I had work to do. Hey, Kat. I catch her attention as she was in the middle of setting the table. Yeah. She looks up. Tell the others to be ready in 20 minutes. Last minute changes, but we're going undercover. We're clothes you don't mind getting dirty. She sweeps her hair behind her ear. Yes, sure. I walk away to my room and turn on the laptop. My phone lights up with a new message, catching my attention. From unknown to Tonks. He'll be waiting for you by the trees. I scrolled through all my messages before finally deciding to change. I changed into an old white crop top and black skinny jeans, and I found an old pair of ankle heel boots. I packed my necessary weapons into a bag before heading out of my room. I head downstairs to see everyone is already there. Good. We can get there early. Everyone had changed into something old like I asked. We look like runaway kids. Ginny laughs. I would very much like us to move on because these pants are killing me. Hermione complains. I was about to open the door when Sarah stopped us. I sigh dramatically. What do you want? I state. You're not leaving this house until I say so. I'm calling Ed. I roll my eyes before turning around with hands in my pockets. Look here, Sarah. Were you not listening to my rules? You're not the boss of us. I say word by word with venom. I'm going to be in charge because you kids are not reliable. She argues back. Not reliable? I look between my teammates, thinking the same thing. The one unreliable is you. Ginny states. Can't even listen to a word. Luna continues. And yet we're leaving you with the house. Hermione adds. You can't even take care of yourself? Harry retorts to her. Knowing we left her speechless, we walk out the door, intending not to dally any further. Lorraine, you're in charge. I say as I wave, knowing Lorraine was watching from a corner. We're going to be taking a company car to get to the old airport. I tell the others as I message HQ for a car. This was going to be one long night. Author's note. Hi readers, it's been so long since I posted, but here you go, chapter 11, smiley face. This one seems simple and not much action, but don't worry, there'll be action in chapter 12. This chapter looks lazy in my opinion, but it's so long, so I just went with it. Basically, I'm showing the mischievous side of the reapers, because in the previous chapters, I've just been showing their tired aggressive professional average behaviors. Okay, this A/N is getting long. Chapter 12's release depends on how often I edit it. Smiley face by Author Angel. Chapter 12. Almost forgot. Click. Flinch. Click. Flinch. Click. Hermione couldn't take it anymore. Can't you type quietly? Asks Hermione to Harry in an annoyed tone. No, he says as he continues clicking on his keyboard. Here. Luna passes one side of her earphones to Hermione. Thanks. Hermione thanks her before taking it and going back to looking out the window. They were currently sitting in a 7-seater car with Tonks and Ginny in the middle row and Harry, Luna, and Hermione in the back. Tonks was so deep in thought, whilst twirling her dagger, she didn't notice Ginny calling her until she pat her shoulder. Tonks! Tonks turned to see she had accidentally directed her dagger at Ginny, which she had luckily dodged. Her mind was somewhere, but not her instincts. Tonks, the plan? Ginny asks, slowly pushing the dagger away from her. All right, guys, we'll be dropped about 500 meters away from the old airport in the nearby forest. The plan is we go in undercover as hostages. Everyone's face twisted in confusion. Don't give me that look, let me explain. We go in as hostages, and our kidnapper brings us to the airport to kill us. That's our cover. The men will notice and have all 6 of us, including the kidnapper, as their kill spree witnesses. When they leave to continue their unloading, that's when we'll strike. Tonks opens up a piece of paper which had the airport's blueprints printed on it. And who exactly is our kidnapper? Luna asks with a raised eyebrow. Tonks smirks. I got that planned out. Luna sighs in defeat. You never run out of things to do. Tonks holds up a peace sign. Fun things to do. She turns to Ginny. You were the one that gave me an idea, because as I recall you said the mission looked boring. How do you like my changes? She grins. Ginny shakes her head. You and your ideas. Tonks elbows her. Fun ideas. Soon they arrived at their destination, which was dense with trees. Mother Nature's definitely done some serious work around here, Luna says as she observes how tall the trees were. Where is he? Tonks mutters as she looked around. Tonks/Phantom POV. Damn that old man. There's hundreds of trees here. By the trees? What kind of joke is that? I take out the torch and compass I packed and flash the light 3 times in each direction. I did this for some time before I saw a shadow in the north. I flashed in the north again, and the shadow came nearer. There he is. Tonks, what are you doing? Luna asks as she eyes the torch. Finding our kidnapper. I say simply. I kept flashing, and every time the shadow came nearer. I did this until I could make out a body, walking towards us. I flip the switch and toss my torch into my bag. Hey, Ranger. I greet our mystery man as he gives me a weird look. And why do you know my name? I shrug and toss him a gun which he catches before it came into contact with his head. He told me my job awaits me here, and all I get is this? Ranger waves the gyrojet at me. Yes, I say as I toss Hermione her AK-47 and Luna her Remington 700 from the trunk of the car. Wow, when was the last time I used this? Hermione asks no one in particular as she inspects it. I took the courtesy to polish it for you when I was loading the trunk. Ginny says as she hooks her belts on her thighs under her skirt. She sticks her Glock 26 Kuro and Shiro into the gun holders before checking her AS-50 is in ready condition. Are you trying to make me jealous here? Ranger asks as he inspects the slightly rusty gyrojet. Who knows? I say as I hook my belt around my waist under my shirt. I slot a different blade in each holder. I did the same on both shoulders and ankles. I stare at my sword and Hermione's katanas in the trunk. I don't think we can use those. I close the trunk. Hermione, I call her over to me. We'll be needing guns on this one, and since we're sword users, we're going to need to snitch some. I quickly inform her, and she gives me a nod. Okay, is everybody ready? I asks. Once I got everybody's approval, we moved out. Ranger POV. Here. My mystery employer hands me a fake I.D and a disposable phone. Now that I think about it, you haven't given me your name. I say with a raised brow. She hesitated for a moment. It didn't tell you? I shake my head as I stuff the items she gave me in my jacket. Wow, sucks to be his employee. She retorts before introducing herself and her team. Tonks? Isn't that the name that's been going around lately at HQ? But before I get a chance to ask, I was pulled into action, literally. I stumble as I get my balance back. The 5 of them scream in horror as they landed on the ground. To me, it was obvious they faked it, and they were perfectly fine, but by the angle the men were looking at, it was as if I pushed them. I quickly acted my role too. Shut up before I kill you. I shout at them. They were actually getting teary-eyed. Wow, they sure can act. Please, please don't kill us. One of them begged with fake tears running down her face. Damn, I already forgot their names. I wonder if those are actually eye drops. Ugh, Focus Ranger. Our parents will get you the money. Please, just a bit longer, another adds. Who's there? One of the men shouted at us as he flashed his torch at us. Well, step one's a success. The 5 of them huddled together as the man approached. I noticed they were exchanging hand signals. Who am I? Who are you? Get out of here before I kill you. I threaten him, raising my voice. I obviously had the upper hand, but I restrained myself from attacking him. If I did, they'd dock my pay. He pushes me to the floor and pins me down. Hey, I found intruders, he yells to his colleagues. 5 men came rushing over and they picked up the kids. They led us to an abandoned room in the airport and tied us up. We heard the heavy door close and lock with a click. What should we do with them? Tell the boss. A voice on the other side says, Nah, we'll just kill them off later and maybe get that ransom the guy was waiting for. Extra cash. They laughed before leaving. Once we could no longer hear their footsteps, we sprang to action. This plan is working well. Maybe too well. Rangers stop thinking and start working. I try to loosen my hands, but it was a dead knot. Everybody moved towards Tonks and I followed along, curious on what they're about to do. Tonks clicks the heel of her boots twice on the concrete, and a blade shoots out. Luna turns around, her back towards Tonks. Tonks started to cut through the rope, but she lets out a sigh after a few seconds. Raise your hands. She tells Luna, and she does as she's told. In one swift moment, Tonks brings the blade down on the rope, and it cuts through Luna's hands unharmed. Luna untied the rope around her legs before proceeding towards me. "Don't move," she says as she takes a vial out of her pocket, green liquid lurking inside. She positions my hands before pouring the liquid on the ropes. It melts through immediately, and I flinch. It was acid. It didn't burn my hands as in the last second Luna ripped the rope. I watch as the excess acid burns the rope to nothing before dying out. "Wait, why were you holding on to something like that?" I ask as I started to untie my legs. "It was left over from another mission. Thought it might come in handy." She shrugs. "Acid from a mission? What kind of missions do these kids do?" I had a few more twists and turns to untie, but before I can continue, a blade slices through them. I look up to see all of them were already untied and free. "Thanks," I say to Tonks as I got up on my feet and brush my jeans. I heard metal clanking and look up to see those with guns had put the strap around themselves. "How did they bring those in here? This night has just gotten a lot more fun," Ginny says as she admires the shine of the barrel. "Sure." Harry shushes us, and we heard footsteps. Everybody positioned themselves against the side of the door. Suddenly, Luna and Ginny climbed the wall, positioning themselves above the door. "How are you doing that?" I exclaim in a hush whisper. They simply waved at me with their net-gloved hand. "What?" Suddenly, the lock clicks and the handle turns. I press myself into the wall. The door opens. "Why? How did you dash?" The two shocked men didn't even get to finish their sentence as Luna and Ginny had swung down and kicked them in the face. I couldn't help but shudder at their merciless. They just kicked two guys in the face, and I know I heard a crunch or two. "Let's go." All of them rush out at once and went separate ways. I couldn't help but stand still, unsure who to follow. "You're coming with me." Tonks grabs me by the shirt and drags me along. "Don't need this anymore." She throws away the gyrojet in her hand out the broken window. Wadash, I touch my pocket. Sure enough, it wasn't there anymore. "When did you?" She continues running, only giving me a glance. "When I untied you." That just confused me even more. "Everyone in position?" Tonks touches the comm in her ear. "All right, mission starts in 3, 2, 1. When Tonks counted down, the entire area was suddenly brightened by lights that came from the sky. I shielded my eyes and looked up. It was a helicopter that was descending. Its headlights was shining down, lighting up almost the entire broken building. I saw glints between every pillar I ran past, as if the walls were reflecting the light. Going down, I was suddenly given a grappling hook gun, and I watch as Tonks swiftly hooks the hook into the wall and glides down, both hands on the rope. "I'm a dealer, not an adventurer." I shout down at her, frustrated at the things I can't do. She glances at me before continuing, making her way down. "Ride or die then," I mutter as I hook the hook and slowly glide down the rope. Ginny/009 POV. I assemble the stand for my sniping rifle as I lay on my stomach, feeling the cold concrete on my bare stomach. I adjust my scope and checked on everyone. Tonks was scaling down the building with Ranger, well, sort of as he kept stopping. I turn towards my left at an angle, and I see Catherine in the same position as me, except she was on the ground floor, behind a wall, blocking the guys from noticing her. I check on Hermione to see her silently taking out the men along the first floor. As I attach my suppressor, I flash a light towards the far building opposite me. Harry flashed back, showing he is in position. I flash twice to show that everyone was where they were supposed to be. He flashes back twice to show he understands. A cold breeze passed, and I couldn't help but shudder. Why did I wear a skirt? I look into my scope again to observe the men at the loading deck. They were talking and were unaware of the two, slowly approaching them. "50K now," Tonks says. I watch as Luna takes out a smoke bomb and activates it before throwing it into the scene, right between the two men. "What the dash?" They started coughing, and I saw Tonks rush into the smoke. "Aim." The minute the code word came from our comms from Tonks, I immediately zoom in with my scope, and I know the others were doing the same. "Steady." My finger rests on the trigger. "Oh, 9, take the helicopter." 2 bullet, the incoming men. 50K, the goods. Thorns, head to the sky tower. I immediately went to work and aimed at the helicopter's controls. It was far but manageable. I saw a man trying to get into the pilot's seat, and was about to twist the key, but I was quicker. I shot the key, blowing the head clean off, leaving the jagged part of the key stuck in the ignition. He jumps back and looks around anxiously, his knife at hand. Idiot, there's no way you can see us. Imota. I sync with Harry, and right after I had shot the knife out of his hand, Harry pinned him down with his arrows. Completed. We say at the same time into the comm, and with that I rapid-fired the controls, destroying them. Hermione/Thorn's POV. Don't look down, don't look down, don't look down. I mutter as I scaled the tower of broken windows and collapsed concrete. A strong wind blows, and my hands immediately tighten on the rope. It swung to and fro roughly. The only support I had were my legs that were against the walls. Should have brought a harness, but that would have been too difficult to do and undo. I continued to mutter in irritation as I continued making my way up. Maybe some knee pads or thicker leather gloves, or maybe even a pulley, but no, you decided to come here with shorts, net gloves, and a grappling gun. I didn't notice another breeze coming, and I was almost knocked down from the tower. I was finally halfway up the 12-story tall stick. Great, just great. Fall splat, why not? I placed my anger into my hands as I pulled myself up faster. You survived drowning, choking, multiple accidents, but can't handle a mere breeze. I finally got to the top and pulled myself up onto the roof. Standing by, I say into my comm. Elle looked down at my hands. They had a slight rope burn and was bleeding, slightly in some areas. Tisk. I sat down and swung the rifle on my back to my front. I checked my bullets were in and that my silencer was attached. Thorns. I quickly rest my finger on the trigger. Can you spot any incoming aircrafts? I raise the scope to my eye and look around. Nothing but stars that we should have been sleeping under tonight. I couldn't help but yawn. Check the helicopter for it. She tells me, knowing that I know what I'm supposed to do instead of casually sitting on the tower. I raise my scope to my eye. I don't see it. The information given was false. Right after I said that, another comm came on. Let's move to Plan B. Harry suggests. Already, I ask. We don't exactly have that many choices right now. Guess I'll finish up here then. I raise my gun and help Ginny and Harry in taking out the men that were trying to back up their lost men, but failing badly in joining them. Once I was done, I take out the baton attached to my belt. I click the button by the side, and it unfolds into a hang glider. Tiske. I put in so much effort to climb too. I mutter as I jump off. Luna/50K POV. As I sat up, I swept some dirt and tiny stones off my clothes. I look up to C2 Bullet and 009 quickly packing up their gear. I do the same and rush back to our meeting point. I reached around the same time as Hermione. She lands roughly and folds her glider back. Remind me to never leave home without this. She tells me as she slips it into her tool belt. I simply chuckle and nod my head, knowing her she must have encountered something that she found annoying. Less talk, more change. Tonks snaps at us and chugs some clothing at us. Here's yours. Tonks passes some clothing to a very confused Ranger. What? Tonks gives him a stern look. Change. Now. She disappears behind a tree like the rest of us. Thanks to years of training, we changed in mere seconds. Ranger needed more time. Hurry up. Tonks scolds as the rest of us pack everything back into the car. Where are we going in these clothes? Ranger comes out wearing a janitor's uniform. 5-star hotel. Very classy. There's a penthouse at the very top, and that's our target. Get in. Tonks opens the door for him and gets in after him. Cigarette? She offers him. He started to stutter. What am I saying? You're 25. She puts one in between his lips to shut him up. Cat. She hands me the box, and I take one. She takes out one of her flaming knives and ignites our tobacco. Oh yeah, almost forgot. Tonks takes out a controller with a red and green button on it. She clicks the red, and the building 500 meters away from us immediately exploded. Aren't fireworks pretty? Tonks jokes, and we laugh along as a shocked, and I think scared. Ranger drops his jaw, the cigarette hanging. Let's go. And so we were off to our next stop. Author's note. For this chapter 1 didn't completely check for errors, so if you spot, please tell winky face. Chapter 13. The Masked Man. Unknown POV. I put the binoculars to my eyes. I was on the roof of a 30-story building, the one that apparently had a crime scene on it a few weeks back. I peer at the building that was a street away. Guests were starting to enter the hotel. They were tourists mostly, but I could definitely spot some of the guests of the private event. I shift my gaze upwards towards the penthouse at the top. The owner was in a bathrobe and sipping some wine. Must be his usual after bathing. My target isn't him. It's the jewels he owns. Someone is paying me to get his sapphires, and I intend to get that money. Being a freelance assassin is tough on the finance side, but I do what works. As I bend over to get a closer look, the chains around my waist jingles ever so slightly, the blade of my weapon scraping the concrete quietly. I spotted a maid ironing out his suit that was looking too shiny with the sequins. Suddenly, I sensed a change in the wind. I look around, but all I saw were clouds slowly uncovering the moon. A figure stands, its shadow long. I blink, and it's gone. Must be just me. I haven't been sleeping lately. I put my binoculars away and jumped off the building, plunging my blades into the building as I slid down. Clubbers were starting to crowd the alleyways, which wasn't very convenient for me. I pull my hood up as I walk through the noisy and unbelievably narrow alleyway, weaving through the people. Everyone was too busy to notice me, and yet I felt a pair of eyes on me. I finally made it out and was now at the back of the hotel. There was a staff-only door. Perfect. Hermione/Thorne's POV. I stare at myself in the mirror. I was wearing a pale blue dress that had dark blue gems sewn on the front. It wasn't my style at all, but we needed them as disguises. All our dresses were identical except the color and area of gems sewn. The gems of my dress were in the center that goes top to bottom vertically. Ginny's was black, and her white gems lined the top and bottom edges of her dress. Luna's was midnight blue, and her light blue gems covered the entire top in front and scatters down the skirt. Tonks was a white dress, and her black gems were sewn around her waist and the top and bottom edge of her dress. The gems look as if they are floating upwards from the bottom of the skirt. We wore shoes to match our dresses. Harry was wearing a dark purple, almost black, suit with matching black shoes. The jacket of his suit had white gems sewn from the shoulders down, scattering the front. And how come I'm a janitor? Ranger asks for probably the umpteenth time. Harry sighs, repeating his plan again. Because he says, dragging the word, we'll be inside the private event as nieces and nephew of a client that we once helped. She was invited, and it was the perfect chance to infiltrate the building. You, on the other hand, will be going behind the scenes. Like way behind. Ranger's face was still confused. And he asks. Harry sighs again, and he emphasizes, you will pretend to be the janitor that is going around to clean rooms, and you will make your way to the penthouse. Tell the owner that his usual janitor is away, and you were the replacement. Make your way into his office. I don't know how, but do it. Ranger nods his head, understanding his part at last. What about you guys? Tonks smirks. We'll be talking to people of the Black Society. You know where those dirty deeds go down? It will be very useful. We will make our way up at 12 a.m. sharp. You have 2 hours. We finally reached the hotel. We had walked from the seamstress store, but we did blend in by walking a few streets to the hotel along with the other guests. Hey guys, isn't that? I point towards the 30-story building. Oh, that brings back memories. Luna says, let's quickly head in. Ella is waiting for us at the doors. Tonks quickly ushers us to the room that the secret event is being held. A lady in her late 20s wearing a shimmery light green dress that almost reached the floor was at the door. There you are, she exclaims at us. Her blonde hair was in a bun with some strands hanging. Everything held together in a silver leaf hair clip. Her silver heels clicked as she walked over to us and led us to registration. YEA, so nice to see you again. The man holding a clipboard greets her. And who are these children? Our eyes twitched in irritation, holding back from saying anything. Jordan, these are my nieces and nephew. They'll be joining the event during their short stay here. She beams her pearly whites at him. A visit to their aunt? How nice, please enjoy the party. Despite Jordan's tone, his eyes stared us down. We smiled forcefully as we walk into the open doors. Violin music was playing, and several waiters walked around with trays of wine and champagne. One approaches us, and Ella takes a champagne glass. Anything for these young ladies and lad? He politely asks her with his head slightly bowed. Tonks mouths a no to Ella behind the waiter's back. No thank you, but thank you for asking. She tells him, The waiter bows again before going back to walking his rounds. Did you get it? Harry asks Tonks. Yep. She holds up a white card with the hotel's name and logo on it. It had a red yarn attached, and along it was the word printed staff. She quickly slips it into her pocket. Food table. Luna points out to us, and we follow her gaze. At the end of the table was a fruit punch bowl. But what caught our attention was the men in white masks around it. Henchmen of the masked man. That means he must be here. Luna says, and I believe that is him. Harry points towards the seating area. A man in a gold mask was seated and talking to ladies that were surrounding him. The info we got was accurate. I'll go ahead with Ginny. You guys try the henchman. Tonks motions Ginny to follow her, and the three of us, including Ella, make our way towards the food table. Ginny/009 POV. I followed Tonks as we headed towards the masked man. She hands me a black mask and she puts on a white one. They were not like the ones the masked man uses. It was as if they were made of vines. Well, if it isn't my least favorite people in the world, the masked man declares as he spotted us. Ladies. He motions for the others to move out of the way as Tonks and I stopped in front of him. We need a few words. Tonks smiles smugly at him, and he dismisses the ladies whom were muttering words of disapproval and didn't wish to leave. Beat it, I say in a deadly tone and glared at them with my evil eye. They shut their lips and quickly shuffled away with their gaze on the ground. I sat down next to Tonks and we faced the masked man so he adjusts in his seat. What can I do for you? I glance at Tonks and she exchanges the gesture. I pull out a piece of folded paper and slid it across the table. He catches it and opens it up to see the contents. We're finding a couple of people this time. Know these troublemakers? Tonks' eyes don't leave him as he scans the paper. Maybe a few, I don't know. Give me a little something to jog my memory? He smirks. Tonks snaps her fingers and a waiter appears. 1 whiskey. The waiter looked taken aback. But miss, you are unday dash. Tonks turns to glare at him. 1 whiskey, she repeats but with more threat in her voice. The waiter pales and shakes his head and quickly walks to get her order. Make it a bottle. Tonks shouts after him. She turns back to the masked man. Now talk. He chuckles before reading the paper. The Chris twins, huh? They have been scoring a lot of loot lately. The Johnson brothers. Such fools they were. Tonks raises her brow. They're dead? The masked man shakes his head. Oh, not at all. But I have encountered them. They tried to. He trials off thinking of what word to use. Let's say, negotiate with me. They're quite the persuaders. Tonks smirks. Always the dealer, eh? He chuckles and continues looking at the paper. As long as it's money, it's possible. My patience was running out, and I drum my fingers on the armchair. Tonks notices and mouths to me, just a little longer. I sigh internally. This is going to take a while. This is why I prefer the non-talking and faster way. I shift my legs such that they were crossing. I felt the belts on each thigh rub the other, and my guns shifted in their holders, but I know the masked man heard as he looks at me. I force a smile. You're especially quiet, he tells Tonks as his eyes stay on me. She isn't the talkative type, especially when it comes to polite underdogs. Tonks nudges me under the table, and I felt a piece of paper. I grab it and rub my forefinger on the engraving. If you're not sure what I'm talking about, it's the language the blind feel. You know them little dots? Yeah, say something. I felt my cheeks hurt from this fake smile plastered on my face. Polite underdogs? You're too nice. I glance at Tonks before looking at the masked man in the eye. I prefer the term. I mouth a few words, and he instantly crushes the paper in his hand. You little dash, Tonks interrupts him. I do hope you are fully aware that we have the upper hand. It's the only reason you're alive. He grumbles a little before shifting his eyes back to the now crumpled piece of paper. I shift to my usual smirk. As Tonks continues, I look around only to find that there were several people we knew. This was going to be a long night. Your whiskey, miss. I turn to see the same waiter from earlier, holding a bottle of whiskey and 3 cups with a chunk of ice in each. I sigh internally, make that a very long night. Meanwhile, Luna/50K POV. Whilst Tonks and Ginny make their way to the leader, we head towards the men. As we near, I noticed one of the men taking a bottle out from his jacket. He opens it and was about to pour its content into the fruit punch. I rushed forward and grabbed it before disappearing behind another guest. The others quickly rush forward to distract all of them from their missing bottle. I look at the bottle, it didn't have a label attached. I whiffed the content and almost gagged. Nobody needs this. I rush through the crowd and excuse myself to Jordan at the door again, telling him I left something in the car, and he, of course, stared me down. I made my way around the building to some shrubs. I pour the contents away, and I watch as the shrubs instantly turn to darker green and its leaves withered. It's dead in a matter of seconds. I quickly dropped the bottle into a trash bin and went back inside to the food table. And that's when I realized I had his shoe. Several men laughed, and I noticed how the others stood behind Ella, using her as a distraction. "Oh, you're so charming. Do tell me more." I could tell Ella was forcing herself to laugh along. She waves at the others behind her back, and they slowly backed up and went around the masked henchmen. After a few more minutes, they finally dispatched themselves from them. I walk over to them. I thought I would never be able to leave. Ella sighed and fanned herself with her hand. She looked exhausted, and I noticed how she rolled her eyes in annoyance. "Did you guys search them?" I turned my attention to my team. "Yep." And it turns out one of them swiped quite a few loot. Hermione held out her hands, and it had gold watches, silver bracelets and necklaces, even a few jeweled rings. "We'll put those in the lost and found." "What else was there?" Harry held out a file. This was in one of their jackets. It's a list of their doings. That will come in handy. "Ella, how long before you need to head to VIP?" I asked her. Ella's main purpose of visit was to negotiate with another man of high standard to benefit their businesses. "Soon, I'm afraid." "Will you be all right the rest of the evening?" She adjusts her hair. "We should be fine. Thank you very much for this favor." Tonks and Ginny walks over, and it was Tonks who said that. They take down their masks and folds it in half before keeping it in their pocket. "My pleasure. After what you had done for me, it was the least I could do." "Ella thanks us. All we did was kill your ex-lover, and you helped us into a private secret event held by one of the most successful businessmen." Ginny points out, "Yes, but your services helped me greatly." "I'll look at the time." Ella starts, walking away whilst waving at us. "If you need anything, just use my card." We watch as she disappears into the crowd. "Let's get that black info, shall we?" Harry jerks his thumb towards the crowd of people at the sitting area. I then noticed the masked man was gone. "How'd it go?" I asked the pair. They glanced at each other. "Well, it was fine. We got what we needed." "Good enough." Tonks shrugs. Ginny scoffs. "Barely good enough." Despite their words, their tone and faces were smug, and I could smell a tint of alcohol. Harry / 2 bullet POV. We left our temporary meeting area and headed to the seating area. We saw several old partners. Some even greeted us in respect, while we did do their dirty deed. We then found a golden door. We looked between one another. Casino. We put on our masks and entered the room. The door must have been soundproof because the second we entered, it was buzzing with several voices. There was a lot of chatter, and every bar was occupied. No one bothered to look at us despite our height, but then again, maybe it's because of it. We sneaked through and walked the entire casino, searching for our target, but it wasn't in sight, which was surprising. Suddenly, there was a series of applause going around. I noticed the owner had appeared, which meant nobody was in the penthouse. Perfect. Let's head upstairs. I look at my handheld watch, and it states 11:15 p.m. Hopefully Ranger has already entered territory grounds. We walk along the walls until we found the stairs that lead to the hotel rooms. We climbed up to the 5th floor and located an elevator. I pressed the arrow facing upwards, and whilst the elevator made its way to our level, we hid in areas that the security camera in the elevator couldn't see. When the doors opened, I quickly whip out my phone and started up the virus I had put beforehand in the security network. It will only last 30 seconds such that it won't see us get in and out. The other cameras in the entire hotel were already disabled. Let's just say the security guard went on vacation, and it's useful to have connections. Once activated, we rushed in and immediately sprang to action. Ginny and Hermione guarded either side of the doors. Luna plugs an earplug-like devices in her ears, but it actually amplifies sound by at least 10 times. This is so she can check for any footsteps coming our way from afar. I take out the tablet in my jacket and nod at Tonks, who was waiting for my signal. She taps the card on a reader and slides it through the scanner. The light turns green, and a section of the wall below the buttons opened up. It was a gold button with silver words on its stating top. Tonks clicks it, and the doors started to close. I check to see we have 20 seconds left. I look through footage on my tablet, checking that no one was around the lift area, so no one will notice us when we exit. All clear. Tonks/Phantom POV. Right after I clicked the button, the doors closed and started ascending. I turned to see Harry checking his tablet. Weapons. As soon as I gave the order, everyone took their weapon out. Ginny started loading Shiro, the white gun, as she had only stocked Karu, the black gun, since it was the color of her dress. She tosses Shiro to me, and I catch it with my left hand. I was about to put it in my pocket when I realized it wouldn't fit and would have an obvious budge on the side of my dress. 009. She lifts her head to her code name and looks at me. Belt holder. She takes out the one on her right leg and tosses it to me. I secure it on my right leg and put Shiro in. Ginny's belt was under my knife belts, so I had 3 belts on my right thigh and 2 on my left thigh. 2 bullet. Do you have a gun? Harry takes out a crossbow from his jacket. How you put that in there, I don't know. Thorns, what about you? She holds up a G36C. Again, I have no idea how because she's only wearing a dress. Ginny tosses me extra bullets, and I slip them in my pockets and some on the belt. I take out my gloves, which was yes white, just because I wanted it to match. I made the others have matching ones too, because if we wore our usual, it would stand out. Besides, it was a chance to get new ones. 10 seconds. Harry informs us, and I see that we still had 4 more floors to go. 8 seconds. 3 more floors. 6 seconds. 2 more floors. 4 seconds. 1 more floor. 2 seconds. The door opens, and we immediately jumped out and hid behind the blind. Spots of the camera range before it was even fully opened. We sigh in relief silently. I look around to see we were in a hallway which went 2 different ways. I do the hand signals, which meant split up. Ginny and I went one hallway, and Hermione, Luna, and Harry went the other. As we proceeded forward, I watched the front whilst Ginny watched the back. We approached fast and was absolutely silent. We reached the corner, and I hold my hand out to stop Ginny. I hear for a sound or even a creak. Nothing. I give a nod to Ginny, and we quickly turn the corner. One of us screamed, "Author's note. How's that for a cliffhanger, haha? I'm evil, okay, bye." Wink with tongue sticking out. Chapter 14. Not the only ones here. Luna/50K POV. I breathed a sigh of relief as I ran behind the wall. We almost ran out of time. We look at Tonks for our next move. She signals the 3 of us to check the hallway on our side, whilst the 2 of them check their side. Let's try the storage room, Hermione suggests. I then noticed we were right next to a wooden door with the gold words storage engraved on it. How fancy does a storage room even need be? I ask sarcastically, not expecting an answer. Harry picks the lock and the door swings inward. We quietly crept in, and Hermione flashes a torch. It looked like any other janitor closet except bigger. We then noticed the mop and bucket were gone. Hopefully Ranger took them. Suddenly, we heard a muffled voice, and Hermione slowly shined the torch in every corner of the room. Ranger was behind a shelf and tied up. If it wasn't for the light, nobody would have seen him. He looks at us with wide eyes. I quickly shut the door silently whilst Harry and Hermione move the shelf away. I pull Ranger out of the corner, onto the center of the floor, and cut his silencer. He starts to gasp for air. What happened? Harry demands, grabbing Ranger's collar and lifting his upper body off the floor. When things don't go according to Harry's plan, so does his mood. Ranger pales and tries to start talking, but he is interrupted by his own coughs. Harry clicks his tongue in annoyance and drops him to the floor. When he was done, he started to speak with pants between every few words. Entered storage, knocked out little B dash, there was suddenly a scream, and the 3 of us rush out towards the room after the corner, our weapons at bay as we neared the corner. Tonks/Phantom POV. We approached fast and was absolutely silent. We reached the corner, and I hold my hand out to stop Ginny. I hear for a sound or even a creak. Nothing. I give a nod to Ginny, and we quickly turn the corner. A scream fills our ears, and we, out of reflex, attacked. A boy that looks our age falls over and slams against a wall. I point Shiro at him, whilst Ginny pointed Karu. Suddenly, Luna and the other appeared. Freeze! When we notice it's her, and she in return. Oh, wait, it's you guys. What happened? Luna and the others approached. Ask this guy. We were around the corner when he screamed at us. In a girly way, too. Ginny retorts as the guy sat up and rubbed his head. Ah! He hisses in pain. You know when he said dangerous, I did not. Expecting young girls. Ginny shoots the wall beside his head, leaving a hole in it. Who is he? She demands, voice dripping with venom, and her evil eye glared deeper. He flinched as he tries to find his words. Look, I'm just a janitor, just doing my job, just trying to earn some M-dash, he explains, but was interrupted by Ranger. Money. His face was contorted in amusement and anger. He was panting heavily, and his knuckles were white. Did you run here? Luna looks him up and down. Obviously, because three little people couldn't bother to untie and wait for me. He scoffs. When the boy hears that, he tries to stifle a laugh. Do you two know each other? Hermione asks the both of them. They look at each other before turning the other way. Brothers. They grumble as they answer at the same time. You know, for a janitor, you have a very interesting cleaning utensil. I held up his double scythes. Not that I'm complaining as long as you don't steal our jobs. I drop it to the floor, and the chain drops with a metallic clang. You were never a master of disguise. Ranger squats in front of the boy. Only I could pull it off. He smirks. Why? 'Cause you're trash. The boy says in annoyance. Okay, hold up. Cut. I separate the two of them. Family time is over. Ranger, I'm not going to pay you if you're not doing your job. And yo dash. Harry raises his hand. Already docked his pay. I glance at him in annoyance for interrupting me. And you? I restarted. Tell us your name. He scoffs and stands up, sweeping his pants. Why should I? I snap my fingers, and Ginny in a flash had her right foot kicked up on the wall, which yes, she dented, right next to his stomach. Her eyes cold and almost dead, looking with her glare and evil eye. I toss her a knife, and she catches it with her left hand before pressing it onto his neck. The skin on the verge of breaking, but yet still intact. Okay, it's Regan. He exclaims as he held his hands up. I'm not a janitor, but I'm doing my job, and I'd greatly appreciate it if you let me go now. Ranger laughs. That's what you get for angering them. Ginny looks at me for approval, and I nod my head. She removes the knife and slowly puts her leg down. Just so you know, you're paying for the wall. I inform her, and she clicks her tongue before grabbing Ranger and the others. Let's go. Those two can settle it themselves. Regan slash? POV. I watch as the girl with the scary eyes walk away with Ranger and some other people that seems my age. A pair of fingers snap in front of me twice, making me double back. What? I demand from the girl in the white dress and mask. She was holding my double scythe, one in each hand. So, she twirls them around. You own these? Oh, damn it. I forgot to pick those up. Yes, and I'd like them returned. I step forward to grab them, but she moves out of the way. Tell me why you're here. She asks as she continues twirling them by the chain. Suddenly, she pulls hard on each one in the opposite direction, and the chain stiffens, activating the second formation. The second layer hidden inside the handles extended and connected to make one long handle, either ends being the scythes. Ooh, fancy. She tosses it to me and started walking away. Well, at least I know now you're a current enemy. What? Why am I an enemy to you? I ask, confused. She looks at me and smiles. We're taking the jewels. She makes her way into the main room. How did she? Oh God. I turn the weapon over, and I realize I had forgotten about the to-do list I stuck on the handle. I sigh deeply, frustrated that I let myself be seen so weak. No matter, I'll just take the jewels, get my money, go home, and have a cup of yogurt. I reassure myself as I return my weapon to its first formation and put it around my waist. I take the janitor's uniform off, which revealed my assassin clothes. I was wearing a black tee with a leather jacket over it and jeans with black Converse. I run my hand through my black hair to let it settle back as I had tried to change it when I was in disguise. Okay, let's go. I blink, realizing what I was doing, and I'm talking to myself. I started walking through different hallways, trying to figure out which room is the safe. Ginny/009 POV. I duck behind a desk, the bullets barely touching me as they whiz past. I lean out trying to shoot with Karoo, but the bullets came again and I duck behind. I jumped behind another desk, using the opportunity to shoot again. I managed to hit two of the men, which left only one. He finally ran out of bullets, and I step out. Finally, I thought I would never kill you. I spin Karu on my right fingers as I approached him. He is still trying to shoot despite the barrel being empty. I kick the gun out of his hand and catch it. Thank you and goodbye. I shoot the guy between the eyes, and he falls against a wall. I didn't even notice he moved back. I turn on my communicator to check on the others. Study room clear. How's the library? There was static before Hermione's voice came on. She was panting slightly. All clear. You know, I liked books until they were thrown at me. She pants. Don't they have guns? I ask. I took it away when they were walking down the hallway, but they noticed me right as I turned into the library. And then they had this great idea to throw books at me. Her tone turned sarcastic at the end. Suddenly another voice came on. I found the safe. It's at the dash. Luna was suddenly cut off by static, and then there was nothing. 50K? 50K. Damn it. The connection was lost. Hermione curses. Let's go gather with the others, then find her. I turn off my communicator and walk towards the door. I opened it, and Regan falls onto the floor. He laughs awkwardly. So please. I scoff and walk over him. I would be nicer if Mr. Mask didn't spoil my mood. I started loading up the gun I took and made my way to the living room. So, you gave me quite a scare back there. We good now? He tried making a conversation which annoyed the hell out of me as one. I was trying to keep low, and two, I wasn't in the mood. I turned to him and pointed Karu in his face. Look, I'm not interested in being buddy-buddy with you, so either you shut up or I shut you down. I speak in a shouting whisper. He visibly gulps and nods his head. If Tonks haven't killed him, then he is of no threat, but that also means I don't have permission to kill him either if needed. I click my tongue in annoyance and continue making my way to the living room. I heard gunshots around the corner and I stop. I swing my rifle to the front and loaded it. I approach slowly, and once I turn the corner, I shoot. Almost, that is. Luna was on the floor, breathing heavily. 50K. I rushed to her side. Her left abdomen was bleeding. Must be a bullet wound. I prop her up against the wall as I look around to access the situation. Luna suddenly drops something in her hand, and I look down to see it's a gun. She must have had a shootout like me earlier. Two guards lie on the floor dead, with their blood surrounding their bodies. I then notice a trail of blood that leads to the other room. It was Luna's blood trail. I toss a roll of bandage towards Regan. I'm going in. The stench of blood filled my nose as I followed the trail with my gun at ready. I heard a hiss and almost assumed it was a bomb when I heard a clatter like something was dropped. I look around and see a hand behind a desk. Thorns! I rush forward to her side. Thorns! Thorns! Get a hold of yourself. I try to shake her awake, but she was passing out. Bahai dash. Before Thorns could finish her sentence, she was out. What? What did yo dash? A sharp pain fills my head, and my vision turns black, that I struggle to keep my eyes open, but it was all a blur due to the tears. My hand reaches to the back of my head, and the only thing I saw was red before passing out. Damn it. Harry /2 bullet POV. My scanner continues to beep at a steady pace. I put one hand on the headphones around my head. The beeping suddenly increased slightly, and I adjust my scanner towards the source. As I walk along the shelf, the beeping kept increased. Suddenly a tile I stepped on dropped down. Oh dear. I quickly ducked down, and sure enough, arrows were shot from the other wall. I take off my jacket and tie, loosening the first two buttons. Traps up. I take a poker card out of my pocket and threw it along the shelf. Sure enough, there was a sensor and lasers activated. The card burnt to a crisp and fell to the floor as ashes. TSK, I can't go through that. Let's see where that control panel is. I take my screwdriver out and started hunting for the control panel that could be hidden anywhere. 2 bullet, status please. My comm comes to life with Tong's voice. The resting room has traps installed. Very suspicious for a resting room. I continue looking around. I've lost contact with 50K, 009, and Thorns. I think something must have happened with them. I then notice her voice had a pant to it. You sure? They might have just lost their comm. Suddenly there was static. Actually, 50K is with me. My eyes went wide with shock. Regan. Tonks was as shock. The girl in the black dress left me with 50K and went off on her own. She didn't come back. I'm bringing 50K to the storage room where it's safe. She's out and has a bullet wound to her left abdomen. I'm about to dash. Tonks quickly interrupted him. Wait a sec. Hold on a minute. Why are you helping us? He chuckles slightly. I guess I just could not. Anyway, I'll be leaving her at the storage room. I'm heading to the reading room where the girl in black went. That's all from me. Static sounded again before it was just me and Tonks again. Can we trust him? I asked Tonks, waiting for her response. For now, since he has 50K, if he finds out any more than us, we may have to kill him. I nod my head in understanding. Continue searching. I'll contact you again later. The call ends and I sensed a figure behind me. Had a nice chat? I turned to see who the voice belonged to, but I felt a pain in my neck. I pull out whatever pierced my neck. It was a long needle. My vision started to blur and I see the figure. Black shirt with a leather jacket. Lights out. The figure snickers. With the last of my strength, I turn on my comm. We're not the only ones here. I feel my body fall to the floor, and the last thing I hear is Tonks calling out. Tonks/Phantom POV. 2 bullet. Answer me. All I got was silence. Frustrated, I punched the wall beside me. Why is everyone disappearing one by one? I sighed deeply. Concentrate, Tonks. You can do this mission and find them. I held 2 daggers in each hand, one in my palm and the other tied to my wrist. I hear my boots make slight tap sounds as I walked along the hallway. By now, everything stank of blood. The owner is going to flip. As I passed several rooms, I noticed how many guards were killed. There must be a reason on why there's so many. The only clues I have is that Luna searched the study, game room, and den. That's when it hit me, the dining room. A wave of realization washes over me, and I immediately started making my way there, avoiding furniture and dead bodies. The door was closed, which was suspicious enough. I hold Shiro close to my chest as I approached. My hand reached towards the doorknob. Hey! The voice caught me by surprise, and I turn to shoot. The bullet flies and hits the wall at the end. Regan was on the floor as he had ducked the bullet. I sighed deeply. Don't do that, I shout in a whisper. Sorry. He stutters. Suddenly, I hear footsteps from the other side of the door. Hi! I push Regan into a room, and I run in myself. I didn't close the door because that would be too suspicious. We were hiding right behind the door. The room we were in had dead bodies, which made it look like it had already been gone through. Not a word. I whisper harshly, and he visibly gulps before nodding. You check over there. The rest of you go that way. Several footsteps started sounding and eventually fading away. There was a series of grumbles before the sound of a door closing. Check the coast. I push Regan out onto the hallway. Hey you! I guess it's not clear. I hear a series of gunshots and clangs of metal before a drop of a body. I swing out of the hiding spot. Great job. I come out in time to see a body slide off the blade of Regan's scythe. 2 guards lie dead on the floor. I take Shiro out again and approach the closed door. I press my ear against it, nothing. I kick down the door, and the room was empty. Too suspicious for its own good. I mumble. I agree. An unknown voice replies me. I turn so fast that I could have gotten whiplash. The door slowly closes, and standing behind it was a guy with a fedora. For a girl, you have great strength. I then notice he had his arm in front of his face, and there was a bruise on his wrist. He looks up. Nice to meet you, leader of the YEA I. He looks up, hand still on his fedora. I'm met with emerald eyes and a sinister smirk. Who are you? I ask, my voice full of demand. I don't have time for this. You don't recognize me? I'm pretty sure I'm on the list of top 10 criminals. He hums. I don't have time for you. I put Shiro back in her holder and started walking away. You know, I thought it would be rude of me to not welcome my guest, but it seems that you don't have proper manners at all. I hear his footsteps getting nearer and nearer. Out of the corner of my eye, I could see his hands were trying to grab my neck. I turned such that we were face to face. He was caught unguarded by my speed. His eyes widened as I took out a blade in each hand, and I used the back to hit his arms away. The force sent him stumbling backwards, and I skidded to a stop, regaining my balance. Feisty. He chuckles weakly, clutching his right arm as I had put more pressure there. I flip my knives such that the blades were under my hand, and it faces him. I smirk. How's that for manners? I charge at him and started swinging my blades. He dodges most of them, but I manage to leave a few cuts on his arms. He jumps back, putting space between us. I put my blades back into their hidden spot. Enough playing around, he exclaims as I watch his eyes fill with bloodthirst. If it's a fight you want, he digs into his pockets and throws a smoke bomb at me. It's a fight you'll get. In seconds, I was surrounded by a thick cloud of smoke. Now would be a really great time for backup. I sigh as I watch a shadow with a fedora lung at me from above. Author's note. Honestly, I wanted a more dramatic cliffhanger, but I guess this will do for now. Happy waiting for Chapter 15. Smiley face. Author Angel. Chapter 15. The Past That Haunts. Tonks/Phantom POV. I continue to dodge his stabs that kept coming in different directions. How about small talk? I'm getting lonely right now. I comment as I duck a swing and attempt a punch. We don't have anything to talk about. He hissed. I didn't get your name. I casually ask, ignoring his remark. Why should I reveal who I am? Fight me, leader of the YEA I. Why are you just dodging? He laughs maniacally. The smoke had finally cleared, and he was standing right in front of me. Whoa, bad breath. I hold my nose and wave the air around me. He stops his laughter short. Really? He stops and exhales on his palm, taking a whiff. No, it's no dash. Before he could finish his sentence, I had tripped him down onto the floor. I grab his shirt and flipped him over, holding his right arm to his back. Honestly, though, I wouldn't be surprised if it really was. I comment. He growls as he tries to push me off. I hooked my leg with one of his kicking ones and pulled it towards his trapped arm. Art! He was shaking slightly. Let go of me, he exclaims. Tell me who you are, I smirk. He continues to struggle in my hold. I unhooked my belt and tied his trapped limbs together. I pulled the belt and made sure it was tight. I pondered for a while before tightening it to 2 more holes. I'm not very patient with people who attack me. Tell me who you are. I drag a chair over and sit on it with the back rest forward. He grunts as he pulls against my belt. Fine, if you must know. I'm Parrish. I work for big businesses. I drum my fingers on the wood. What is your purpose of visit? His face turned dumbfounded. I'm at an airport now. I continue drumming my nails, making the sound echo throughout the room. And you are about to get a one-way ticket to hell immediately if you can't answer my inquiries. He grunts in annoyance. Purpose of visit? I ask again. I'm working for the owner of this hotel. Told me there were going to be some burglars attempting theft. I did a fake dramatic gasp whilst putting one hand on my heart. A burglar? Me? I'm offended. I say the last part with monotone. I stand up from the chair and started looking around for the safe. Bookshelves lined either side of the wall, with a study desk at the back. The only sound in the room were my heels, clicking against the marble floor and the constant grunting and shifting clothing of Parrish. The room was far too small to hold that many men just now. My only guess was a secret room somewhere. I glide my hand along the leather-covered books on one of the shelves. I then noticed there was a gem stuck on every book spine at the bottom, all a different color. You are obviously looking for something in this room, he comments, and you are obviously not helping. He continues to struggle against my titanium and leather belt. Just stop trying, you're going to stop the blood flow in your limbs. It's made from titanium, leather, and a hint of diamond. He actually listened. I continue observing the books on the shelf. I noticed how one of the books stuck out. I pushed it in, and the entire shelf moved away. I gasped at the sight before me. It was an iron room, and in the center was a safe. I put my ear against the door and started turning the dial. I continued turning it, hearing the clicks it made. When I was sure I got it, I pulled the door, but it didn't budge. I walk around the safe, observing its black metal walls. Suddenly, I had a flashback of the past, an encounter I had a few years back which was similar to the current situation. I looked closer at the walls. I pulled the back end of the safe, and it indeed pulled out. So it indeed was a puzzle. Safe. I pulled the sides next. All 3 walls clicked into place when pulled to the very top. I look at the door. There was one more puzzle. I knock on the wall going downwards. The very bottom sounded hollow. I dig my nails into the bottom, and a part pulled out. I pulled the handle, and it opened. But the sight puzzled me. The jewels weren't there. In its place, an empty metal bowl. I notice a note at the bottom. and picked it up. "I'll be taking these." I read the note out loud. I then noticed the name at the bottom. I immediately crushed the paper. Traitor. I mumbled under my breath. Ginny/009 POV. I felt my body against a cold floor. I slowly opened my eyes. The first thing I see is an iron door. I look around to see myself and the others tied up. We're each in a corner. I hiss as I feel pain at the back of my head. I must have been hit by a bat. I stretch my legs that had been still for who knows how long. I look around and notice that there wasn't even a camera in the room, nor a window at the door. I stretch my left arm till it reaches my right thigh belt. I opened the pocket and took out the karambit knife Tonks had traded with me for Shiro for this mission. I started slicing through the ropes. A few minutes of effort later, I finally got it. I reached towards my ear for my earpiece, which was disguised as an earring. It was gone. They must have thought the diamonds on it were real. I took out my phone, which I had hidden in my dress. I opened up the application that was specifically designed for this. Tonks was near, very near in fact. I got up and walked towards one of the walls until two of the lights on the screen were next to each other. Tonks was just right behind this wall. I started knocking on it, hoping it catches her attention. I take Karu out and shot the wall. It leaves a hole in the wall, and I quickly peep through it. "Phantom?" I call out. "She's not here." Someone laughs. "Who are you?" I demanded. "Looking for this?" Through the hole, I see a hand holding up a jewel brooch. It was Tonks. I watch as a man appeared in my line of sight. He was holding a white box over his mouth, and as he removed it, "Looking for you." The voice was much deeper now. I look in their hand to see a voice changer. I recognized it. I immediately turned aggressive. "Why are you here? You shouldn't even deserve to live." He laughs with his deep vocals. "Don't be like that now. Aren't we family?" I snapped. "You were never my family. You never cared. You just wanted my inheritance. You were just a greedy and selfish man." He clicks his tongue in a scolding manner. "I just wanted what was best for you." I punch the wall, and it leaves a dent. "Best for me? You left me for the dogs." His patience ran out, and he shouts back. "You were a disgrace to the family. I had to change you." A disgrace? The true disgrace was him. He took everything from me. He took everything and left me nothing. He took Mother away. I blink away the tears that came from either my anger or sadness. He was only calling me a disgrace because I couldn't earn money to support us. For God's sake, I was only 8. Mother gave me her everything when she died. She already had suspicions of him cheating on her when her cancer got worse. She wrote a will, saying 100% of her wealth goes to me. He was of course furious. I shake my head, refusing to remember the wimp I was back then. "Come on now, Jen. Let bygones be bygones. Let's start over. I'll let you and your friends go." I didn't trust him, not one bit. "You still haven't told me why you're here." My voice was stone cold. Since long ago, I had lost all feelings towards him. He doesn't deserve any. "Watch your tone, Missy. I am still your father." His voice turned stern. I laughed. I may have appeared crazy, but I laughed. "My father? Since when?" I felt my feelings fade away. I let my lust for blood take over. "Maybe I'll acknowledge you when you truly care for me, when you truly understand what I want. But it's too late now. It's been 7 years. I glare at him with eyes of hatred. He was dumbfounded when I laughed, but it was clear that he was angry right now. "Genevieve, don't you dare use that tone on me." I scoff. "I am no longer what you claim me to be. It's Ginny now. Ed changed my name, and I was grateful for that. You're not appreciating the name we gave you. Your mother was very insistent. I knew that much, but she was gone now. So should the past." "Well, so be it then. I've changed since you left. I am no longer the little girl you thought I was. You will come with me. You must, even if I have to do so by force. What do you even need me for? Turns out your mother only gave us Hadash. Us." I scoff. "Don't interrupt your father." "Father? Where?" He shoots me a glare. "Your mother only passed us half of her wealth. She has more in a safe in Germany. But again, it is directed to you. I need you to retrieve it." "Why? So you can spend it all again on your worthless life? You don't even deserve to breath. Don't you dare pinpoint me. You gambled too. Unwillingly. You forced me to learn, otherwise you would have hit me with that stupid cane. Forcing a child to a game of poker with a bunch of men. You called your friends. You took advantage of the fact that I was a fast learner. Hit you? I never did that. You broke the cane every time. And just so you know, I was helping you be a better person. A person with a talent. I snapped. Bullshit. It's because you tried to hit me that I took it and broke it apart. I punched the wall. It made a dent, but unfortunately, it wasn't enough to go through the wall. To be fair, it was made of iron. I looked down at my bleeding knuckles. I watch as the blood flows down my fingers, coating the rings I was wearing. I flip my hand over and I stare at the scars on my inner palm, scars of the past. Suddenly his phone rings and he walks away, but not before giving me a glance. I click my tongue in annoyance before walking away. As I start wrapping my injured hand, I notice that the others were starting to wake. Flashback. I stare at my hands. There were new cuts across my palms, and they were starting to bleed. I hiss in pain as I run them through with cold water. I quickly bandage them up and put on my fingerless gloves. The ones the other kids always called goth gloves. Just because they're black and doesn't cover my fingers, it doesn't mean they're goth. They're meant to hide and protect the scars and injuries. I quickly swing my bag onto my shoulders and open the window of my bedroom, though I can't really call it that anymore. Furniture tossed and turned, glass shattered, and marks on the walls of incidents that I didn't want to recall. With tears in my eyes that I refused to shed, I jump out the window and onto the birch tree. I swiftly climbed down and started making my way to school. I've learned many times that trying to leave through the front door is like a death wish. He's there either drinking, snoring, gambling, or watching sports. Doesn't matter which one, because he would stop me from many unreasonable demands. Even the clerk at the convenience store pities my situation. Forced to buy beer at the age of 8 years old. I make my way to school just like the rest of kids. I may talk to others, but I really don't like to socialize. Through blurry sight, I noticed a girl walking towards me. I quickly let my hair cover my eyes. Hey Genevieve, did you do yesterday's class assignment? Not feeling the mood to chat, I just nod my head. Could you lend it to me later? Everyone took advantage of the fact I was a fast learner. It hurts, but at the same time, it gave me a sense of being wanted. I nod my head, and she walks away to her other friends. I was being used, but in a better way than at home. Time flew since I wasn't paying much attention to the classes, and it was soon lunchtime. As requested, I had passed my homework to the girl. There's a place in school that everybody avoids, the corner of the school field. It's supposedly the dirtiest, and there was a weird rumor about someone actually having done their business there. As far as I'm concerned, I don't see any of those. Green fields as far as the eye could see. I stare at the clouds and enjoyed the peaceful breeze, like I do every lunch break. I don't actually have the money to buy school food, and neither can I make something at home. Not with a father without a mind. Suddenly, a loud gunshot echoes throughout the field. I quickly straightened up to see smoke coming out of the school's building and several men in black with guns. End of flashback. Oh 9. I jumped back to reality as fast as I had left. I turn to see that Harry has woken up. You okay? He asks. I hide my face behind my hair. Yeah. I couldn't believe I let my mind wander to the past in the middle of a mission. I can't believe I'm hiding behind a curtain from a friend who is practically family. It's his fault. He threw me off my game. I have to concentrate on what matters most now. I quickly turn to Harry with a light smile. Let's quickly get out of here and go home. Tonks/Phantom POV. I tear the note apart and burn the little pieces. When I get my hands on him, he will no longer breath. I untie Parrish, and he looks dumbfounded as I did so. He tries to get up, but of course his limbs were numb. He falls to the floor as he tries to get up. He stares up at me as I look down on him. I take a syringe out, and he immediately starts crawling away from me. What's that? He uses his left hand to push himself towards the shelves as I took steps towards him. He flinches as his back reaches the shelf. He flinches again when I crouch in front of him. You scared? He starts to stammer, and nobody else likes needles. I sit down in front of him. Don't worry, the pain won't last very long. I start moving the needle towards him. He turned pale very quickly and won't stop moving. Just relax. And with that, I had the needle in his leg. He lets out a silent scream and closed his eyes shut. Is it over? He asks in a squeak. Long over. He looks down to see a pink plaster on his leg. Really? I shrug. It's an antidote for numb limbs. He starts moving his right arm, and it worked just fine. He stands up whilst wincing a little. I know what you said about the guy paying me, but he adjusts his fedora. I'll go with you if you pay me more than what he's offering. I sigh. Give me a moment. I flipped out my phone calculator and started crunching the numbers. Fine, but deal is off if you leave my side. He smiles innocently. Pleasure doing business with you. He tips his hat. Author's note. Chapter 15 finally outlaws. Hope you like this one. Now wait for another eternity for Chapter 16. Tongue sticking out. I didn't do a complete check on the grammar, so please excuse that until I can get back to it. Bye. Chapter 16. It's just like that time. Ginny/009 POV. I continue staring at my school that was covered in smoke. Suddenly, there were a few men in black approaching the field, and I quickly crawled behind a tree to hide. My ears picked up the sounds of their feet crushing the newly cut grass. My hearing became more sensitive after the events my father had put me through. All clear here, one of them said to the other. I keep my breathing shallow as I waited for them to walk away. Once they did, I climbed onto the tree, which had a clear view of every building of the school structure. I could see everybody was being held hostage in the classrooms, which made me realize I was the only one and I needed to get out of here. I climbed back down and sneaked between the trees, being careful not to step on the dry leaves. When I finally made it to the entrance of the field, I noticed the same two men. How I was going to get through was a mystery to me. Just then I spot a soccer ball sitting in a mud puddle. Perfect. Gross, but perfect. I rolled the ball in the mud and tried not to gag at its disgusting, slushy sounds. I picked it up and stepped out of the shadows. Hey! I caught their attention, and when they looked at me, I threw the ball. It hit the face of one and bounced off to hit the other. They both started spluttering mud, and I took that as a chance to run. I snatched the guns from their hands on my way out, such that they couldn't shoot me. I avoided every guard I saw and attacked only those in my way until I made it to the canteen. There were about 8 guards stationed here. I stare at the guns in my hands. First time for everything. I quickly map out my route. Here goes nothing. I shoot 2 men in their right shoulder, and the impact almost made me lose grip on the guns, but I quickly rolled towards the bins. As I sat upright, a bullet shot near my left foot, making me flinch. Come out with your hands up. I wasn't going to give up. I made it this far. I looked between the gap to see 3 men pointing their guns at me. Shit. I checked to see I have 25 bullets left in total. Can't afford to waste them. I quickly poke out from the side and shot the one in the center in the stomach. The 2 stare at him in shock, and I took that few seconds as a chance to jump behind the vending machine. I look to see it's the one that students are always talking about, how its mechanism is broken and gives an extra soda or 2. Soda? That's it. I use my fist and hit the spots that I usually see the students hit. Lucky me, 5 cans rolled out, which meant it really was a broken machine. The 2 guards were now approaching me, and I quickly shake 2 cans. I stick the guns into the back of my shorts and jumped out. With a flick of my thumb, I open the cans, and as expected, the fizz shoots out and right in their faces. They stumbled backwards, and I took that chance to run away, but not before picking up the remaining 3 cans. 3 guards started chasing and shooting at me. I ran in a random zigzag such that they couldn't properly aim at me. I threw the cans one at a time, which made one fell from slipping while the other 2 got hit somewhere on their body. That was good news, but the bad news was it didn't slow any of them down. I quickened my pace and finally turned the corner into a janitor's closet, and I heard the 3 ran past. I breathed a sigh of relief and brushed my fringe out of sight. Once I was sure there wasn't anyone, I stepped out and turned back the same corner to run. Unfortunately, I ran into someone, and they grabbed my wrist firmly, which prevented me from trying to run away. While I struggled, I tried to use my other free hand to take out one of the guns to shoot him, but he knocks it out of my hand without effort, and I was about to put up a fight when he pulls me towards him and embraced my body, which I never noticed was shivering. It's okay. 2 words, that's all it took. I felt every tense muscle in my body relax, and before I knew it, a tear slipped out. Not out of fear, but of relief. I gripped his shirt as if he would disappear if I let go. After Mother passed on, I've never felt any comfort, and feeling it after so long made me relax. He undoes the embrace, but holds me by the shoulders, as if understanding how I felt. Hey, The 3 guards are coming back, and they had seen us. He turns behind him to a figure I had never noticed until now. Go! And with that command, I watched as the figure ran as fast as anything towards them. Her long hair flowing behind her as she swiftly attacks, and in few seconds they were dead. She walked towards us, and I noticed she was shorter than me. Her face had splatters of blood, and I couldn't help but reach out towards the crimson liquid. I almost touched her when she spoke, and I flinched. Aren't you afraid? I look into her eyes, which would have looked great if she was smiling. They were dark, and I was sure mine looked the same. No, I answered as I wiped the blood off her face, and she stares at my fingers, which now carried the ruby red liquid. She shifts her eyes back to mine and holds out her hand. Phantom. To be continued. 009. I blink my eyes, bringing me back to reality. I immediately turn my attention to Harry. 2 Bullet? You all right? He struggles to stand, and I immediately supported him. I got knocked out with acupuncture. He groans in pain as he blinks slowly, trying to get his focus back. Compared to me, I think you're fine. I got knocked out by a bat. He releases his hold on me, and I do the same, and he stood, slightly wobbly, but standing. Okay. He nods at me, and I drop the subject. Like I said, I'll pay you when you get me those jewels. I have everything under control. You just need to do as I say, and we'll both get what we want. Something was thrown into the wall, and it clatters with sounds of glass shattering. I'm assuming he threw his phone. Who's that? Harry glares at him, whom was now approaching us. I was glad Harry was hostile. Made things easier. An enemy. One I really detest. The wall behind us suddenly collapses, and out of reflex, Harry and I crouched down as pieces of metal fell and crumbled. When the dust cleared, I couldn't believe my eyes. It was Tonks. This is just like that time. I whisper under my breath. What? Harry asks, and I just shake my head. Nothing. Let's get the other 2 out of here. Suddenly, the wall in front of us slides open, and he stepped in. Where do you think you're going, Genevieve? We're not done talking. I slipped my hand under Hermione's left arm and put my right arm around her waist as I started to help the unconscious girl. There was nothing to talk about in the first place. I carried Hermione towards Tonks and stood behind her. Go! At her command, a figure rushes forward and started fist fighting my detested enemy. Let's go while he's distracted. Tonks puts Luna's arm around her neck and used her other hand to support Luna by her side. Together we quickly helped Hermione and Luna out of the hotel, whilst Harry quickly gathered up our weapons. I've already contacted headquarters. This mission was a semi-success. I raise a brow at Tonks. Why semi? She quickly explains to me as we made our way down the stairs. I didn't obtain what we came for, but I know where they are, and when the research department comes, I'll be joining them. After several difficulties, we finally made it to the car that Tonks had called for. I wiped the sweat off my brow as I felt the aircon in the car blast at me. Let's go. I can only nod as I knew the fight with him wasn't over yet. When we arrived at headquarters, we first moved Luna and Hermione to the hospital floor while Harry went ahead to report to Ed. I couldn't help but run my hands through my hair. It's my fault they got injured. If you think it's your fault, you're wrong. I look up at Tonks as she watched the nurses quickly attend to all of us. A nurse wraps some bandage around my head as she examines my wound. But I felt my throat turn dry. Tonks holds me by the shoulders. He is no longer part of you. You are not part of him. Tonks emphasizes each part of her sentences. I blink away tears I never knew I was shedding, and she uses her sleeve to dry my eyes. We are all here for you, Jen. No matter where you are, what you feel, you have us. Only us. Don't let anything else get in the way of that. I could only nod since the nurse was tending to my left cheek. Miss Tonks, if you please. A nurse guides Tonks away to another chair, and I watch as Tonks' back faces me and into the seat in front of me. The nurse had now moved on to my left wrist since I overdid it a little when I stretched for that knife. Once I was done and the doctor had told me my damage and prescription, I walked towards the room they were keeping Hermione and Luna. Only doctors and nurses could enter this white room. No one else. I could only watch through the glass window. The light was unbelievably bright to the point I could see my reflection on the glass. I watch as Tonks puts her hand on my shoulder. We need to go report. It's been a long time. A really long time since they got injured, which showed how bad this case was. Harry has told me his side of the story, and now we await the girls in my office. There was a knock, and I look up to see Tonks and Ginny bandaged up. According to Harry, the other two are more injured and worse unconscious. I sigh deeply, trying to not make them feel any worse. My best, fun, cocky, confident team is shattered to this. Tonks, Ginny, how are you feeling? They take their seats in the chairs in front of my desk and thank my secretary Susan as she served them some hot tea. We're a little under the carpet, but I think we'll be fine. Tonks answered me, and I know I caught the glance she gave Ginny. According to Harry here, your enemy was Ginny's. I quickly try to think of another word, relative. What did he want? Ginny looks me in the eye with hatred, but I know that hatred wasn't for me. It's always the same. Money. He claims that my mother has a bank in Germany with more money, and it was addressed to me, so he wants me to open it for him. We didn't have time to clarify that ourselves, unfortunately. I cross my fingers and rest my chin on them. It's all right, I'll look into it myself. I turn to Harry. Write me a report on what has happened so far, and write me another when you get Hermione's and Luna's side of the story. He responds with a nod. I turn back such that I could see all three of them. I'm sorry for what has happened, and I know you want to uncover more, but I'm sorry to say I'll be suspending you guys for a while. No work, no research, no action. I want all of you to get better first. What got me down was that they didn't object at all. They didn't try to protest or bargain. You may go. They get up, and I watched as Tonks left Ginny to Harry, and they left my office. Tonks walks back to me. I request you let me go with the research department tomorrow. I rise my brows. Why is that so? She takes some photographs out of her pocket and puts them on the table, because I know where the blue sapphires are. After much discussion, I gave her my approval, and she left. That was really unlike them. Susan sighs. They're feeling down right now, but give it time. They'll be back to their fun and confident selves soon. I just wonder how soon, given that two members are unconscious. Tonks/Phantom POV. I exit his office to see Harry and Ginny just right outside. Didn't I tell you guys to go ahead? Harry looks at Ginny before turning back to me. She didn't feel right not going back without you. I'll go get the car. Harry quickly dials us a driver to send us home. Let's get you out of that dress. I try to cheer her up and it works as she gave me a smile. Time skip. I closed the bedroom door and went downstairs. I spot Harry in the kitchen with a can of 100 plus. How is she doing? I shrug. I put her to bed, but I don't know when she'll fall asleep. He lets out a sigh. Can't believe we got on like that. What about trying Cat? I put some water to boil as we continue our talk. They're going to take some time. Cat has a bullet wound in her left abdomen, and according to the doctors. I turn back to him. Try was poisoned. He holds his can at the top and swirls it around. So we're down for a while, huh? It has been a long time since we've got our sins reaped. I nod. Take it as some reflection time, or maybe go online. He shakes his head. Nah, I'll take the reflection time. I'm gonna hit the hay. See you tomorrow. He drinks the rest of his can and tosses it into the bin. But before he left, he took another can from the fridge and went upstairs. Just then the water boiled, and as fast as I could, I turned it off before it could make its usual whistle noise. Once I realized what I did, I couldn't help but chuckle. Old habits die hard. That's when I caught my reflection on the kettle. Staring back at me was a girl with messed up hair, still dressed in her messed up dress, and had dark eyes with slight circles under. I quickly make some tea and left the kitchen, turning off every light on my way up. I put my tea on my vanity table and headed for the shower. I had Ginny take care of herself first and had forgotten about myself. I then realized I still had Shiro with me. I quickly placed him into one of my drawers. Once I finally got into a warm shower, warm clothes, and a warm bed, I settled for reading a book since I didn't feel like sleeping. I watched hour after hour pass as I read book after book, my cup staining with tea marks that will be a pain to wash later. I closed the book I had just finished reading and noticed it was starting to get bright out. I turned to my clock, and I noticed it was 7:15 a.m. Might as well get up now and head over to HQ after preparing breakfast. I wrap a jacket around myself and some bedroom slippers as early mornings were cold, and so was the floor. After my morning routine, I went to check on Jenny, and she was sound asleep, which was good. A lot of things had happened. I slid down the staircase handle and made my way to the kitchen. I heard chattering and remembered we had guests. I shuffled in, and all heads turned to look at me. Sarah looks me up and down disapprovingly, which made Lorraine hit her on the arm. What happened out there? I slid a chair out and made myself comfortable. A formidable enemy, I'll tell you that much. She fidgets with her hands, and I could tell she wanted to ask me something. Just spit it out. She finally gave in. How are you holding? I was surprised by her question, and I think she could tell. You have circles under your eyes, so I was just wondering. She quickly defends herself, as if I would attack her. I let out a laugh. I've had no sleep for 3 days. My team is suspended. 3 of my teammates are not physically ready for anything, and I turn to her and she flinches. I have work to do. I look up to see the clock reads 7:30. If you excuse me, I start getting breakfast ready for Jen and Kahi. I even made some for the Reeds. I'll be taking my leave. Help me tell the others. I throw the knife I had just washed and wiped clean, and it landed perfectly in the holder. I left the kitchen, and the last thing I heard before I went up the stairs was, "Where's her share?" Another time skip. I pull on my fingerless gloves as we arrived at the scene. As expected of Ed's handiwork, the hotel was empty, which gave the whole research team all the time and space they need to investigate. I headed straight up to the top level, and the first thing I noticed was the strong stench of blood. None of it has been washed away, and they were turning brown and crusty from drying out. The dead bodies sprawled everywhere. Absolutely nothing has been touched. I jump over bodies and furniture and finally made it into the study. The iron room was still opened, and as I peered inside there indeed was the other iron room where I found the others. I then noticed a red card on floor and picked it up. One side read "Perish," and the other side was "You'll know how to find me." That was quite true since he was holding onto my sword, and it'd be great to have it back. I went back into the study and opened the black bag Ed had given me to put the gems in. I started pulling all the blue ones from the books and putting them inside the bag. I remembered how I noticed that every book had a gem stuck on its spine and realized the answer was in front of me the entire time. The ones in the bowl were fakes, and the traitor had taken them. Serves him right. Just as I finished pulling the last one out, I got a phone call from Kai. I answered it and held my phone between my head and shoulder as I checked for any more blue sapphires on the shelf. Speak. I could hear some flutters of paper on the other side and slight panting. They agreed. Author's note. Another chapter done. Smiley face. This time I've decided to make the reapers look more vulnerable. I always wrote that they're good at stuff, so this time it's their weaker side. The book will be showing the backstories of all the members gradually, and I started with Jenny's. Looks like I won't be ending this book ever. Hope you enjoyed this chapter. And the cliffhanger, haha, but if you paid attention to the chapters, then you would know who was the LOL. P.S. I didn't do a complete check on the grammar and whatnot, so please excuse. Peace. Author Angel. Chapter 17. Triple the Trouble. I can't believe you said yes. Correction, we said yes. But I objected. Well, do you have any better ideas? We're stuck here. They gave us time, didn't they? So why are you rushing? We could have used this time to plan something to escape instead. Yeah, like you haven't tried that 5 times. It's all in the guess and check. All of a sudden the door flung open and our heads turned. There she stands with her usual smirk, knives gleaming in her sash belts and her boots. Clicked on the floor as she approached us. Let's begin your training. Few hours earlier, just as I finished pulling the last one out, I got a phone call from Kai. I answered it and held my phone between my head and shoulder as I checked for any more blue sapphires on the shelf. Speak. I could hear some flutters of paper on the other side and slight panting. They agreed. I felt a smirk creeping onto my face. Perfect. Shall I ready the preparations? Please and thank you. I hanged up and completed my collection job. I turned on my heels with the bag in my hand and made my way downstairs. I got one of the drivers to send me back to HQ. I then immediately made my way to Ed's office and didn't bother knocking. I knew his schedule by heart. Why do I know? Well, all you gotta do is add Harry and a computer together. I threw his door open and he looks up, a bit surprised. I put on my signature smirk, knock knock. I walked in and threw the bag onto the table, which made the sapphires scatter all over his desk, and they glimmered under the natural sunlight shining through his windows. I heaved myself onto the edge of his desk and slid a paper across to him. His eyes scanned through the text before giving me a smile. "You are one sneaky shadow." He picks up his pen to sign the report I had Harry print for me. They don't call me Phantom for nothing. I pick up the now completed report and slide it into a clear file. Always a pleasure. I walk towards the door whilst waving him goodbye. I dial Ginny to let her in on the news. She picks up, "Yes." I smile as I thought about the look on her face. Ready to have some fun? Back to present. "You." He stumbles back as his older and younger brothers step forward to shake my hand. "Thank you for this opportunity." They bow their heads. "Thank you for coming aboard." I replied, "This might be easier than I thought." They turn back to face their brother. "Aren't you going to greet our new leader?" I walk around to give a wave. "James?" Jacob gestures to me, and James' eyes move to Jack's, as if to plead help, but he just nods, which meant he agreed with Jacob. He clicks his tongue in annoyance and clearly grudgingly steps towards me. I hold my hand up, and I watch as Jacob takes James' hand and puts it in mine. "Shake." Jacob commands James, and he looks away as he quickly shook my hand and wiped it on Jacob's shirt. "This way, Van Triplets." I gesture, and they follow me. "It's Vans." James clicks his tongue at me. "But then it wouldn't make much sense, would it?" I tease, and he grumbles. I bring them down to the fashion department. They design outfits for the entire company. "Stephen?" I knocked on the door that was left ajar as I look into the room that was cluttered with all sorts of fabric and furniture. There was even a fort made with tables, including an upside-down one and long sheets of material. "Monsieur Stephen?" I look around the room to see if I could find which pile of stuff he was under. I watch as Jacob lifts up a pile of fabric, and he recoils as a hand appeared. "Monsieur Stephen." I grabbed the hand and pulled the man out from under the pile. "I see you're stuck under the fabrics as always." He laughs. "You know me, always in my organized mess." Stephen was a French designer from Paris whom came to us for work. As a designer, he is well dressed. Today he had on a white tee with paint splatters, and over that was a black checkered flannel that went to almost his knees. He matched with a pair of black, skinny jeans that had chains through the belt hoops and black combat boots. "What can I do for you today, Mademoiselle Phantom?" He claps his hand together. I point behind me at the triplets. "Can you work with that?" He approaches the triplets and observes them from all angles, literally ladder and all. "All I need is some questions answered and measurements taken. The rest I will handle." He starts measuring out the boys and jots down the numbers on his hand with a marker. Once he was done, he hands the triplets tablets that are programmed with forms. He gives it to all of us when we need something new, and to them this was completely new. "Favorite color?" Jacob questions. "Favorite design?" James exclaims. "Favorite side?" Jack looks at Stephen, clearly confused. "I will go get the fabric. Phantom will help you out with the forms." "Amy!" He snaps his fingers, and a girl appears. She was his assistant. "Come, we have work to do. Let's go into the storeroom for supplies." I watch as they disappear into a room. "Anything you need, just ask me." I drag a chair over as I sit and watch them fill the forms. I look around the room. I used to come here all the time. "What is this?" Jacob approaches me with the tablet in his hand, and he points at the question he doesn't understand. "Oh, that." That confuses a lot of people because Stephen's written English isn't very good. He meant to ask what kind of straps you'd like, not stripes. He nods in understanding and continues filling the form. "How should we answer weapons?" "We don't have any." My ears perked at that. "Monsieur Stephen." He pokes his head out the door. "We're going to take a detour. We'll be back for fitting." I lead the triplets out of HQ and got a driver to send us to where most of us gets our weapons. The bullseye shooting range sounds normal? Well, it's meant to blend into the surroundings as a place people can practice targeting, whether guns, blades, or arrows. "Jeremy." I do a handshake with the owner as I greet him. "Phantom, nice to see you again. What do you need? Sharpening? New sword? Or are you picking up your order?" "Oh, that's right, I did order something. I actually do need some sharpening, and I'll take my order today. But my main objective for coming was for these three." I gestured to the triplets. "Jeremy, meet Jacob, James, and Jack." Jeremy was buff compared to the lean triplets. "First-timers, eh? Maybe we should start with something small." I raise a brow in amusement. "How small?" He grabs their hands and observes their palms. I think we should first see which weapon they're comfortable with. Follow me. He leads the triplets down into the secret underground training room. Don't mind me. I'll stay up here to practice. I wave at them as they disappear down the stairs. James POV. I can't believe she's ordering us around. We can take care of these things ourselves with some directions. I grumble. Jacob chuckles. I don't think we have the same connections as she does. We're getting new clothing and weapons thanks to her. Jack nods. He never really was much of a talker. Well, Jeremy starts, and it gets our attention since he had an accent and a deep voice. When Phantom was a wee girl, she came here all the time. Broke every sword I gave her. She's got a lot of power in that wee body of hers. He laughs at the good memory. She broke quite some records here too, along with her friends. I look at him. You mean her teammates? He glances at me. Oh, they're more than that, lad. They've been together since their starting days. We're here. He pushes open a door. The room had white brick walls, 2 walls lined with all sorts of weapons. One was a shooting range. Take a look around and see what you're comfortable with. I'll be sharpening her blades by the corner. I then noticed the machine that was indeed in the corner. Check it out. Jack gasps. I browse through everything that was laid out. I pick up a blade that had a red ribbon wrapped around the handle and casing. That one is a beauty, made from a mixture of steel and iron with a diamond edge. Almost like one of the swords Phantom has. Those words from Jeremy alone made me immediately drop the sword. No way was I going to get a weapon that can't compete against her, let alone one of hers. Jack picks up a silver pistol that had green jewels embedded in the handle. That one is made from chromium, hardest metal in existence. The casing is sleek as well, which gives easy transport and hold. It comes as a pair. Jack rummages around and found the other matching gun. Green casing with white jewels embedded. His smile told all of us he was taking it. I turned to see what Jacob would get. He found some mini discs that could fit between his fingers. Those are like ninja stars. Throw them and they'll slice through most obstacles. Made from titanium, light and fast. Just like boomerangs, they come back. That is, if they don't get stuck somewhere. It seemed the both of them had decided, but I wasn't sure. What about you, lad? Jeremy places his hand on my shoulder. You know, there's no harm in trying them. He suggests. Tonks/Phantom POV. I threw and caught the dagger in my hand several times, feeling the weight to accurately throw it at the target range. I then caught it by the blade, took a stance, and threw it immediately. Perfect 100. I pick up another dagger, and again threw, and catch it a few times to make sure it was the same weight as the first one. I threw it, and another 100. It stuck into the handle of the first one. I could feel eyes staring at me, so I guess I went aboard with the throwing. My bad. The public isn't allowed to know such things or even try. Well, they'll eventually forget about it. I don't think they even know how to throw and catch a penknife consistently. I flip my hair and walk the other way, such that I don't have to meet their stares. I go behind the counter and went down the staircase. As I neared the door, I could hear grunts. I opened it to see disaster. Oh dear, this is not good. Jacob was getting hit by his own weapon, which I noticed was flying discs, and Jeremy had followed Rule 3 of the bullseye shooting range. Always put rubber protection on sharp weapons that you're new at. The discs looked like a float with a rubber protector around it. Every time he throws it, it doesn't fly straight, and when it returns, he catches it with his face. I watch as he rubs his sore jaw. Any more, and he'll be getting a bruise. My attention was then shifted to Jack, whom had just fell from the impact of his gun and almost lost grip of it. Jeremy had given him rubber bullets to start. I noticed Jack already had a bruise on his right forearm. I walk over to Jeremy to check on what he thinks of them. So, what do you think? He asks as he shows me my now sharpened collection of blades and the gun I had him do for me a few weeks back. He's like a blacksmith with a magic touch. Beautiful, but I turn my gaze at the boys and he follows. Not so much for that. He stands up and dusts the shavings off his pants. The lads have chosen great weapons, but they are not bringing out their or the weapon's full potential. They are clearly first-timers. He quickly glanced around the room before talking much softer. I want to talk to you about James. He has much potential that he can bring out, and more, but he points towards a pile I didn't notice earlier. They were broken weapons. No weapon can match that potential. He is just like you when you were younger. I walk over to the pile, but then I noticed not one of them was a gun, all blades. I turn to find James, and he's leaning against the wall, his face showing he is deep in thought. James! He immediately looks up but scowls when he noticed it's me. What? How polite. Note the sarcasm. Get yourself and Jacob hydrated before coming back up. You have 10 minutes. I then turn to the youngest of the trio, Jack. He turns at his name, follow me. I turn on my heels and walked out the door, giving Jeremy payment on my way. For the damage. They glimmered in his hands. I walked back up the stairs with Jack at my heels. He was almost like a lost animal. When we reached ground level, I led him to the empty cafeteria. Stay. I pushed him into a chair and gave him a bottle of water to drink. I returned with the first aid kit to find a Jack with 2 empty water bottles. So he's a fast one. I approached him with the kit and he, I believe, unconsciously moved his right arm behind his back. He then avoided eye contact with me as I stood in front of him. Jack, I know you're injured. He looks away even more. Speak to me. Jack, why are you hiding it? I grip his right shoulder tight and he winces, nerves transfer pain very quickly. I didn't know you noticed. I didn't want to trouble anyone. I sigh. You're troubling me by not telling. Aren't twins and triplets supposed to have the psychopath thing with each other? He nods. We do, but I didn't use it. While these triplets are going to be a handful, well, they should have noticed anyway. You may be the youngest with them, but you are the older one when you're with me. Show some responsibility. Though age don't always matter, but I can tell it does to you. Now, hand. He was hesitant at first, but eventually puts his bruised arm in front of me. I speak under my breath, but he noticed. What? I look up to meet his eyes. I was just thinking your bruise is something I went through before. I start rubbing medication on his arm, and he was wincing in pain. I look up to see he was biting his lip to persevere through the pain. He might bleed if he bites any harder. Don't! I pulled the bandage tied around his arm, and he stopped biting and instead gripped the wooden table tightly. Just a bit more. He lets out a breath I didn't know he was holding and starts breathing heavily. Slow breaths, Jack. Steady your heart. This may be harsh, but it was a good way to teach tolerance to pain. I could have rapped faster, but I keep a steady pace. I didn't speed up during the entire process. I watched Jack as he tolerated his teaching. When I was finally done, 15 minutes had passed. His breathing still slightly heavy, but his face flushed with relief. I pack up the kit and picked up the empty bottles to throw. This is seriously bringing back memories for me. I turn on my heels to come face to face with Jacob and James. Their eyes bored into mine, and I eventually just walked away. Take better care of your brother. As I walked past them, I noticed the bottle of waters they were holding was crushed, so they were watching. I put away the kit and threw the empty bottles away. Maybe this wasn't going to be so easy. Having some trouble? I pressed the comm in my ear. Let's just say it's going to be triple the trouble. Author's note. I may have updated faster this time, but it's shorter than the others. I ran out of ideas for now, so the next chapter will have Ginny and the others' POV. I feel like I wrote too much on Tong's side. Again, I didn't properly check everything, so if there are mistakes, please forgive and forget. Smiley face. We'll get back to it soon to double check. Chapter 18. Preparation. Having some trouble? I pressed the comm in my ear. Let's just say it's going to be triple the trouble. Can tell. They need serious training. They don't have the basic idea on how to use weapons. Harry replies, and I could hear him tapping the table. Did you get the others? I peep around the corner to make sure they were still in the cafeteria. They're getting ready. They're acting as if nothing happened. I walked towards their weapons that I had laid out on a table. I took Jack's when he was distracted by the pain, and Jacob's when he tried to stare into my soul. I continued to talk to Kahi whilst removing the rubber safeties. That's the way it should be. We can't let the new recruits find out yet. For now, we shall train them and gather more information on Ginny's so-called father. I stand by the corner and watched as they helped Jack to the car. Weren't we suspended? I laugh. Like we care enough, but I made him sign that report you had written, so we have been given full access again. Our suspension has been moved up, not canceled. Unfortunately, I turned to see they were impatiently waiting for me. James mostly. I gotta go. If you find anything, inform me immediately. I pick up the weapons, a drink, and an ice pack from the freezer before making my way to the car. What was taking you so long? James complains, was paying for your brother's weapons. Not a lie, I left the payment at the usual spot. Why are you paying for us? Doesn't that mean we'll owe you more? Jacob asks with a worried face. Oh, this favor isn't going to be paid back in cash. I get into the front seat and toss Jack the ice pack and a towel from the front compartment. Put that towel on your wound so your bandage doesn't get soaked when you press the ice pack on it. I say before turning to the driver. Back to HQ, please. I placed the drink in the cup holder as thanks to him. As we drove to HQ, I made another quick phone call. Connections are always so useful. It's me. I need you to prepare 1 box of flying disc, safety, and another of rubber bullets, the size of .38 auto. After the phone call, I received a text from Kahi. Everything's ready. When we reached HQ, I dragged them back to the designing apartment. Please tell me they're ready, Monsieur Stephen. I swing the door open without knocking. I didn't need an answer. 3 male mannequins stood in front of me, fully dressed. Pretty great, right? I think this might be one of our best works, given the short time period. Stephen exchanged glances with his assistant. Talk me through them. I say as Amy drags a chair over to me, and I sit, crossing my legs with my arms on the rests. All were designed with the same concept, but made differently for individuality. I have gone with blue, green, and red, or as I like to say blue, vert et rouge. Blue for Jacob, vert for James, and rouge for Jack. As he explains, he walked behind each mannequin. For Jacob, he drags the mannequin nearer to me. A white t-shirt accompanied with black jeans, blue checkered Vans, and of course, continuing the concept, a blue checkered flannel to wear over the white tee. Moving on, we have Jax. He turns around and grabs the nearest mannequin, which was the red one. It is not a bright red for obvious reasons, but also not maroon, and it matches his personality. I glance at Jack, and he just shrugs. Stephen has a good eye. He has a red flannel scarf and red shoes. White tee with, of course, black jeans and an oversized jacket. Gives off the exact same air he does. Last but not least, James. Amy brings the mannequin over with a snap of Stephen's fingers. It is not a bright green, nor dark like a forest green. He refers to the shirt. Green in the same shade, of course, checkered high tops. Black jeans and white shirt accompanied by a green flannel. A flannel scarf will be tied around his hip, cause he is sassy like that. Stephen snaps his fingers at that. Excuse me? James asks as if offended. Relax, I think it was a compliment. Jacob takes hold of James' shoulder, just in case he tries anything. Fitting. I'm running out of time. I exclaim with a few waves of my right wrist as I exaggerate, though it was a white lie. Stephen pushed the boys into a large fitting room, which was honestly just a changing screen that Amy had set up. I watched as their shadows moved and heard the triplets' complaints. I quickly exchanged a few texts with Harry before the changing screen was brought down. I hum in approval. Stephen doesn't work here for nothing. All the outfits suit each individual for each individual. Perfect. As always, Stephen. Put it on my tab as usual. I need to take them to meet the team. After goodbyes, I led the triplets through many corridors and doors. Some needed feature checks such as the fingerprint or the eye. Some even scan symbols on weapons. Welcome, Vans. I started as I type in the code for this certain room. To your first training session with us. The metal doors swung open, and the people I expected to see were there. The night reappears. Author's note. Y'all, I finally put this up. It was done a long time ago, but I never came round to publishing it. It's much shorter than my usual chapters, cause it was just about the triplets preparation. I can't think of how to continue in this chapter, so I'm going to just move on to the 19th. Again, mistakes might be up there, but again, Mew, smiley face, peace, author angel, chapter 19, puissance, tonks/phantom POV. Welcome, Vans. I started as I type in the code for this certain room. To your first training session with us. The metal doors swung open, and the people I expected to see were there. The night reappears. Ginny, Harry, Lorraine, Sarah, and Terry looked up as we entered. While most of us, the other 2, are still hospitalized, and those 3 are temporary. I point at the family. You already know me, 2 Bullet and 009. They don't have code names, but they work at the British branch. So, same work. I shrug. I'm going to divide you guys so that you can train with your new weapons properly. I stress out the last word. Jack is with 009 and 2 Bullet. They'll teach you how to handle your guns, and '09 is a double gun user as well, so that benefits you. I point Jack the direction he needed to go, which was towards them. Jacob goes with the father and daughter of that family. They know how to target. I jerk my thumb towards their direction, and Jacob heads over. James is already scowling, knowing what's coming. I'm stuck with you? He groans. No one else here uses blades. I argue back, and he shuts up, knowing there's no denying that fact. Besides, you haven't picked one out yet. I walk out of the room, and he follows, so you're stuck with me in the meantime. He turns his head so fast he could have gotten whiplash. What? I turn to him. What do you mean what? This arrangement is final. He clicks his tongue in annoyance, and I raise my brow. Nothing. He answers. Anyway, you can trust me when I say I don't like the tedious work. I walk down the hall, going back to the office room that we used to use before we got our own built at home. Ed left it the way it is. Nothing was touched or moved. That I can agree on. He replies to my comment. But I did want to clear up some things today while your brother's trained. I type in the code and scan my handprint for the door to open. You just said you didn't like tedious work. Should I stop trying to trust you now? James inquires. Nice to see you finally try and put some trust in me, but sometimes even when you don't like it, you have to do it. It's called responsibility, something you and your brothers understand very well. Just not in the same terms as us. Similar, not same. I walk over and sat down in my old office chair. You'll die, I say as James almost takes a seat on Ginny's chair. She doesn't like to share her belongings casually. I stare at the old computer as James walks around to my table and leans himself on the edge. What am I going to do for a blade? He breaks the silence. For now, I'll have you use one of mine. Break it, and I break you. No reply. He's obviously bothered, but by what? Oh yes, me. Don't want it? I tease, kicking my legs up on the table. I take out a tablet from the drawer and look through the weaponry. Yes, I have a tablet just for keeping weapon records, sue me. I just want my own like my brother's. He mumbled the other half, but I definitely heard it. Everybody starts somewhere. I put my legs down and against the table, giving myself a push towards the doorway. Your brothers happen to start with Jeremy. The chair swerves to a wall, and I jump off seconds before it collided. You happen to start with me. Colorful vocabulary escapes his mouth, which I couldn't help but smirk at. Come on, I have places to be. Ginny/009 POV. And this is your barrel. I look at Jack, and he nods his head. We were sitting on the floor, as it was easier to lay the gun parts out due to the large space. I rest my elbow on my lap and place my chin in my hand. I observed his features. He had bright green eyes and straight black hair that parts at a side. His fringe was long enough to cover his eyes. I have noticed how he constantly flips it to the side. He noticed me staring and immediately looked away when we made eye contact. He's a shy one. I couldn't help but feel amused. Let's test your aiming. I heaved myself up and made my way towards the control panel. I pushed a button and paper targets shot out of the wall across from us. Let's begin lesson 2. I pull on my gloves and tighten my belts. Twirling Kuro and Shiro by their triggers, I stood in front of Jack. I'll give you 3 minutes. Show me what you can do. Tonks/Phantom POV. I watch as James grumbles under his breath. I had left him with the counter girl in the lobby. I even instructed her not to let him in. He huffs as he continues watching patients move in and out of the medical care floor. I turned my back to him and made my way to the room. When I entered, I saw the doctor on the computer and the nurses were changing their bandages. How are they? I approach the doctor and she looks up. She quickly flips through the clipboard that was sitting beside her keyboard. Both aren't in danger. In fact, no vital organs are hurt. She adjusts her glasses. Hermione woke up about 2 hours ago, and if nothing else, she can actually be discharged tonight. Her injuries aren't severe besides the fact she'll get some faint scars from the knife slashes. Her other injury sported from hitting her head too hard when she landed on the floor. No bump, headache, or brain concussion. That caught my attention. Landed on the floor? Or was forced onto the floor? I mumble. Luna is slowly healing from the bullet wound. We managed to remove it in surgery, and we've put her in a medically induced coma for now to reduce her pain. She should wake up in about 3 days. I'll give you her prescribed medicine, so you make sure she takes it when y'all are at home, okay? I nod my head, and she continues her work. I make my way towards Hermione's bed and sat down on the edge. How are you feeling? She props herself into a sitting position. Like shit, and I'm extremely bored. Though I do feel well rested thanks to this. All of a sudden, she leans towards me. What? She gives me a look. Did you get any sleep? After the mission? I open my mouth to answer, but she doesn't let me. You didn't. Why do you always do this to yourself? I look down at my hands, looking at the scars. I'm used to it, my voice coming out softer than I anticipated. Before she can say anything else, I quickly change the subject. The doctor says you can be discharged tonight if you look well. She fakes a look of hurt. But I am well. What is this? Accusation? I chuckle, glad to have her back. James POV. I unconsciously sit up straighter as I see her exit the room. You're getting another teacher, was the first thing she said. What? Confusion spreads itself onto my face. I'm going to be away for a while. She takes the seat beside me, crossing her legs and showing her usual commanding demeanor. While I'm gone, Thorns will teach you the basics on how to use swords. I'll be back in time to teach you how to throw and slash. She turns to meet my eyes. I stare back, not healing. But now that I was up close to her, I could see her eyes weren't shining like how a normal person would have. Come back here by yourself at 8 p.m. I've already made necessary preparations. This is my card. She hands me a plastic white card with her code name calligraphed on it. Use it when you know you need it. I felt my will wavering. I needed to know where she was going to. Where are you going? I ask, hesitance clear in my voice. Her expression doesn't change, and what she says makes my heart sink for a reason unknown to me. You don't need to know. I lie on the bed, staring at the sword she left me with. It had a black case, with gold swirl patterns all over it. The sword itself was gleaming no matter the direction I turned it in. Its handle black with a gold ribbon tied at the end. It had a good weight to it too. At the very base of the sword was a black engraving, and it popped from the rest of the metal. Puissance. I heard the door open, and I immediately sat up, sword on my lap. Jacob and Jack walks in, looking exhausted. How was training? I asked, feeling almost jealous, It was tough. I think my fingers are cramping. My right shoulder, elbow, and wrist are sore. Jacob groans as he falls onto the bed, sighing contentedly at the comfort. I look at Jack. How about you? Anyone could tell that the expression on his face was sore. His whole body aura was. He sits beside me and rests his head in his hands. Bad, huh? I rub circles on his back. He then glances at the sword in my lap and makes eye contact with me. Oh, this? I'm going out soon to train. Jacob sits up. That explains why you weren't at practice with us. You were off with their leader doing what? He cocks his head at me. I have no idea, actually, but she said she was going to be away for a while. She left me with the other sword user, Thorns. But here's the thing. The two lean in as if I was sharing a big secret. She told me to go to the medical care floor by myself at 8 p.m., and I pull out the card from my pocket for them to see. She left me with her card. I'll know when to use it, she said. Jacob and Jack shared a look I don't understand, which is abnormal since we're triplets. What? They look back at me. Weren't you listening at the beginning? I raise my brow. Her other two members were hospitalized. You're training with the one that's being released today. I blinked twice, realization hitting me. What? Soon it was 7:45 p.m. I gave byes to my brothers and left the room. I haven't seen my dad at all today. I was still having mixed feelings on how he had treated us. I waited for the lift and was about to step in when Harry stepped out. Good timing. I was about to look for you. He pulls me into the lift, and we took it to the medical care floor. These are her clothes, and this is one of her weapons. She'll know where her favorite one is. He passes me a yellow bag labeled biomedical waste and a metallic navy blue briefcase. You hold on to the briefcase and pass the bag to the counter. We reached the floor, and before I could answer, he pushed me out, and I turned in time to see him waving as the doors shut-close. I clicked my tongue in annoyance and made my way to the counter. The counter girl looks up when I approach. Hi. I'm here for Thorns, Mississippi. As I put the yellow bag on the counter, I read her name tag. Carrie. Carrie smiles at me. Please scan your card here. She places what looks like a debit card touch-and-go scanner. I take out Phantom's card and placed it on the scanner. Please wait here. She takes the bag and disappears into the same room Phantom had gone in yesterday. She comes out later and resumes her duty. It might have been just me, but I could feel an awkward tension. So, Carrie, I started and she looks up. How long have you been working here? She puts on a smile. About 5 years, I guess. I was the caretaker for the night reapers, but now they're all grown up. They don't need me looking at them every second anymore. She laughs. It doesn't seem to think so. I was about to say something else, but I was interrupted by the one and only. Am I right here yet? I turn to see a familiar face. Mr. James here will be taking you. Carrie replies. Her eyes flickered to me, and she looks me up and down before sighing. So she did take my advice then. She mumbles. I hold up the briefcase for her, and she takes it, placing it on the table and turning in the key combination which she covers for me. She clicks it open, and I see a G36C sitting in its hold with several different parts also in the holds. She inspects it before closing it shut. I thought you were a sword user. She smirks at me. I am. I'm a versatile user like Phantom. She hauls the briefcase off the table and walks with it. She turns back and stares at me. What are you waiting for? An invitation? She walks off again, so I quickly greeted bye to Carrie and followed Thorns into the lift. We take the lift down to the training basements. Show me what she gave you. She extends her hand for the sword. I undo the belt holder and pass her the whole set of items. She takes out the sword in one swing, and the sound of metal echoes in the small space. Puissance. This one was a gift from a French swordsman we know. I felt my eyes getting as big as the moon. Is it really okay for someone like me to use this? I was alarmed and suddenly very cautious of the sword. Don't be stupid. She sheathes the sword and the words made my heart sink a little. I expected it, of course not. But what she really said next surprised me. It's because it's you. Before I could ask her what she meant and why, she walked out of the lift, and that's when I realized we reached. She hands me back the set, and I do the belt again. She walks to the center of the empty metal room. There was a control panel, and she pressed a few buttons. Wooden mannequins appear out of the walls and started sliding left and right. I may not be Phantom, but I can train you the way she trained herself in the early days. She smiles, and her eyes look like they were in the far distance. She was looking back on their past. Okay, enough chit-chat. Let's work on you.